お手を拝借よー。続いては3番手でいきます。よっよっよっ。
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023世界各地から熾烈な戦いを勝ち抜いた最強のデュエリストたちがここ東京ビッグサイトについに集結頂点を目指すファイナリストをご紹介いたします Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023 The finalists are entering the stage まずは遊戯王デュオリンクス選手の入場です First up from the blue side, please welcome Yugioh! And now from the red side, please give it up for Takagi! Next, 続きまして、遊戯王マスターデュオ選手の入場です。First up on the blue side, please welcome from Team Snipe Hunters, Josh, Emre, and Quantal Thing. And now from the red side, from Team 7, please welcome Ray, Jesse Cotton, and Carmano. Next, 遊戯王オフィシャルカードゲームの部選手の入場です。First up from the blue side, from USA, please welcome Polly Erickson. And next from the red side, from Peru, let's give it up for Juan Mateo Augusto Renteria Pastor.以上3部門10名のファイナリストがここ東京ビッグサイトに集結その決勝大会がいよいよ開幕いたします Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023 It's time to duel!
Hello and welcome everyone to the 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Grand Finals, the first in 4 years. I'm honored to open the day. You can call me Steve Kangas, and I'm joined by the one and only Billy Brake and Marcello Barbary. What an incredible opening ceremonies, Billy. I want to get your thoughts on it to start.
The ceremony's amazing. Hearing that music just really gets you in the mood to duel, and then getting to see all these players that are going to be competing in the finals for the World Championship, just knowing that 3 and 1 of them are going to walk away as world champions is incredible. The energy in the room is electric.
10 duelists walked in, only 5 will leave victorious, as of course one of the finals will be a team battle. Marcello, happy to have you back on the desk with me. You were stuck with me all day yesterday, and you got me again.
I'm excited. As you mentioned, it has been 4 years, and now we are in for a treat. 10 amazing players, 3 different tournaments to crown 5 world champions. That's gonna be an amazing one, and I'm here for it.
And I know it has been a full 4 years since we last had the World Championships. Billy, I know that you've been around for a pillar of the community for quite a while. What does this mean for you to be back?
Oh, it really means everything. This is a tournament we always look forward to every year. All the YCSs and the NAWCQs and all the WCQs around the world lead up to this moment, and this is what it's all been about. And just to see who's going to be the world champion, I can't wait.
Yeah, whether you're the youngest kid at locals or one of the players on stage, this is the pinnacle of Yu-Gi-Oh! This is what it's all about. And Marcello, I know that it means a lot to you as well.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, most tournaments are called WCQ for a reason. They are all the way to get you here, and it doesn't get better than this. It all comes down to Wiz. 1 year down the line, and now there is 3 more matches.
And this is, of course, the first Master Duel World Championships as well. That is the newest game that Konami has put out. It's an incredible game. That's what got me kind of back into Yu-Gi-Oh! And back into my journey here. Have you been grinding out any I know that you were casting the TCG OCG, so how's your Master Duel knowledge?
Oh, I play Master Duel every day.
All right.
A kid me would, if you told me there's going to be somewhere I can play Yu-Gi-Oh! Anywhere, anytime, I would have been, no way. But now that you have Master Duel, you can access Yu-Gi-Oh! Anywhere, on the go, on your phone, or at home on Steam. It's so awesome. I play it every day.
And it's even more exciting because it is a different format from what TCG OCG is playing right now. And then we also have Duel Links, Marcello, which is even a different one. So we have 3 different world championships, and it is 3 different events happening. It feels like 3 different versions of the game.
Absolutely, and the best things, as always, for the World Championship is that we have players from all over the world, a lot of different backgrounds, and it transitioned here into the finals as well, because we have players from all over the world still. We could have a lot of different winners, maybe even the first winner at the TCG for the US representing for you two guys.
Knock on wood.
No jinxing. We also have North America versus Europe for the finals of Master Duel. So, Billy, are we allowing Marcello on the desk with us for that one?
We can. I'm actually rooting a little bit for both sides because I have a horse in the race on both sides. Joshua Schmidt, one of the best players of all time. Jesse Cotton, you obviously heard of him. And with that tier limit strategy being viable in Master Duel, it's hard not to give the edge to Jesse Cotton.
Yeah, that's going to be a really fun matchup. I'm sure a lot of people are watching specifically for that because first off, it's a regional rivalry, which is exciting in its own right. Second of all, both of these teams are massively popular. They have incredible duelists on them that have amassed respect from the community for their past performances. Marcello, do you have a horse in this race? It's funny that you said you're rooting for both because Marcello earlier hinted at something. Are you going to say it live on broadcast?
Okay, I
put
see
him
how
on
it
the
is.
spot
Put him
there.
on the
I got to put him on the
spotlight.
spot, you know?
No, honestly, what I'm going to say is that, as you mentioned, it has been an amazing journey, and I just loved it. The first time ever, yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championship, but it's also the first time ever 3v3 World Championship.
That's a good point,
so that's the thing. I want to see the first time 3 World Champions at the same time from the same team. That's just an amazing one.
It changes the whole format. We'll be talking about Master Duel later. We are starting off the day with Duel Links, though, so I do want to start talking about
Absolutely.
that. Because that
Let's
one's
jump
1v1.
into that.
Yeah, and it, of course, is also the first time back in 4 years. Billy, you were there 4 years ago.
Yep.
What do you think it means for the players as well to be able to have a chance to actually compete again for a World's title?
Oh, I mean, it means everything. I know that all the rounds leading up to this for all the games across the 3 categories have been, the stress has been high, the players have been focused, but now they made it all the way to the finals.
And we're here at the live venue as well, Tokyo Big Sight. If you haven't looked it up, look up Tokyo Big Sight. It literally looks like we're in the Millennium Puzzle. It is incredible.
It does. It's really awesome.
Yeah. So let's take a look and highlight the players that will be on stage for Duel Links in the finals. The best in the world. Marcello, we got to witness them yesterday. Yuko actually was not on stream, but Takagi was. Impressed us greatly. He qualified through points in the KC Cup, the 4th qualifier through points, but still earned his way here.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, it was impressive. It's the last players that we saw on stream as we witnessed him playing in the semi-final to get here, and what an impressive run he had. The back and forth match down to the 5th game.
Yeah, the Crusadia deck was incredible,
Yes.
running the double Equimax.
Yes.
I mean, the creativity in that deck, I didn't expect to see it. His opponent, we actually got a chance to talk to, was playing it, so we'll see what we're actually going to have on stage today, but maybe that is more represented. But when it comes down to the other decks, give us a highlight here. What were we watching yesterday, and what should we expect to see on stage
So
today?
as later on we'll be able to show you guys the rules. Of course, something to remember is that deck building for this event was quite complicated as it is. These duelists had to bring 5 different decks. So, Billy, I think you can talk to us about how difficult it is to build one deck. You know, 5 decks Wow.
Yeah.
And the cards are shared too, so you can't use the same card if you have 3 in one deck in another.
So you want to make sure you spread out your options, be able to have certain decks that maybe are good against other decks and counter certain matchups. Definitely have to approach it a different way than you would a normal tournament.
Yeah, and it allowed for more decks present than I was expecting initially, because theory crafting going into the weekend, I thought I knew what we would see and what it would look like, and my expectations were blown out of the water. Marcello, some of the highlights, I want to talk about those. What were the highlight decks that we saw in day one?
We saw a lot of different decks, and as you mentioned, the thing is, they had to bring some legendary decks as well.
Yes.
And to me, some of the highlights were Salomon Great winning on stream with an OTK. It was an amazing duel nonetheless, but we've also seen, I mean, the Crusader deck. You gotta give it to Takagi for that one.
Yeah, the Crusader was very exciting. Also, just the patience. In that semifinals match that we saw on stream, there were not many back row set. I didn't. We're not even sure if Takagi's playing a trap.
No, it seems like, yeah.
There's a lot of
Crusader
Yu-Gi-Oh
crawler,
players.
and that
Maybe
was
they're
it.
playing trash. You could just have none in your decks.
Well, that seems to be the meta coming into it, but not going to be. But I want to talk from the player perspective, because obviously it is a big stage. Both of you have been on big stages, so I want to get both your thoughts. Bill, I want to start with you, though. What do you imagine the players are feeling right now, getting ready to face off against each other in front of the crowd, in front of the live audience at home?
It's so much stress. Even if you're used to playing on a stage, maybe at a finals of a YCS, or you've been on the stage plenty of time, this is the biggest stage. The sounds, the lights, you got a whole crowd out here, and everyone's watching from home to see if you're going to become the world champion.
Yeah.
But you got to remember, you're just playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At the end of the day, you're doing the thing you've done so many times before. Focus on your game. Don't worry about all the outside stuff around you. Get in the zone, and remember, it's always time to duel. Not worry about all the excess stuff that's going on around you.
It sounds so simple.
Easier
but when
said
you're
than
in
done.
the moment, when you're up on that stage in those seats, a lot of times I can imagine the stress, the pressure can get to players. Marcello, what are your thoughts on it from experience?
Absolutely. As Billy mentioned, yeah, we have been in a similar spot before, but I give credit to these players. I don't think we have been in that spot. This is insane, you guys. I don't think, like, the stream is amazing, but I don't think it gives enough justice to just how sick this looks. There is an incredible crowd of other players and Yu-Gi-Oh fans watching this live and cheering for these players. They are gonna have amazing entrances, and I'm hyped up for it, honestly.
Yeah, as the players are getting ready, we have more time to kind of dissect what expectations are, but just give props and honor to them for making it to this point. It was a long day yesterday. I know across both streams there was a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh happening.
That's the best. So you could, no matter which, like, you have both the streams open, got to watch Yu-Gi-Oh all weekend. I'm jealous that I had to be here just doing the TCG and OCG. If I was at home, I've been watching it all at the same time, trying to get as much Yu-Gi-Oh action in as I could.
Yeah, I'm happy we were able to get you on the desk here today, because we didn't have a chance to interact with you before. So let's give you a little foray into some of the meta that we expect to see here. The top decks, Marcello, correct me if I'm wrong here at any point, but the legendary decks, we're seeing a lot of Pendulum coming in. We're seeing a lot of Speedroid in those slots. They're both very strong in the current game right now. And also, it just makes sense if you have to play a legendary deck that you would pilot one of those. And then some of the other ones, we saw very creative versions of the Orcus build. The Gaga Orcus was crazy.
Yeah. That was an ally. But yeah, it seems like, as you mentioned, while Pendulum and Speedroids have been somewhat similar across Duelist, the Orcus deck, the Orcus archetype, we could say, is where they shine, because it seems like our Duelist, and that's the same for these finals, have completely different direction on where they use these decks. And I think that's going to pay a huge difference when it comes to how they face off.
That fifth duel from Takagi, Magistus Pendulum. We saw
I'm a big fan of Magistus.
Yeah, we saw he was playing Yugi for the legendary deck, and that's where the Orcus engine was. But then he's going instead for Pendulum Magistus, which blew me away. I was like, I've never seen this before in any of my time on the ladder. So I think that attests to the deck building aspect you were talking about. To make it to this stage, you have to be creative and know the correct decisions to make for your deck.
And they had to go through just to obviously get Billy on it as well. So 6 preliminary rounds and then the semifinals. And both of these duelists only lost one match. So they are on a 6-1 score at the moment. And either one of them, the winner is going to be on 7-1, which is impressive nonetheless. But to do so, they have to win one more best-of-5 match, which is not an easy task.
이름은 이종환입니다. 한국에서 왔습니다. 정말 많이 긴장되는 무대였고 그 긴장감을 최대한 즐기려고 노력을 했고 그 즐긴 덕분에 게임이 잘 풀린 것 같습니다. 제가 연습한 만큼의 경기 결과가 나오기를 바라고 있고 제가 갖고 있는 실력이 경기력으로 전부 발휘되기만 한다면 좋은 결과가 나올 거라고 믿고 있습니다.
我的名字是塔卡基，我的长处就是对于关于游戏方面，就是对于所有的卡组的了解程度都非常高，就是想使用哪个卡组都可以做到轻易的上手。所以说，这方面我会因为这次的规则也是说需要使用非常多的卡组，所以在这方面我会有一定的优势。冠军，yugioh。
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023 Duel Links. First up from the blue side, please welcome Yu. And now from the red side, we have Takagi. World Championship 2023 Duel Links, the final showdown. 決勝戦はこちらの両名の戦いとなります。
And they're ready to go. The finals is about to be underway. Can't wait to see how we can get, how quickly we'll start here. Marcello, do you remember what Takagi was playing in that first duel? And maybe give us an expectation of what we can see to start off here in this round.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen players having different directions, so some of them keep the best decks and what they feel they're more comfortable with from the very last duels. Takagi is on the different route. He starts things off strong with what he feels is their best decks.
Yep.
So usually we have seen him start things off with Speed Droid or all the way down to Pendulum. So that's what we are going to see.
And Destiny Hero as
Yes.
well. Listed that Destiny Hero and Speed Droid were the two that he felt the most comfortable in qualifying for the World Championships. Played both of them in the first two rounds.
Yep.
Destiny Hero first and then Speed Droid. And actually
Exactly.
lost with the Speed Droid
Yeah.
deck and then had to bring it back later in a grueling 5-game series. Billy, if you have to bring multiple decks and you lose with your second favorite, that doesn't feel very good.
It doesn't. Yeah, you really want to rely on your the strong horses of your strategy to carry there. And when something goes off like that, it could really throw you off.
But this came into a conversation me and Marcello were having yesterday that I want to bring up again is the philosophy of how to build your decks. Do you prioritize all the power cards, the best cards in your first couple, where you're trying to come out to an early lead, or it's a best of 5? Do you assume your opponent's going to do the same and say, I'm going to bring maybe an anti-meta deck or something that can play around what I expect them to play, and then have my better cards in my later decks to try and turn that around?
I think I kind of like that chop block strategy. Throw out your weak decks first. If they're stronger decks, they're going to be coming out first. You throw out the weak deck first, you lose with it, still got your stronger one to clean up with in the back games.
Makes the reverse sweep more exciting.
Absolutely, yeah, and we'll get to see what they do. Honestly, they have very different backgrounds, but as you can see, these are the rules for the finals.
Let's cover them right here, right now. You can get this game on your phone currently. If you haven't tried it out, give it a try. Very fun format. It is a speed duel format. Limited zones to play with. This is not your locals Yu-Gi-Oh! This is only 3 monster zones a piece, 3 spell and trap zones a piece. Also, it's exciting, Billy. This is one of my favorite parts. Is on stage, we're going to have voices from the anime. And they kind of antagonize each other up on stage. It's incredible.
I do love that voice lines. I like the character lines. You hear them calling out in the middle of games. One of my favorite parts of Duel Links.
Yeah.
It's just going to be more anime related, while Master Duel not going to have that anime element to it as much.
And the bigger element that adds a layer of complexity to the game is the character skills. Marcello, the character skills can determine things outside of just the decks and really change up how
Absolutely,
they play.
they change a lot, especially when you gotta pick those legendary ones. And what I can tell you is we are gonna see 6 different characters across this finals. They both share 4, but they have one different one across them, and I think that's gonna be an exciting one.
That's good. Oh, interesting. Ooh. Well, you can see we were going through a couple of those rules there. It was about the way that you build the decks. In Duel Links, again, if you're coming in from more traditional Yu-Gi-Oh!, you're not aware of the speed duel, there are 20 to 30 card decks and then 0 to 8 cards in the extra deck. There are a few more slots available depending on some of the skills that we're talking about. You can kind of cheat out that rule and get a few more in there depending on what you're playing. But it means that it is a different pace of Yu-Gi-Oh! Than maybe you should expect if you're playing Master Duel or if you're playing TCG or OCG.
Absolutely, but we have seen yesterday some back and forths, right? I'm thinking of a Chainlink 6 that happened
that was incredible.
The day, and that was nice. So you can see
I can hear the excitement from you guys.
Yeah.
Guys in the same room out here when things are getting a little crazy.
Oh yeah, we've been through some highlights.
I mean, in Master Duel, you get like Tier Elements Labyrinth, you're going to get up to Chainlink 20.
Yeah.
But in Duel Links, it is rare to have these long ones, and Chainlink 6 was incredible. That was probably the highlight of my day. Were there any highlights that you had?
Absolutely. I mean, that was amazing, but I have enjoyed especially the last match, I gotta say, down to the wire, down to the 5th game. And as you can see here, going through those deck limitations, they had to submit a lot different decks, but still, it was even tougher than our Master Duel competitors because they're alone there.
Yes, and another important note here is that the limited list is a little different in Duel Links. If a card is limited, you can only run one of it. But that also means that you cannot run another card that is limited to one. It's a shared pool of cards in that limited 1 category, same with the limited 2 category. So you can only run 2 of a card that is limited to 2, but even if there's another card that's a different name, limited to 2, you can't run that if you've already capped out that limit 2 category. I mean, with only 20 card decks as the minimum, it doesn't actually affect as much as you might expect, but it is just that extra layer, Marcello, where the deck building is so different than what you would have when you're looking at TCG, OCG.
And I can tell you already that one of those decks will have the opposite thing. It will have the maximum of 30 cards from one of our finalists.
Yeah.
So you can
that
see
grass looks greener and Duel Links.
maybe. You know something about that.
But of course, we're talking about the legendary decks as well. So all those rules we just talked about, 20 to 30 cards, all the extra deck, etc. Those also apply to the legendary decks with extra layers on top of it. There are a set amount of cards that you have to go with that are required cards for the selected character, as well as a pool of cards that you can pick from for them, which is why I think we see a lot of speed ride, a lot of pendulum in that spot because of how good they are.
World Championship 2023.
So, with that said, I think we're getting ready to get onto stage. It sounds like it. So, gentlemen, are you ready?
I'm excited. I can't wait to see who our first world champions
go.
will be.
1, duel!
And we are underway. Takagi versus Yuku in the Grand Championships for Duel Links.
Compared to yesterday, obviously we're not going off replays this time around. It will be the first time in the weekend that we see those live duels happening. And well, we are in for a treat, as mentioned. Let's see what the deck they decide to start things off with.
When we're looking at the replays, because yesterday, Happy, you highlighted that, we're watching what had already happened. Now we get to see the live decisions made on stage, and that can add an extra layer of complexity, because we get to feel out how the duelists are feeling. How long are they taking with their turn? Like, are they nervous right now?
Yeah, you get the indication of how long it takes to respond to something can really be a lot of information you can interpret from the opponent, or how long they're thinking about their hand. Is it good? If it's something they normally traditionally draw, they're going to play it pretty quickly because they know exactly what to do in that situation.
If they windmill slam that trap card, that's probably the best response. But if they take time to think, you're like, oh, they have choices, most likely.
What are they thinking about?
Yeah, or maybe they're deciding to hold it now and use it later. And I think that that's going to make it even more exciting, Marcello, because we can kind of put ourselves in their seat a little bit easier.
Yeah, and what I want to see also is how decisive they are with the deck selection. Maybe you see them just instantly picking, and you know, that can also pressure your opponent. If you know this is that you're completely fine. You don't care about the stage, you're confident, you know what you're doing. So that can play some action, I think.
Yeah, I cannot imagine what it must be like to be on that stage right now. First off, it's the World Championship, so obviously, you know, the nerve should be there from that, but it's the first one in 4 years. It's been a long time to get to this point. I'm so happy that we get to be here to celebrate the best in the world at the game, and it just feels good to have the World Championships back.
And yeah, not just the World Championship, for 3 different games too. Like, there's more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh now than ever. It used to just be a card game. You just had the TCG and OCG, but now you have Master Duel and Duel Links. I mean, Duel Links has been around for some time now, 6 going on 7 years, and now with Master Duel, it's just really cool that we have that many different categories and that many different world champions.
All right, but it looks like we are now ready to get on into that grand finals. Yet again, Takagi versus Yuku on the stage. Game 1 start.
And Takagi, once again, he starts things off with his signature Destiny Hero deck.
That's what the Astra Phoenix character implies. It is a 30-card deck, very deep. And now we have... wonder what Yuku's going to be playing here. Typically, this is the Rocket deck that we haven't seen, and that one has been fierce.
I know that
And
card.
there it
That's
is.
quick launch.
Yes.
We actually just saw that in the semifinals with the TCG Dragon Link going on.
Dragon Link is represented in all 3 games. It is
Wow.
a testament to how powerful this deck is. Marcello, the combos, the traditional combos in this one, a little bit different than maybe we've been seeing in the TCG, OCG. So what do we expect an end field to look like in this version of Rocket?
Yeah, we have seen a lot of different things. We can say that this is not probably just a Dragon Link deck. It's more of a synchro deck, but
Yes.
Yuko is also, as we have seen, playing a fusion package, so that could be interesting.
Oh.
We'll see where he wants to go with it, but regardless, it's important to mention this is one of the characters that is not shared. He's the only one of the 2 playing Varys at the finals.
Interesting. Yeah, so Takagi will not be on this deck. I loved seeing this one yesterday. It can
Yes.
climb up into 8-star synchros incredibly easy. Void Ogre Dragon is incredible. Maybe just 3 set
Oh.
back rows
Oh,
with
wow.
a Void Ogre Dragon. That is
Strong
a powerful start. Now, important to note, Takagi was not playing a lot of back row at all yesterday. So, will Void Ogre Dragon actually do much? Oh, wait, okay, maybe he is, and we just
Spoke
didn't
too
see it.
soon.
in that
Never
duel.
mind.
Wow. All right, well, never mind, everybody.
3 face downs for Takagi.
I mean, against a Void Ogre Dragon, I don't know if that's ideal. Crackdown will at least get the once per turn negation.
If he has
Oh,
some-
no, but now there's card in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as he draws, he's going to be able to resolve that crackdown and take the Void Ogre. And now he has cards in hand, so he won't be able to negate. Almost.
it
It's
would have been
almost so
negated
great.
by Crackdown, but this is a nice start regardless. Oh, nice, tributing that
And
for
it-
the Malicious.
It was just a turn pass
Yeah.
from Yuku. So now we're going into the skill. This is what you can activate. It will set a polymerization for free. And now we can use the Malicious's to go into a fusion monster. Let's see what the decision here is for Takagi.
Looks like he's Liquid Soldier too.
Yes, so
Sunrise.
Elemental Hero Sunrise gonna search for his Miracle Fusion off the deck, and we could see him trying to go for that OTK right here.
Okay, we're going into battle phase. Trying to get through some of these back rows. We are assuming that one of these will prevent this. And we have a Paleozoic Canadian.
Gonna flip that Sunrise face down.
Very good first trap to use because now it's a follow-up trap to get the Canadian back out of the graveyard, off the field, have some field presence, and to go into links or tributes. And now we have the next skill activation here. How deep into a combo can we go? We're not going for it. Yuko has used all the back row of the deck.
And there he is, face down, Miracle Fusion activated.
All right, some malicious.
Fusion summon a monster.
What were we going to go for?
Absolute zero.
Gonna be another Sunrise.
My monster's
And I mean, we have to assume there are more, maybe another copy of Canada to just keep Yuko in this one. But definitely a rough start.
Don't forget that Takagi has back row of their own. I wonder. Ooh, warning
Okay.
point. Okay, so we're trying to prevent further fusion summons or link summons.
Yeah, being able to use that Liquid Soldier multiple times is pretty awesome.
Oh, that's nice though. Well, you just get some value out of that card.
Yeah, at this point now, Yuko forced to get back to Canada just to stay in this one. But he will lose out one of the other 2 face downs, I guess.
I love the expendable die in this Destiny Hero deck. You can get value out of your warrior monsters,
Yeah.
even the little ones. And now we have 2 fusion monsters in attack mode. So there's gonna be a lot of damage.
And now we get to go for the Plasma back, and with the Malicious, this could still be enough, because the Malicious can attack over the Canada, so...
That's a good point. Now, what's the last back row for Yuko? That is going to determine this entire game 1. Can you stay alive, Yuko?
And
We
there
have
is a
Phoenix Chain.
Phoenix Chain.
All right. That should keep Yugioh in this, but you don't have a lot of resources left. You're down to a big draw here.
Down to 1,100 life points. Can he pull this one out, or is this gonna be already over for game one?
I do not put a lot of stock in the Rocket deck off the draw unless they can combo with the other card in hand. Maybe the field spell would work. But there's still back row you're trying to fight through. Okay, Tracer's actually huge.
That's huge. You can destroy your own Fiendish Chain now to try and access potentially, you know, we've seen Scarlight, we've seen a lot of different options.
Dillinger's Dragon activates its effect from the graveyard.
Yep. We can maybe look to Link Climb here as well. There's a few options for Yugioh. Let's see where the player decides to go.
This is still doable, but a Canadian of his own from Takagi.
Wow. That will hit the tuner most likely. I imagine this Rocket Tracer. There it is. That means no more plays and an expendable die. I think Takagi's got it.
My trap activates.
Double expendable dies, hits the back row, another Fiendish Chain. And that means that there's not a lot protecting Yugioh here.
Takagi seemed to be in control of the entire game.
Absolutely, and now all he needs to do is attack over any of his monsters, and this is it.
We're going to go for Decider onto the board.
I like how the same Destiny heroes have been good since the beginning of Duel Links, and they're still being used today. These came out in Duel Links from the first couple of years.
Yeah, it's incredible how long this deck has stuck around. We got the attack, nothing stopping it. Takagi takes game one. Congratulations to the qualifier through Casey Cup in points for having the first victory. It is a best of 5. There's a chance for Yugioh to come back, but a strong start from Takagi.
Not a surprise, once again sticking with the deck that got him here. He said that he mostly played Destiny Heroes in the KC Cup, and he starts once again with it, not letting him down.
So this is also how we started yesterday.
Yep.
Presumably, if we follow the same game plan, it will be Speedroids coming up next. Surprisingly enough, he didn't win that one in the semifinals, but we do know that Takagi, and what we learned about him was that he's a very patient duelist.
Yeah.
I didn't notice a lot of nerves in the semifinals. Obviously, we don't see the live reactions, so maybe there was when we were watching the replay, but it felt like there were decisions being made that I would have just flipped the card and said, no, you're not going to do that. And he's like, no, I'm going to let them do it, and I'm going to flip at the right time. So I'm very impressed with Takagi as a duelist overall.
Yeah, that time response is really huge. Not just having a card that you can't activate doesn't mean you should always click yes. You got to wait for that opportune moment to jump in and really disrupt the opponent.
I like to remind people there's a reason I'm here and they're there. No shade on, I guess, the two actual players.
Whoa.
Yeah, how come you're not up on the stage?
I don't know. I tried, but it wasn't quite good enough.
I did try as well through the
next year.
Always next year.
But we are getting into game 2. Takagi leads 1-0 versus Yugioh. Game 2 underway. And now it's swapping the characters. Yugioh will play Aster Phoenix, presumably that Destiny Hero deck, and Takagi is onto the Speedroids.
Yes, as you mentioned, keeping the same order as yesterday, and now up against his own signature deck. Let's see if Yugioh can give it justice.
It's my turn.
And did Yugioh open as well as Takagi? I believe it's still a 30-card deck. Starting with the win, getting that terror top. So
has my mic been off this whole time? I'm so dumb.
Is so consistent in Duel Links. I think that is the most powerful part about this.
But yeah, Speedroid versus Destiny Heroes.
Marcello, I don't think we ever saw
I was talking that whole time. I didn't even notice my mic was off. I thought of that after checking my stream on my others. My other my phone. But yeah, Speedroids. He's just going full Speedroid combo. So this is gonna be hard to deal with.
All you need really is that win charmer, and you can go all in with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of openers in this deck, and it is a smaller deck. A reminder, Duel Links.
Is he just gonna go all in? Probably a clear wing plus a crystal wing is kind of hard to deal with. Oh no, he's going for Star's Charge Warrior.
Generally, it will also have a on the field as well.
Drawing another card. Probably hoping for more back row.
Free card, always nice.
and Yuko's going to have to fight into a pretty intimidating board.
Able to special summon attackers top board since he has the wind on the field. Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Those are some of my favorite cards. I know you know about Speedway Terror Top Attack and Top board.
Yeah, back in 2017, obviously.
I missed out on that.
Speedway Terror Top is quite the terror.
I get to relive
So there's a bunch of talking on this. So I'm gonna turn down their audio, because now that my mic's on, there's just gonna be a bunch of talking going on. So yeah, clear wing. There's clear wing. Duel Link's animations are pretty good. They didn't give Crystal Wing an animation. I feel like they should. There's the skill to get red-eyed dice again.
Yeah, the dice hits the field, and now we can upgrade into that Crystal Wing, possibly. Let's see what he wants to go.
This one's gonna. This gives him excavate 2s, right? And then he can draw. Just pick one. So 3? Oh no, 3. Okay. Chalice is really good. So he has to deal with. What do you synchro? A 4-star? 1 plus. Was that 3? Yeah. So 4-star? What can you make here? Puzzle. Okay. During the. I've never read puzzle. It's start of damage stuff. It's a special summon. Double its attack. Now he's what is he making? Oh, that's 4 plus 4, so he's gonna make a Crystal Wing here.
This one doesn't have a summoning animation.
Yeah, this is. They should have given Crystal Wing a summon animation, but. So yeah, that's a monster negate and a level 5 or higher monster negate. So this is gonna be pretty hard to deal with. Plus 2 back row, and one of them is known to be a Forbidden Chalice. Oh, and the puzzle floats into double yo-yo. That's pretty strong. So that means he has follow-up for next turn. So let's see how Yuko's gonna get out of this. There's Rhoda. Okay, Rhoda's pretty strong. Celestial. Normal summon Celestial. So that Forbidden Chalice isn't going to do anything, so the skill gives you a Malicious Engrave plus a Poly. Okay, there's Crystal Wing negating. So that feeds out 1 negate. He still has the materials for a Poly though. So that was a little too soon. There's Dystopia.
I love me some Dystopia gaming.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Usually we've seen it pair up later on with the Swordsman. Yeah.
Wait, now it's gonna get another negate from Clear Wing. Ah, yeah, that sucks. If he has like a Forbidden Chalice, he can stop this. Nope. Okay, that's rough. Setting 3 passing. Ugh, this is not good for him.
But thinking about the Destiny Hero decks, those might be a couple of bluffs. We'll see. Can Takagi end it here? Would go up 2-0 in this best of 5 in the grand finals. You can win here.
I like being able to utilize the other effect of Speedroid Attack and Top Borg as opposed to just being material, and pure Speedroid's actually even better. Being able to summon the Speedroid from the deck.
Yeah, it's actually a Speedroid card.
It's awesome. Yeah,
Bringing back Daiko Denden.
I thought it was a Terror Top card.
Denden Daiko Duke. I got that backwards. So just flipping. What's he flipping face down?
Okay. So Yuko does not
the tuner?
have 3 back row
Okay.
set. There are actually cards. We are playing
Okay,
Yuko.
how's he gonna deal with this and not die? He should have maybe saved that for battle phase. Okay, Crackdown. Okay, that's really strong. Stealing his Crystal Wing's gonna.
Probably best case scenario is a response here.
Lance. Okay, that saves him.
The chalice. I believe we had the chalice that was found earlier. So that means we know that
Oh no, this is over.
Lance will protect them. That should be it.
That could be over unless there's another
Does he has one more back row, so he might be able to save himself if it's second crackdown.
Windstorm Sky
Nope,
strike
that's it.
for the game. Takagi up 2-0.
Wow, that was incredible. It was a speedy match.
Speedy. Yeah. A Takagi show, and again, he's so comfortable in these.
Okay, that was pretty rough. It looks like, is he just gonna get 3-0'd here?
Absolutely, what a show off, and I don't want to jinx it, but this might be the first time ever all weekend that we see that 3-0's whip. And if it happens in the finals, that will be insane.
I mean, so why he's here in the finals, ready to be.
Yeah, no, this Duel Links is just super sacky. I really do not like how the Duel Links meta has shaped up. Back row is just way too strong.
Should be up next.
I've heard y'all nonstop talking about this match from yesterday, so I'm excited to see the deck that.
But one more duel, maybe. 1 to 3 more duels,
It's very
perhaps.
different the way Takagi plays it, especially the way that I built it. Maybe part of that has to do with the limitations and the rule set for how you build your decks. But either way, it seemed like Takagi was very comfortable and very confident in how to pull off the Crusadia combos. And again, that was the instance where I felt he played it so patient.
Speedroids are just way too strong going first.
He had some very unique choices in his decks, and not only in the way that he picked even the characters.
Apparently the Japanese stream is better. I don't know. It just has the Yusei voice actor, so he can actually. So he's like actually voice acting stuff, but I wouldn't understand it because I'm not Japanese. I don't understand Japanese. Okay, this could potentially be the last duel. Oh, but he's going first with Speedroids, so this might not be over.
Not out of the realm of possibility.
Anything can happen at the World Championship.
And I can tell you that much. Playmaker and AI means Crusadia.
So Takagi did not have any back row outside of Crusadia Crawler.
Okay, let's see what he's doing.
Went first, set up the Crusadia with Crawler,
Okay, starting with Win.
Crawler, and then one on
Grabbing
the turn with a
Terratop. Terratop activate, grab Takatomboy probably, right?
Yugioh, no, because Yugioh's on speedroids right now going first. So you can at least try and stop some of the Kaiju.
Yep, there's Takatomborg.
But you're not going to be interacting as much with all the Crusadia climbing. It could get tough.
You're right
He's
about
gonna have to.
consistency
He's
on
gonna
the
need back row
We're going to see the exact
to deal with
same combo, I
Crusadia,
guarantee you.
if it's Crusadia.
For a different opening instead
I usually
of,
associate
searching for the
Playmaker
normal
with
summon, maybe he
Orcus
already
though.
has it.
I don't know why the other commentators are saying Crusadia,
There it is.
but I didn't actually watch any of the Duel Links matches for these two players, so I have no idea what decks they actually have.
Let's go.
This is a cool one.
Yep, this
I'm
is
a
why
big
I
fan
don't
now.
mind that everyone's playing speedroids because we get treated to this every single time.
Okay, there's Clearwing.
Synchro summon.
There it is.
Yeah, that's really sweet. Just that background right there at the very end really makes it so nice.
All right, so the Clearwing Synchro Dragon hits the field.
There's
Skill
Clearwing.
will continue on
Acceleration.
the further combo.
So he's just gonna end with Crystal Wing plus back row.
That he just lost to twice in a row now.
He did normal summon.
Picked up the deck that he
So
lost
if he
to,
has
but
like,
that is not working
if he has the
And that
double
is the big
yo-yo, he
factor
could
as
extend
you
past
find
here.
decks to bring, which matchup are you gonna get, and
Then again, Clearwing isn't good in this matchup because it's gonna be focused on Link monsters mostly, which don't have levels.
amazing opening. Nonetheless,
So the Crystal Wing's the only thing that he can actually use.
and he's
continue to climb
Oh,
from here. This is
okay,
like
no, he is going for double yo-yo.
most of the time, but now we have the double yo-yo summon after the fact. Get back in tuner.
So double yo-yo, he's probably just gonna make
Typically, we want to get into one of
probably
our
just probably make Clearwing. I don't know if he that's not gonna do much here. If it's versus Orcus, he can negate the Orcus Nightmare, I guess.
double yo-yo pick up.
But I can't really think of anything
Set would
Clearwing would be good for here.
pivotal in this matchup. Otherwise, if Takagi has 3 Crusadia monsters in hand, it's going to be kind of tough to survive.
Yeah, no, it's level 6. Okay, so he's going for Clearwing probably. Because I don't think there is another level 7 wing.
Like Echo Max and stuff. Yeah,
The
makes a
double
lot of sense.
damage, battle damage over with Echo Max is huge.
Okay, and then set 2 pass.
those are amazing going second. You can, you know,
Okay, so set 2 pass plus monster negate.
Going to Crusadia combo, and this,
So let's see what he does.
but there's 2 back row. Oh, that is very
Okay, what's he
impactful.
gonna do? Summoning a monster. Starting off with Arborea.
not a kaiju yet.
Okay,
I would
so
imagine
probably
this guy
going
would come
into
down
Magistus.
first.
I'm just this.
Just to get through the crystal wing. So maybe this is a sign
Magus?
that there
Magus?
is no kaiju in
Is
here
it
for
Magus or
Takagi.
Magus?
I guess you could do it now.
Great at making
Magius. Never mind. I didn't know about the eye in the middle. I was gonna special summon.
Oh, God, sorry. He's forbidden.
Activate Reclusia.
Okay, this is a nice one. You could,
So he can. So he's Magus and then chain link to Reclusia to chain block here.
He's actually
Forces out the clear wing here,
enough for deciding to keep the other one.
and then the Arborea saves.
Reclusia can
Oh, no,
actually
he's
get
not
through
gonna go
some of these monsters, so I think it makes sense. You have to stop that one. I do like that from Takagi.
Yeah, because
Reclusia
now
forces it out.
the
Okay,
negation
there's
is gone. Ooh,
Draco.
and here's the Draco.
Wow, so we have Draco, we have Maximus in hand. This is the ideal Crusadia opening. I think we still need a Kaiju in order to OTK, but we haven't seen, I believe, 2 cards in the hand of Takagi.
So now he's gonna make the link 2 that searches, because I think they added that before the. Yeah, no, they did. Because that's really what the deck was missing before. Regulix was it's pretty important for the OTK.
I missed out on when it was first coming out.
Oh, it's
in
great
this
at link
UCG,
climbing, yes.
But very fun to revisit it. One of the big
Okay,
reasons Duel Links is
there's
such a
Arborea.
fun game. It experienced a different
And
format.
the field spell isn't Duel Links, right? No, he's gonna go at power. Okay. Yeah, power guarantees your OTK, I think.
Now these back row are way less threatening. This is part of why Crusadia is so good at going second. The OTK is not difficult to set up. Takagi had to play this correctly, and he did. But now this is the reward. Equimax, Maximus in hand.
Okay, so if he has,
Power as well.
do they have the
This
field spell?
duel
Because if he
could
does,
end
he can
right here.
just
Could this be already
attack
it
all of them
for
at
that
once.
3-0?
3 effects to grab a bunch of life points to survive for next turn.
Oh yeah, we haven't even used the skill here.
No.
Gaining all that
Okay,
life
there's
points back.
Maximus.
Currently doing double damage.
So double damage.
Power early.
That's
Yeah.
too interesting.
Interesting. Do we have a second power then?
Ooh, but we see the lance. change.
Lance,
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and then
does lose the attack. Now it's
Huh.
about the effects of other
That's
spells. Perhaps this
interesting.
other back row
Does he
still
have-
won't do anything.
what's that spell? I can't.
Still.
Oh, there's succession.
Succession to bring it back.
Okay, that brings it back.
22 by a link monster?
That's not gonna kill.
Takagi is very creative. We're just hitting into the big synchro.
So at this
It's
point,
not the
I think
OTK.
you just pass,
Yugioh
hit
is
hit
still
Crusadia,
in this, but it's looking rough.
hit the Maximus, and then pass turn. And that'd be pretty hard to deal with.
In the end phase through the graveyard, thanks to the puzzle.
Yeah.
But he didn't open up with that combo, and now he's left top decking, I guess.
That's a good point. Typically, Speed Ride, the power of it is not only the consistent setup, but also the follow-up on the next turn
Yep.
if your opponent doesn't OTK you right there.
But now we get to use once again that skill.
We still have this.
He's
Skills
going
have
for it.
So many effects.
What's that gonna do here?
Layers to them. Adds so much depth to these
That just
matches.
gives him 1 excavation,
Really
right?
seems to really have a huge impact on the gameplay. More so than how you draw, it
And
seems
let's
like.
see
Yeah.
this
much
excavate.
more.
Okay. Oh,
That's
Chalice
right,
is really
Chalice.
strong. Yeah, he clears the Maximus.
So we're gonna just clear through the Maximus. I'm trying to remember. Do we know what's in hand for Takagi? Was that the Arborea, or is that a?
Why is there a
mysterious
pause here?
card?
Can he do?
Yeah, he summoned
Oh,
the
did he
Arborea.
keep the? He must have kept the Chalice in hand. That makes
Could assume
sense,
it's
I guess.
probably one of the others, Crusadia, you already
Oh no, it's
mentioned
Arborea.
throughout the turn.
Yeah, Arborea
The
protects.
Arborea on the graveyard
Okay.
Will protect Maximus on field.
And
That's
this,
it.
that's it.
2 back row for Yugioh. These
So
will
we
have
know
to
he has
be
1
already
Chalice. I don't
here.
know if we know the other card.
We know that Takagi
The
has
Chalice
a
can stop
huge
Maximus's
Crusadia
effect,
extra deck
but that
back.
means
There's
he can still
another
beat over to
full
Clear
line
Wing.
Of Crusadia cards that were shown in
What's he going for?
semifinals, and we're just
Is he linking someone for the for the Magius?
Huh.
Why is he going for Magius here?
Takagi goes with this one.
Yeah, just gonna. We know
Okay,
that
there's
he's doing the
Magius.
second copy, you know, so
Yeah.
he feels like he can just combo through and then makes a second one later on.
Okay. Then
Just
Arborea.
gets another
Okay.
Arborea into rotation. Yeah.
Grabbing
Now
second
knows that
Arborea.
there is
That's
the
pretty
forbidden
interesting.
chalice face down,
They didn't-
and
he
so
didn't
could
chalice
just
the
practice
Maximus.
the Equimax, 'cause then he could
Probably waiting for Equimax so it can't kill him.
So he grabbed replace. He maybe already has.
Like, cause he can chain
I feel like
that
Draco's pretty
in
useful
battle
follow,
step,
yeah.
so damage step, so he can't
Yeah.
respond. because Equimax's effect doesn't negate activations.
He has a strategy of where this field is going. We're going for the
that's
Reclusia.
huge.
This will force out the Forbidden Chalice most likely.
I would agree.
Yeah.
On the Regulix.
Okay, Regulix
I
can
guess
get rid of
maybe
the
if he
back.
goes on- he's
Yeah,
gonna go
getting
for
rid of the
the
back row right now.
Nice.
Yeah, because the Reclusia otherwise can just pop itself in something
Probably going
else.
for Maximus here.
I guess you could just chain it on the link, right? So
Yeah, I
What are you
think
chaining
we're
on?
going Regulix.
Oh no, he changed on Regulus.
well played here by Yuko, and let's see this last card in end if he is able to come up with the field here. Yeah.
Let's see. So
Is it
the
Drake?
Equimax is gonna have
That would be so cool.
36.
That would be incredible. We
Double
still don't know what
damage.
Yuko's other
That's gonna be
matchups are
22.
right now.
That's not enough to kill.
It's been down for quite
But I
some
don't know
time.
what Yuku has in
terms of
hand
dueling
to
time.
recover for next turn.
It's a
So we
good,
we don't know that.
distinction to make. Now, we know there's another Equimax in Takagi's extra deck. I'm not sure what the other two cards are, if there's other options to go into in this instance. And if so, what those might be, and if they can actually get through what
He's
Takagi
thinking
is
about
putting
it.
down.
Because he I
why
don't think he
I
can
was
get the
surprised to see,
OTK here unless he
Arcadia.
has an
It's not
unless
one
he
of
has a
the highest
kaiju.
powered decks around, and it can be tough to play through a lot of the top threats.
I think we are just going maybe for the second Equimax and attack. That's it.
I guess.
Let's see, or maybe not. Maybe you could go for something else. Let's see.
They're the right arrows.
Yeah.
There is the Equimax. We can just try and clear the clear wing. And then hopefully that back row does not do
Okay.
much to stop.
Sending
it.
another-
We have another
sending another
Maximus.
Maximus.
Yeah.
Ooh, do we just switch everything? Oh, we're keeping one Maximus in
Okay.
defense.
No response.
So he didn't do the double damage. He wants to clear the field. Okay. That's
Also
That's pretty good. That
Takagi
means-
is basically at
let's
least
see what
like
Yuku top
5
decks
points
though,
down.
because he has one back row. He has one card in hand. Oh, he had win in hand. Okay.
Need to combo through
So,
this field. An intimidating
that gives
field.
him Taka
Equimax can
Tomborg.
negate something here.
There's
You also need
Denden
clear
Daiko Duke
7,600
gives him-
damage at
Yeah.
some point throughout this duel to Takagi.
If there was a top deck, that was one of the better ones.
There's
with the
Piper.
win. Now there is at
There's
least an
Taka
overall
Tomborg.
coming back into this.
He
Let's
can make
see
clear
how
wing and
far
then
the
beat
line
over the
There's no back row for Takagi, so it's really just this Equimax that Yuko needs to play through. But Takagi, this is what I said.
that beats over the
Patient
one
player.
in
He's
defense
waiting
position.
for
That
the
means
right moment.
the Equimax won't have the attack. Oh, he's going for a
Skyway
Zeta.
Lord
Okay.
Zeta.
I didn't even. That's
Oh,
interesting.
That's exciting.
Yeah, but the issue is there is still
Okay,
a
Zeta is
counter.
hard to deal with.
Now in Memphis, you can banish both, and he's
So he
gonna
can
be
banish the
left,
Equimax.
with no field.
Oh no, there's a kaiju.
Okay.
Oh
This should
no,
be it.
Yeah.
it's
Takagi
over.
have the headphones coming
This
off.
might be it.
And that's the
That's it. That's the
kaiju.
game.
He has it.
A
Takagi
3-0.
with a 3-0
Oh
sweep
man.
is your Duel Links 2023 World Champion.
Wow, what an incredible match. 3-0.
Wow.
Well deserved, and what a match. We mentioned it.
Dang,
no
3-0.
all weekend,
Okay.
And now he does it in the finals. Amazing, amazing Takagi.
And that must suck if you get second place at Worlds. Getting 3-0, that's pretty embarrassing. But he kind of got screwed in all the games. The Crusadia player going second, that's pretty unlucky.
我的冠军非常开心。
His other his opponent playing speedrun and going first, and then him not being able to play through. That's pretty also really unlucky. Yeah, Duel Links is just so hard to deal with when you don't open the card. Just opening only 4 cards.
素晴らしい試合をしてくれた選手に盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。
Maybe I should bring out my Crusadia deck.
Takagi, a 3-0 Marcello. This was not a 5-game series. This is the first sweep that we have seen all weekend on stream.
What a match it was, and what surprised me, or maybe not, was that Takagi just stick with what he did all weekend, bringing the same decks in
Yep.
the same exact order. It just worked out.
Billy, you gotta see
Okay.
a Crusadia
Well,
deck.
that
How
is
you feeling
that was
right now?
really
I
tough.
watched TCG OCG yesterday. This is the treat of dueling.
I mean, this almost felt more like TCG OCG than I remember from Duel Links back when I was playing in my day. But it was incredible. It looked like both players really know what they were doing. Came in with the strategy. As you said, the same play
I'm not sure I agree with
yesterday.
Billy Break
Don't
here.
fix it.
I felt
That
like there
strategy led
wasn't
him to
much.
becoming
There wasn't
the Duel Links
really
World
any
Champion,
misplays.
the first
That
one
was.
in
I think it
4
was just really
And we
luck of
did
the
see
draw
there
there.
was back row in Takagi's deck.
Though he did use one of the clear wings for. I don't know, that kaiju draw was really unlucky. He just top decked the kaiju and won there. That was really bad for him.
Unfortunately lost out, but yeah, Takagi is just the star of the show for now. What a year for him.
Yeah, in every competition there must be winners, there must be losers, but you're still on the final stage. So respect to all the players that participated over the weekend.
Well, that was a
Congratulations
quick
to
Duel Links
Takagi
match.
for taking
So
the
is Master
victory
Duel next?
and
I'm
the World
guessing they're
Championship. The first
leaving
in 4
TCG
years. It's
OCG
not just the
Worlds
fact
for
that he gets now say
last.
he's the best in the world of Duel Links,
It might be.
but it's the best. It has
So
not
they
been
started like an
decided
hour
for
ago,
a
so that took an
long
hour.
stretch of time.
But Master Duel's definitely taking at least 3 hours. So yeah, no, I'm gonna be up all night. Man.
Plays at the KC Cup, maybe a lot of players underestimated him, and now he is the world champion. He's the best player in the world.
I mean, that's one thing that I love about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you don't have to be ranked the highest. You just have to get into the tournament. And once you're there, everyone has that equal opportunity, the same chance to walk away with the championship.
Yeah, you can have these, deep
Are they gonna
runs
go for a break
from
now?
players. So with that said, that is it for dueling.
Oh, looks like they're going into a break. Oh, great. How am I gonna fill this time? Oh no, what are they playing now? Is this gonna be an announcement for Duel Links? Okay, 5Ds, Dark Side, Zexal, Arc 5, Brains. Are they? They're announcing 7s, aren't they? They are announcing 7s. Oh man, how are they gonna implement Rush Duels into Duel Links? Yeah, how are they implement? This is a way this is the first instance of them releasing Rush Duels internationally, at least.
皆さんこんにちは。コナミデジタルエンターテインメント遊戯王デジタルゲーム制作チームプロデューサーの寺島です。
This is the guy who announced Master Duel, right?
2016年
He,
に
it looks like he aged or something. And Master Duel was only like a year ago since it released.
遊戯王デュエルモンスターズから始まり、昨年アニメ6作品目の遊戯王ブレインズを追加し、さまざまなワールドで楽しんでいただいているかと思います。現在9月28日の新ワールド開放に向けて準備を進めておりますが、今回は7作品目となる遊戯王セブンスワールドが追加される予定です。
I mean, we've known this for a while because of the data mines, but still pretty cool to have an official announcement.
遊戯王ラッシュデュエルがデュエルリンクスでも遊べるということです。
I really hope they bring the physical Rush Duels over to TCG reasons as well, because I want the physical cards too.
新しいデュエルを体験いただけます。一から始めることができる遊戯王の新たな入り口として、すべての皆様にデュエルリンクスを楽しんでいただければと。
I'm probably good. Honestly, the Rush Duel meta is way more fun than the current Duel Links meta. I've got to say, at least from what I've played of the Switch game, I did stream a little bit of it, but I haven't touched it since I've streamed it. That's mostly just because of the emulation being so hard on the computer for some reason. I don't know why Yuzu doesn't run it very well. But I feel like Rush Duel is more fun. It's pretty fun. And I hope they do bring it over to TGOCG.
Can you believe it? We got 7s coming, Billy.
I'm so excited. One of my favorite characters from all the animated series is actually from 7s, and I've been watching it since the beginning, and that's Luke.
Wait.
I can't wait to play as Luke in the Yu-Gi-Oh! 7s world. I'm so excited for
The
this.
funny thing is, I even asked you this ahead of the show. Who's your favorite character? And you're like, yeah, you can't play him in Duel Links. But hey, look at that!
I'm so pumped.
You manifested.
I really did. I believed in
Thank
it.
you, Billy. Everyone actually.
Okay,
says
but
Billy.
Rush Duel,
Thank you for bringing this in.
Rush Duel is pretty exciting. Honestly, I feel like more people should give it a try. I mean, that's the difficulty of it. They didn't release it internationally for no reason. The only way you can play it internationally is a dumb Switch game that's digital only.
Coming up next, we have the Master Duel World Finals. So make sure to
But
stick around.
yeah, Rush Duel is pretty fun.
Is coming up right after
Like
this.
you'd think the draw fives would be like an issue, but it actually means that no matter what, as long as you can draw cards, you can get back into the game in Rush Duels, and it's pretty back and forth actually. There's like no complete domination factor. I feel even going first versus going second isn't even a huge deal. But yeah, now they're on break and I don't know what to do. So yeah, well, they're on break. So I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna go grab something really quick while they're on break. It's probably gonna be a while before they come back.
Three, two, one.
Okay, I'm back. Also, I had to grab a fan, so there might be more audio pollution now because I am blowing a fan straight into my face because it is so hot in the room I'm in right now. But yeah, so 26 minutes until they start Master Duel. So let's see, what can I do to fill the time? I guess I could. Here, I'm gonna close this, mute the audio. We can play Master Duel for like a couple minutes. For like 20 minutes while I'm waiting. I'm gonna have to keep it up on a second monitor to stream so that way I can actually monitor this. Okay. So, swapping the scene over. I'm gonna have to open the game up. I could also play Duel Links, but I don't really feel like it. And I don't know, I have more fun with Master Duel nowadays. Like I was saying before, Duel Links just feels so sacky. Let's see, let me open up the official stream on my phone, so that way I can notice when it actually starts up again, so I don't get too sidelined. Yeah, that's just gonna be running in the background. Is it capturing? Okay, it is capturing. Yep, I'm in silver because I don't bother playing rank 2 up much. I like play 1 game per day of rank, unless there's an event going on in which I play more games of Master Duel. I find more fun with Master Duel when I'm actually playing in the events. I mean, it's workable, I guess. Maybe. Let's start with scaling up. Okay. Letting that resolve. Activating that. Okay, letting that resolve. Normal summon Skulk with that Joker. Activates effect. Any response still? No response. I want this to be a decent discard. So I think I'm gonna go for... Yeah, Wisdom Eyes. I don't really care here. I feel like he's gonna max in me. In which case I can give him like a minimum amount of draws. Let's see. Pendulum Summon 1. Okay, let's Pen Call. Discard the Wisdom Eyes. Grab this. And grab this. At the low scale. Yeah, maxing me now. This toggle is really... There we go, there's the max. That's fine. Let's see, how many draws am I going to give him? 2, 3... 3? 4? We're going to give him 4 draws, I think. Go for Baron Verte. Okay, let's activate this. Make Baron here. Let's get Ash this. I'm fine with that. That Ash doesn't really matter. No, I'm not going to negate that. That's the big Celestial here. No real point with defending past this. Rotate is one more draw, and then DP is another draw. We're going to start with 8 cards in hand. Should I just stop here? I think I'm just gonna stop here. 1 negate's probably fine. Versus 7 cards. Yeah, I think this is fine. I'm just gonna have to hope he can't kill me. Nearby. That would activate there. Main. Crystal Girl, huh? I think that's fine. I'm not... Huh? I had never seen this card before. Add one level 5 or higher water monster from your deck to your hand. I'm gonna have to turn the audio down. I just realized it's loud as hell. What's this? True Sun God. Add one Winged Dragon of... What is this? What is this deck he's running? This is like the weirdest combination I've seen. The audio is definitely getting polluted by my fan, but it's so hot in my room. Winged Dragon of Ra, Ancient Chant. That's fine. How's he gonna get 3 materials on field for it? No, that's fine. Soul Crossing. Okay, yeah, we're not. That's definitely not resolving. Unless he has a negate for that. Okay. If he has a second Soul Crossing, then I guess he's just the better player, you know? Should probably turn my gain down for my microphone. That way, the audio pollution is less bad. But yeah, no, this is very silly. Okay, he's just ending his turn there. Yeah, Crystal Girl activates. He's adding Guardian Slime to his hand. Okay. Very strange. Let's activate Baron's effect so that way I can get the negate back later. Okay, now we're gonna make Electromite. Alright, this is a mandatory effect. Can we use Chain Block with the Metal Foes? The Electromite here. And then... what are we gonna add to grab back? I think I want to actually, yeah, Oath Dragon should work here. Oh, I could have just grabbed the Oath Dragon off of this. Oh, whatever. We're gonna grab... Dragon Hit's not too bad. Wisdomize? Okay, Electromite pop the double Iris. Adds back the Oath Dragon. Actually, I could have gone for the, I could have gone for the Skullcrobat Joker instead. Eh, whatever, this is fine. Okay. Grab the double Iris again. Now I can make I can make Supreme King. Copy Electromite. Now I can grab the Skullcrobat actually. Do I want the extra graph instead? No, we're gonna go for this. Activate this. Normal summon Skullcrobat Joker. Activate its effect. Doesn't really matter what I grab here, because I pretty much have everything I need. Grab this. And now we're gonna go for Celine here. Just making sure I have 5 summons. Okay. No, we have to summon 2 from extra. And harmonizing from hand. Harmonizing effect grabs my last Oaf Dragon here. So yeah, this should be over at this point. Is this already lethal? Let me just checking. Yeah, no, this is already lethal, but I can activate this at least. Yeah, we're just gonna go for it then. Can I not attack? Huh? Why can't I attack? Did I activate something that means I can't attack, or... Why can't I attack? Okay, I have no idea what happened there. Two, three. Gonna summon Dragon Pit here. We can end off on 2 negates as well. Yeah, we're just gonna end off on a couple negates here. We still got 15 minutes until we start again. So why can't I attack? I don't think did I activate something that means I couldn't attack? Well, whatever. Let's see him try to get through this. This resolves, this resolves. We can add Mythical Kill Beast, Jackal King, I guess. Maybe I shouldn't have left everything attack. Well, he can't activate Lightning Storm, actually. So it didn't really matter in this case. We're not activating Baron. That's fine. See what he can do. Okay, tributing 3 for Sphere Mode, probably. Ballin'. That's fine, actually. I still have Link monsters to use as Sphere Mode for material. Millennium Revelation. Someone Divine Beast from your hand to the grave, add a monster reborn, and your deck to your hand. Okay. Yeah, we're not letting that resolve. Can grab harmonizing, I guess. Did Crystal Go just not let me attack? Maybe that was it. No, that's not it. What the heck was it not letting me attack last turn? So, I guess we'll start off with this. Send Destrudo. Make Beyond the Pendulum. Add off of it. It doesn't really matter here. Sure, I guess I can add Supreme King Dragon. And this one just adds, I don't know, Wisdomize. Now we Pendulum Summon. Pendulum Summon this. This and this. 1, 2, 3. And chain block so I don't get ashed. Pop these 2 unknown back row. Is it this face-up card? Called by is fine. Monsters cannot attack the turn they are special summoned. Oh, okay. Okay, these 2 cards don't do anything really. He's playing Volcanic Rocket, okay. Let's see, how much longer? They still have 9 minutes until they start. Grab this. We're gonna be making Savage Dragon here. Savage Dragon can equip Celine. Celestial Magician. We do have to get rid of this. That brings Astrobograph back. So this is definitely lethal here. So that took a little bit to assemble lethal for no reason. So we finally got here. Let's see, do I have time for one more match? I don't really think so. Actually, what we can do, because I'm guessing well, actually, I'm not guessing. Master Duel is definitely up next. So we can watch some of the Master Duel replays from yesterday. Where was it? I'm pretty sure it's in Duel Live. So what should we watch? So that was all the we can watch the the American team side versus Latin America. Let's see one of their matches while we have time. I'll give commentary, I guess. This animation for the Worlds is pretty hype. They should give this field to us so we can get it. He's using the ball hand. The ball mate? Okay. Okay, this is Dragon Link. And Jesse Cotton's probably on tier limits. So Bestial Serenir, Sendalute, Belion, Maxi, okay. Up and called by. Okay, so that didn't matter. I want to say Ghost Bell? Nope, okay. So there goes Maxi. Okay, Y Reverser going for Striker Dragon. This is a pretty standard Dragon Link play. Y Reverser effect, Striker Dragon effect. So he's gonna get Boot Sector Launch and the Collapse Serpent. Is he just gonna Sphere's Pass? Doesn't really look like he can do much. He does have lose Belion and Graves, but like, okay, now he has Romulus. Romulus can send Absol-Router, and that might be able to get him off for the races on other stuff. Okay, there goes Magnemite. Magma effect, and then Tribute Fruit Belion. Why does Rebellion even get an animation? It doesn't do much. And regained. Okay, discard Max C. Discard. I don't know if I would have discarded Max C there, unless he drew multiple. Like, you know Jesse Cotton's on tier limits, and tier limits can't really push through an OTK. So as long as you can, if you activate Max C, they pretty much have to try to go for an OTK, but if you put up enough negates, they can't do anything. Okay, there's Chaos Ruler. Mill 3. Safer, probably, or Caliber. Or Valor. Actually, Valor's probably the pick, right? Oh no, Safer. Okay. Did he not normal summon yet? He hasn't normal summoned. Okay. Now he gets Levianeer. Levianeer banish a bunch of darts, right? For the... Ooh, that is rough. So Jesse Cotton's gonna be starting with only 4 cards in hand next turn. Okay, that's going after Borderline. So that's 1 monster negate. And then there's Borlo Savage. So that's 2 months, 2 negate, 1 Omni negate, 1 monster negate. What's safer 2? Adds back Lubellion to hand. You can discard Lubellion to add a Bestial, right? Yeah. So now he has a Bestial 2. So that's going to be pretty rough for a tier limit deck to try to play through. So he has 2 Bestials to deal with, a monster negate and regular negate. Okay, well Super Poly is really strong here. Garura. Okay, Kelbeck, Ashed. That Super Poly, that is really rough for Dragon Link to deal with. Pot of Desires in tier limits? Huh, that's pretty interesting. Okay, now he's going for Keldo. Or Agido. Okay, Soliak probably adds, then Bestial. Get rid of that. Adding Rhinoheart. He has to deal with the second one too. Shuffling that back for him. Pretty nice. Target a Bestial special summon it. That's fine, I think. I'm pretty sure Jesse Cotton can actually still pull this out. Yeah, Jerusalem gets rid to have this. Going for Dark, okay. Rua gets a draw here too, that's important. So there goes the Dark. Let's see, set. Oh no, triple tack, okay. Triple tack is pretty strong here. Draw 2 more cards. Scream plus a set card. And, well, he milled the Sulliak, so it can't be Sulliak. Maybe it's a hard speed or something. Yeah, the Bestials are just really hard to deal with. So bringing back Chaos Ruler, probably going to go for a rank 8 play maybe. Or just going for a 3k attacker. Because this is lethal on board right now if he just goes in for the attack. Oh no, okay, droplets. That could... That saves him. And he has Snow Engrave, which could be really strong. Forcing the... Oh, he's not going to activate Snow, okay. There's Baron. 1 card in hand. Well, 0 cards in hand. He's going to have to top deck something really strong here, which I don't think is likely. Spheres plus Baron. Yeah, no, I think Jesse Cotton lost this game. Let's see. They still got 1 minute until the finals actually starts. I know his team overall won this the match though. So this one loss probably didn't matter too much. Yeah, just letting this get to the last bit. I don't know, I don't know if you could. Would you won that? I don't think you would have won that even if you did summon the snow, but I don't know if not activating it was the correct choice there. Okay, well that's it for that game. So let's close Master Duel. Get back to my browser because they should be starting up soon enough. Because the timer just disappeared, so they should be starting the finals for Master Duel pretty soon. I mean, the timer is gone, so they should be starting it right now. Like, come on, right now. Come on. Why would they get rid of the timer unless if they weren't gonna start the game? Well, I'm just gonna be looking at other stuff while they hopefully get started soon. Why'd they get rid of the timer? But yeah, I'm seeing people talking about rush duels. I don't know why people tend not to like it. I think it's just people not liking anything that's different, and also they haven't even tried it. I mean, the Switch game is pretty easy to emulate if they actually want to try it out. I'm not sure if it's worth the money, just because it's digital only, and on the English version they never updated it, which really sucks. But I do feel like it's worth giving a shot. I think it might be fine in Duel Links. To get rid of the timer. I've been watching the timer just to make sure, but they got rid of it, so they should be starting soon. But yeah, Master Duel World Championships, pretty exciting. This is the first one, and the format they chose, people were talking about it being negative, but after seeing it in play, honestly, it is more hype than like just an open deck format. Because otherwise, it would just be tier limits all around and like anti-tier decks. But now there is actual variety because they're forced to run certain decks, forced to not share cards. the music's dimming down already. Is it starting it now? I think it's just looping, because the screen's not fading or anything. Well, I don't think we have time to watch another replay, so I'm just gonna sit here and wait for them to actually start up. But it's kind of weird how they got rid of the timer after it counted down, and they still haven't started yet. Still just waiting. Yep, no, they're still not starting. Why'd they even put the timer up if they weren't gonna start it? Yeah, I'm just looking at other stuff while waiting. Like they could have just kept the increased time on the timer, but I don't know if that would have been a bad look or not. Why did they put the timer down? Is it really that hard to get everything else set up after that Duel Links match? Because it's just 2 people versus 3 people. I guess they have to get a bigger table and more computer monitors. Maybe? I don't know. Try to think of why it's taking them so long. Oh, no, it's starting. Okay, well, here we go.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships, where we're getting ready for Master Duel category. This one I've been very excited about, not only because of the matchup North America versus Europe, but Marcello, because
on the big
of some of the players that are on the teams, fan favorites, big
funny.
pillars of the community.
Absolutely. Not only is it the first ever Master Duel World Championship, but it's the first ever 3v3 World Championship. We're all excited for it.
I was so excited. I forced my way onto this stage. I told people, you got to get me in there. I got to get in with Kangas and Marcello, and I want to make sure I'm here to cast this first ever Master Duel World Championship.
Yeah, you're doing TCG OCG, right? What are you doing here right now?
Well, if I remember, we're going to meet the players soon, but there's some TCG OCG players that are competing for the World Championship here in Master Duel. And I'm a big Master Duel fan. I've been playing since the day it came out. I haven't stopped, and I'm so excited to see who's going to be the first World Champions.
Very fun format to have, and the deck building adds a deeper layer, similar to Duel Links that we just crowned the champions for. The deck building for this is incredible, and also a reminder, this will be the first ever Master Duel World Champion that we are crowning. Marcel, this is a momentous occasion in Yu-Gi-Oh history.
Absolutely, epic nonetheless.
cool.
And
Looks
what
like
Billy just
they did have to
mentioned
get
is
set up in the
important because
background.
they have
Looks
a
like.
lot of finalists here
Are
with
they
a
sitting down?
TCG
I think they're standing up
background.
right now.
I believe
I'm
we
trying
have
to
across
see their
10
silhouettes there.
tournaments win, and most of them are just across 2 of the players representing them. Because we are obviously
this is
gonna
NA
see,
versus,
you know, a team representing
EU,
Europe,
and I'm
the
from
European
America,
region,
so
and a team
I'm kinda
representing the North
obligated to
American
cheer for
one.
NA.
But we have amazing players across them.
We'll meet the players soon up
Yes.
on stage, but Billy, just to remind everybody, yes, we are being honest, that is North America versus Europe in a World Championships. This would be huge for both of these regions to pick this up.
Oh yeah, certainly, and I don't think either side has an edge. They're both incredible, as you mentioned.
Yep.
I really don't know who's going to walk away with it. It could be North America, it could be Europe. I've played a variety of players on both sides of these teams, and they're all incredible duelists, and I really don't know who's going to has the edge here.
Is there a favorite, Marcello? Do you think that one of these teams is favored over the other?
I do not think so. At the same time, we gotta say we haven't seen one of them on stream yet.
True.
So I'm in for it because we have seen the other team a lot of times already.
I know a lot of people have been talking about that, so
Yeah.
let's just talk about it. Team 7 made it through all of day 1, not having a feature match on stream. So we're going to be learning a lot about what strategies they are bringing today to this finals live here with the audience.
Yeah, but we have had a lot of highlights from yesterday as this team
Well, we
had
just
to go
watched one
through
of
2
Jesse
separate
Gotten's duels,
groups,
and
and
he
they
did
had
go-
to
he did
win
win
at
second
least
against
2
Dragon,
out of
which
the
kinda
3
sucks.
matches to advance
But
to the
he could-
semifinals, which
If
were
Tillmans
also
goes
played
first
yesterday.
against
So
Dragon,
it was a long
probably better.
journey.
Yeah, and technically he came in as second seed, if you want to call it, from the group that they qualified through. So maybe, do we call it an underdog story?
I don't think
know.
so. I think with the
Teams are
caliber
second
player you
seed,
have
I'm
on these
pretty
teams,
sure.
hard to
Yeah.
call either side an underdog. Almost you'd expect both these
Actually,
teams
Team
to
7
be here.
was,
But yeah, for Team 7 not to have a feature match, it's probably because you knew they were going to make it here to the finals.
No, wait, Team
It is,
7
I would
was
say they're
on
one
the,
of the favorites to win it all, looking at the
the
breakdown of the
future.
tournament going into this match.
Was that your prediction even before you saw any of the duels or the results?
I think if I was looking at all the teams, the 2 teams that made it to the finals were the 2 I would have picked. Knowing that they were in 2 different pods, I think it was the tournament for them to lose, and they didn't. They made it all the way here, and I can't wait to see which one of them is going to walk away world champions.
Unfortunately, it's too late for you to say that you had made a public statement beforehand. So
True. I'm just saying, I would have. I knew all along.
But something more important to mention is that but at least a bunch of these duelists are also previous World Championship appearances, not only for the TCG, as we will be able to go into. We have a former World Champion among them for the Dragon Duel category. So we could see a 2-time World Champion in different categories. That would be mind-blowing.
Yeah, all of Team 7 has played at the World Championship before.
Yes.
All 3 of them are not strangers to the World Championship stage. I can't wait to actually introduce the players and meet them.
Yeah.
But yeah, to count them down, not up. But the other team coming from EU
Are
as
they
one of the
sitting down? Yeah,
greatest
they're-
players
I think
I've
they're
ever had the
still standing in the background.
pleasure of playing. And I can't wait
But
to
they're
see
still-
if
they're
they're
still
going to
You do have
take them on.
some background with
Japanese
him,
cast
right?
I have a
still
couple.
talking.
I've played a few finals of a couple YCS.
Hear the echo from us.
That is
so
true.
unbiased
They're
cast
staying-
is what I'm hearing.
I'm just
That's-
happy that
the,
they're all here, and they're all incredible
American
duelists. And
casting.
I'm all about having the excellent
not-
plays
it's
and seeing
English.
what the
But
greatest
they
minds
are
of the game
EU casters
can
in
bring to
there
the World
too,
Championship.
but-
And when we talk about, we'll highlight more of the deck building, the rules as well later, but it's fun to tease that too, because that was the most exciting thing about this event. I know some people were like, if you check the general discourse online, what the community felt about, it's shared cards, you can't have 3 of cards in one deck and then also in another deck, but it allowed for such a different format here in the World's Finals,
Absolutely.
and a lot of different decks being represented.
And it's similar, although different, to what we have seen at the Duel Links. Their players obviously were on their own, but they had to bring 5 different decks. This time around, we have 6 different decks across. There are only 3 shared cards, which means that at least in terms of archetypes, in terms of decks, those are 6 different decks, and that's amazing.
And I know, Billy, we had a conversation about this yesterday, that a lot of duelists like to say, I'm really good at building decks, but then the performance, what's the best top cut you've had, right? But you have to do both. To win this event, you have to be able to perform on stage and be very creative in how you approach the building of the deck itself.
Yeah, I think the Master Duel format they have with the World Championship really brought a different dynamic. Something maybe these players, even though they've played in previous World Championships, had to prepare for and tackle in a completely different way, and they were still able to rise to the challenge and meet it here and make it all the way to the final. finals.
So, Marcello, while we're waiting for the introductions of the players on stage to actually talk about the teams themselves, let's talk a little bit about the information we learned from yesterday. Some of the highlight decks, maybe even highlight moments to catch everybody up at home.
Yeah, I mean, surprisingly enough, as Billy mentioned, although they were both favorites walking into the event, Team Snipe Hunters, which is the team representing Europe, we also didn't catch them until the semifinals.
That was so close.
Yeah, and that was an exciting match. But here, first of all, let's bring up for you guys
the
rules for the finals.
We're talking about it a little bit already, so let's just get right
really
into
hard
it. Each round consists
it's hard to pay
of 3
attention.
sets
They
of
keep
3
one focus on one duel, but like
simultaneous
some of the other duels
You
are
heard that
more-
right. There will be
more fun to
3
watch,
duels
I
happening
feel, but
on
they are
your
smaller
screen, and we have
to
the
concentrate
privilege
on.
of interpreting everything happening in those duels. This will happen 3 times. The first
Teammates may
team
communicate during
overall
their
to
rounds.
in
Duelists
total
who have
get to
finished their
5
duels may
wins
observe their teammate
will
duels.
win
Okay,
that World
interesting.
Championships. They can communicate during rounds as well, Billy. So we saw a little bit of that yesterday with the player cams. You can tell when they're communicating, when they're talking about the opponents they're up against.
But there are also the deck building rules, which makes it so that these players, as mentioned, need to pick those free shared cards. And sometimes I can see them arguing whether, especially they all agree on which that should be, I guess.
In general, it's been Maxi, it's been
the
Ash
shared
Blossom.
card rule.
We've seen that across pretty much every other
I feel like it's more
team.
interesting.
But the third card,
when
you're
it's,
just going to say it. That's the one that, we do see some variants. So if you're wondering what we're talking about, you're given a max of 3 copies
with a single
of cards
person,
across
but like
everyone's deck except
multiple
for
people.
the shared cards.
The
You can
team
select
rules
3 of
are
those. So what were
more
some of the
exciting,
options?
I
We
feel.
talked about this yesterday, Marcello. But what were some of the options that we were thinking teams might gravitate towards?
We had a few, so obviously to pair it up
So
and have a
Jessica's
Trinity,
definitely
we have
bringing
seen
2
Infinite
elements.
Impermanence as one
we saw
popular
that-
drop
That
card.
seems like a good pick.
Yeah, but we have also seen
Joshua
it towards
Smith had-
countering those Maxi and Ash Blossom
he was
there.
playing
So the
Trio
main
Runic, and I
strategies
think
are obviously
Dragon
Call by the Grave
And then one
or
of his
Triple
teammates,
Tactics
Quantum Think, I think, was playing
Talent.
Sky
And
Striker for some
spoiler
reason.
alert,
And the
our
other deck
finalists
was,
have chosen
something
different
else.
shared
Yeah.
cards
I
with
think
their
Quantum
third
Think was
pick.
also on
Different
Trio.
philosophies. That's the correct way to play in this
They
format.
say that
Each
Forbidden
duelist
Limited
will get
rules only
2
go up to
decks
July
to play
14th,
with.
but there
So
haven't been
they
any more
have
recent
options
Forbidden Limited
throughout the series, and they can choose which deck they want to go for in each duel. We are following the Forbidden and Limited list as of July 14th, 2023. If you go into Master Duel right now, boot it up and start playing, you're playing in the same rules that these duelists are on the stage. So, yeah, I mean, it's so fun that it's so fresh, it's so live right now. We are literally playing in the same game as everyone at home.
Yeah, that's really fantastic. So when you see these decks that the players are using here, you can just go into your own Master Duel game and build them yourselves. Take them for a spin, see if you can play just as well as they do.
That's what I did after the Invitational, and it didn't work out for me. Hopefully it works out for you at home. But it's so exciting to see the best of the best play a deck and then try it out yourself.
Yeah, and also just as a final reminder, as we've seen yesterday, they go through 3 sets of free duels each, but they switch around.
It
So
looks like
at the end of the day,
they're
they
also
will get to
putting
play
the
against
Japanese
every
in the
single one
background
of the
of the
players
duel
on the
sets,
opposite team.
which I
That's
can't
a good
read
point
because
to
it's
make.
a little too
That they
small.
do rotate around, and we
It's
saw
readable.
that
I
a
just
lot
can't
of
tell what the
teams that
characters
won
mean because I don't know
yesterday
what Japanese mean.
had the
Can't
better
read
read as to
Japanese.
what their opponents were going to have. So it's time to introduce the players that are going to be up on stage. We've been dancing around it, but it should be any moment now that we actually get to introduce them properly. So final thoughts here, Billy, before we get into that?
I really just don't know who's going to win. I'm just excited to see some really good games. I normally going into it, I have kind of a choice between the two, and I really have an inkling who's going to win. But this one, it really could be either team. NA, EU, could be either one. Gotta wait and find out.
Yu-Gi-Oh's gonna win regardless.
We're all winners.
Win-win.
We're all winners
Yeah.
just because we get to watch this great
Yeah,
stuff.
I think that this desk is not the true winners. There will be a true winner. But I feel like we're winners as well. 'cause we get to
Four-time
win
winners.
this.
Four-time winners.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, we're going there. We're
Marcello,
going
you
there.
got it there.
I got a few.
Undefeated
I got a few.
UWCQ.
Now we're flying second place in locals. Nice.
OTS are still good.
Nice one.
Yeah, I don't know why they put me with such a seamless
Looks like
duelist at this point.
they're almost
you're
ready
an
in the
amazing
background.
caster, and you're a
Or
Yu-Gi-Oh
still-
fan
well, the
down to the core.
looks like
I
the
did win a
Japanese
best of
casters are
3.
still
That's
talking
true.
today,
That's
so it's
true.
going to
That's
be a
true.
little
I did
bit
win a
more
best of
before they
3.
actually
You
start
are a
the match.
winner.
Yes, there we go. So
This
I
should
get
be
your
an
titles
exciting.
now.
That's how it works.
I think you did let me take back that Cyber Dragon play. So
Yeah,
you were
I
a
mean, that's
gracious
Should be like an
opponent.
exciting.
But and again,
finals.
we are waiting for the player introductions themselves. So those should be coming up anytime now. While we're waiting for that, another part of that format that I want to highlight is the fact that we didn't see this yesterday, but there is a chance that we finish in the second game. Because it's just first team to get 5 wins total, 5 dual wins total. And
That's true,
Marcello,
5
even though we didn't
wins.
see it,
I
if a
feel like
team
it's gonna be
sweeps one of
close.
those and then the
I
team
don't
wins
think-
2
I don't think
out
it's gonna
of
be
the
a
3 for
complete
the
blowout.
other, that it could be over that fast.
I'm just saying, we did jinx the Duel Links one. We might just jinx the
That's
Master
a good point.
Duel one. So let's see if that happens. But
All right, counter jinx it, Billy.
yeah, go for it.
We're going to see it go all the way.
Yeah.
9
Yeah.
games down to the wire. It's going to be an epic drag-out match. I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I don't.
Maxi, Ash Blossom, every single game.
I don't expect it to be done by that second game. I think it is important to highlight that. The skill of the players represented. So, with that said,
Looks like they're starting.
Joshua Schmidt, and I'm from Germany. My name is Emre Kızılateş. I'm from Germany too.
I'm Jack Roystenkamer. I'm from the Netherlands.
Germany, and Netherlands.
I think the strongest part of our lineup is that all of our 2 decks make a lot of sense together. All of the
I can't
second
read.
deck always covers the weaknesses of the first deck really well. and I
Probably
think that's
saying
why
like,
we were
why
able
did you
to
choose your decks? I
do
don't
as
know.
well as we did today.
Or like, what's your
We're gonna
strength?
win. That's it.
What's
We're
your
winning.
goal? I'm guessing. I can't read. Why did they not have the English
I'm
there?
from the United States.
Jesse Cotton, I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Ryan Yu, I'm also from Toronto, Canada.
Ryan performed extremely well. He's a very strong duelist, and I
Ryan
think
Yu's
today he
famous for
overperformed
skyscrapers, right?
immensely.
I feel like I know that.
We're gonna try our best to become Master Duel World Champions.
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023 Master Duel.
They're like Quantum
First
Link
up
is so
from the
huge.
blue side,
Seriously, what
from
a
Team
absolute unit.
Snipe
Why
Hunters,
is he
please
so
welcome
tall?
Josh, Ebre, and
He's like towering over everyone.
And now from the red side, from Team 7,
And
please
there's Team
welcome
7.
Ray, Jesse Cotton, and Carano. World Championship 2023 Master Duel the Final Showdown 決勝戦はこちらの両チームの戦いとなります
Okay. All shaking hands. They're about to get started.
All right, we have them.
There
The
they
players
are.
are introduced. Marcello, Team 7 versus Snipe Hunters, NA versus EU.
We did go through a brief introduction, but these are some amazing, amazing players
Yeah.
with an insane background in the TCG especially.
And I want to start talking about that. Billy, you've competed against some of these players. You're friends with some of these players. Talk to me about some of the players you want to highlight, especially going into this World Final match.
I mean, looking at, you can't discount Jesse Cotton or
Yep.
Joshua Schmidt. I believe Jesse Cotton's played Worlds maybe 4 times now. This might be his 4th appearance here. Josh right there, maybe at 3
Same.
or 4 as well, maybe 4. Exactly the same. I played Joshua Schmidt personally in the finals of 2 YCSs, one of the hardest competitors I've ever played against. And then you also have Raymond Dye, who competed in our last World Championship 4
Yeah.
years ago. And then Ryan Yu,
I
you
was
mentioned
in-
it, a Dragon
I
Duel
could
World
probably
Champion.
bring out
He's
River
already
King,
been on
but
this biggest
whatever.
stage and won. So the pressure, I've never seen, he's always
Wait,
really
Ryan's
stoic,
won?
focused
Huh.
on his game. He doesn't let the nerves really get to him.
I've never
but you can't count out Ponzo Thinker,
like,
Emery either.
followed
It's going to be
Dragon
amazing.
Duels.
I really
They don't
don't
even
know
have
who's going
Dragon
to
Duels
win.
this-
So if Ryan
this
wins,
year,
he gets the title now
which
of
is
the
interesting.
2-title 2-time.
Could they just not
Which
get
is
enough?
just phenomenal.
There
Dragon
you
Duels
go.
is just under
That's
18
unbelievable,
to
honestly.
listen
In
to,
2 different
right?
games,
So
that's
yeah.
very
they just
impressive.
To
not
even
get enough.
think that
That's kind
that's
of interesting.
possible, it's out of this world. But
It's been
They're about
building
to
up
start.
to this. This is the match I'm super excited for. The
Okay, this
first
is-
ever Master Duel World Champions.
Yeah.
And it will be champions because of the team format here. Again, a very fun and exciting and refreshing way to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Played. I was so happy Marcello, when we first saw the matches yesterday, the 3 duels at once, the energy is going to be electric, especially knowing that these players are also talking to each other during their matches.
Indeed, and what you just mentioned, yeah, it is true that you get nervous, but you're not alone there. Let's remember, you have 2 friends alongside you, so I think that plays a huge role. They can help you out, they can keep your composure, you know?
Yep.
And especially because unless you get swiped 3-0, at least one of them maybe has won, he can help you out, you know, feeling better. So I think that's a great thing to do. And as you mentioned, we have amazing players. Jesse, 4-time YCS winner, won even more events.
And
Joshua, 3-time YCS winner, and they have a lot of titles on their end, a lot of experience, so I'm down.
But if I'm looking at anybody, based on the performances yesterday, reminder, we didn't see Team 7 on stream. It's our first time witnessing them. Emre showing up with the Labyrinth deck and getting 2 wins with it in the semifinals. Kind of carrying the team a little bit. Like, those were stressful moments where they were falling behind.
Absolutely, and something I want to mention is also that yesterday we've seen completely different strategies when it came to switching decks.
Labyrinth,
In the
Skystriker,
semifinals,
and
the Japanese team never switched their decks, and in
there's
the
one
end
more
that
deck
was
that
probably costing
I'm not
them
sure
the
if we
game,
saw.
while the European team kept switching them around strategically. I really want to see
And,
what Team 7 is going to do.
I know
want to
Jesse
get Billy's
Kahn has
thoughts on this,
Terrorments. I don't know
because
if he
when we
revealed his
saw
second deck.
the performance of Snipe Hunters, they were trying to
I'm pretty
read
sure
what
they
their
have
opponent was going
Dragon
to
Link
play
on
and
the
then
American
counter with it.
team.
We even heard the
Well,
players themselves
I
talking
think
about
North
how important
America,
that is.
so I guess
Have you put
American
any
is the
thought
incorrect
into
term here.
what you would go for? Because if you have a deck that you know you want to play as a
Canada is
primary,
part of North America.
what kind of decks are
Right.
you then thinking of
Yeah.
for that secondary to counter the weaknesses that your primary might have?
Yeah, I think you're going to want to have a deck that maybe is resilient against like those combo kind of decks. You're going to have one of your 2 decks. You want to make sure you're going to have a lot of those monster effects or cards from your hand that you're going to be able to activate to disrupt maybe those combo decks. Maybe your other strategy is a little more control-based, a little more focused on setting trap cards, being better at going first. But you definitely want to be able to counter both of those kind of strategies, because that's really the 2 main dynamics of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game and in Master Duel.
Well, you passed the test, because that's kind of what happened, right?
You
Like,
can't
it was
choose go
Labyrinth
first
as
or
the
second
second deck,
after
it
the
was the
second round.
Exorcisters as the second deck. More of these anti, if you're trying to beat Dragon Links, if you're trying to beat the tier decks, you're going to be playing that Exorcister, right? So, like, it felt like they were always looking for the right matchup.
And that's what you should try to do, but remember, don't take it too far, because we have seen yesterday Quantum Fink playing a Sky Striker deck, and actually, you know, that wasn't that successful. So maybe when you take it a step too forward, trying to
don't play
outplay your
Sky
opponent,
Strikers.
that could happen as well.
It was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see it again.
Yeah, they did say that they were here to have some fun. But also, I think at this point, everyone's looking for that championship.
Yeah, I do like the 2 deck idea. So if one of them, like Sky Striker, I can say, isn't working out for you, you can kind of just leave it behind and really focus on maybe your other deck. It's really dynamic, cool dynamic that it brings to the game, having those deck options.
Yeah, I'm actually blanking right now, Marcello. Do you
We're
remember what
still
the
doing
other
pre-game
deck was
commentary.
outside of the Sky Strikers?
It
What
was tier element for
It was
Quantum
tier
Fink.
element,
So,
okay.
you know, you can see it's arguably...
Not a bad one to pivot back to, I suppose.
I would say no. I mean, it did work out for him because he won when it switched back to tier elements.
So let's catch everybody up then on what the popular decks are right now. Based on the information we got yesterday, based on what we're expecting today, there's a few decks that are kind of standing as the clear favorites in this tournament.
Runic, maybe?
That gotta be tier elements on top, still with the Kir Kalos there, although it suffered some strong hits in the latest Forbidden Limited updates. It still is there.
Tier elements have been
as you
like
mentioned
getting
it
baby
at the
hits
beginning of the day,
for the
Dragon Link is a deck
entirety of
that
their
is in the
existence.
finals for all 3 categories. That's impressive.
I mean,
Yeah,
just
every
good
single
dragons. That's
every
Yu-Gi-Oh!
single
Since
team has
day
brought
one.
tier
Yeah,
elements,
started
I'm
with the
pretty
Blue
sure.
Eyes White Dragons. The dragons have kept coming since then, and as we get more dragons, the ways you can play with it and the strategies that you combine it with, they all seem to work together and really create this Dragon League strategy that, has dominated the World Championship here in 2023.
Specifically Dark Attribute Dragons. Something about them, you know, we just keep printing them. Yeah,
pretty good.
They just never get old.
Let's keep them coming.
So, Dragon Link tier elements, Sprite. Sprite's another one that's been all over the place.
Sprite is really
It's in there. We have seen players building it quite differently, though.
We've seen the Melfi engine in the Sprite. We've seen the Frog engine still in the Sprite. Oftentimes to get into that Melfi engine.
Ronin Totem being still around is huge for Sprite. Being able to still use that swap prog, not having the totally awesome hurts, but being able to use Ronin Totem to still get plenty of Exceed summons and Link summons. Pretty awesome.
You basically get to that totally awesome through the Herald of the Arclight. It's like a few extra steps. It's like kind of the same. Yeah,
I am a big fan of the Melfi package in Sprite. Sprite's one of my favorite decks in Master Duel. I mean, you have the power with the tier elements, but with all the limitations to the tier element monsters, the
Sprites are super
consistency is kind of not
consistent,
as there as it is as it was in the TCG before all the hits. But Sprite is going to be a
I
well-rounded matchup. You're not going to get
I haven't played Sprite or
like
Tearlaments in a
Dimension Shifter
while.
if your opponent switches to a
I've
deck.
been playing
I imagine
mostly
coming into a
Pendulum just
tournament full of
recently.
Tearlaments with
Just because it
Kictology
feels
around,
more fun.
you have to have Dimension Shifter in one of your decks.
You do still have Elf though, so that is the big bonus for Sprite, is having access to that one. Some of the rogue decks though, we've had a couple of fun
everywhere.
ones.
You mentioned Emre and his Labyrinth deck. We expected Labyrinth to be represented.
I thought it was going to be everywhere.
We only saw it from Emre.
Same for the TCG.
Yeah. Nobody's playing Labyrinth. What's going on?
What's happening? But I mean, Emre proved us right, we could say, because he never lost a single game while playing Labyrinth. And I would be shocked if we didn't see at least a game of Labyrinth here in the
Labyrinth
finals.
is pretty strong in this format
ahead of the
specifically,
event
just
as well,
because
and he was saying the reason why he likes that is
maining
because
back
it's a
row
good,
removal kind of
you know,
sucks.
like blind one, if you don't know what your
If
opponent's going
you
to
can't
play,
like
it's just
maining
it can
back row
cover
removal
a
is
lot
not
of
very
bases.
good
He
against
didn't
the
feel like
other
there
top
was a
decks.
clear like hard
So like
lose
it's
in
really
the matchups,
not bad,
especially if you're going first.
not a good
So,
choice in general,
that can
but like
factor
that
in,
means
like the
Labyrinth can
Exorcism
take
deck,
advantage
like
of
going
that.
second doesn't feel nearly
Pretty
as
interesting.
good as when you're able to hit that hits.
Yeah, and that's also a big difference because compared to the other games, you cannot choose when to go first.
True. Well, let's see who's going first here because we are ready for duel number one, game number one for the first ever World Championship 2023
They're starting.
for Master Duel.
会場の皆様、一緒にカウントダウンをお願いします。3,
Okay, they're starting. Okay, here we go. There's
The opponents are matched up against each other.
they're still connecting.
Snipe Hunters versus Team 7.
Your Ossis' Vineyards hoping to go first, I'd imagine.
Absolutely.
Or maybe just hoping to win.
And
Okay.
as always, on
So I'm pretty sure it's
table
gonna
A
start
for
with
the
Josh
first game,
versus,
we're gonna see a battle of
Raymond.
the leaders between Josh and Ray in this case.
So I think they're going to start by watching off the leaders. Wonder what each player is going to be playing.
Picked well, as they're of course the representatives.
So, okay, it's Sprite.
So Ray going first, seems to be playing that Sprite package.
Nimble Beaver, a great start. Going to open up access to Sprite Sprint. Got to play multiple copies
Okay.
of Nimble Angler so you can summon
Using
one
Nimble
with
Angler.
Beaver and still send a Nimble Angler to summon 2 more Nimble Beavers from the deck.
Going for
Sprite Sprint.
Gigantic
Looks like he's just going to go into
immediately.
Gigantic first, playing around stuff like Nibiru the Primal Being. Heads up.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like there is any
Doesn't
response
seem
at
like
all
it.
from
Yeah, Josh doesn't have any
Josh.
hand traps.
Yeah, if there's a
I'm
Maxi,
guessing
you're
he's playing to
dropping
make
that
sure your
down.
Runic
If there's
deck right now.
Max, maybe you're using it here.
Absolutely. And
What's
here, I
Josh
mean,
is
we can
watching his
expect
other
two different
teammates, I'm
decks.
pretty
We have
sure.
seen Josh
He's not even
multiple
looking at
times
his own
already.
screen.
And the two decks he was using yesterday were Naturia, Runic, which was also the only Runic deck we have
Let's
seen in
Let's see
action
if I can
and Dragon.
make out what
So
they're
we see
doing on
why
the
he
other
went to that
screens.
Gigantic Sprite instead of
So,
the Sprint first. He actually
I
had
saw
that second copy of Angler
Carolino.
in the hand, so he's able to get the swap frog and
Down
discard his
here
across to be able
on
to
table
trigger
B,
that
I
Nimble
think
Angler
has
to
just
summon
gotten
the 2
at the
Beavers
bottom.
from the deck.
Ray showing
Starting off with a
a deep understanding of the combos.
Did he stop the? I'm pretty sure Max seed the Dragon Link, but that's why he doesn't have anything else on field.
Right now.
I don't know. I think I would have at least gone for a Link 1. Just give him one draw.
That is where the strike
And just end on Drag Seal's pass.
Pointing the right way. You're right there.
Especially against tiers, it's not good to pass on nothing.
We've been seeing if it's the Melty package.
Okay, there's a Sprint on this end.
So we're not yet going into
So
another
Sprint,
Exceeds.
what's he gonna send?
Instead, we
Going
are
for blue.
This is
Probably
a
gonna
very
use
excellent
Elf.
play as he has gone
Elf,
through the
bring back
anglers.
blue,
That's what you usually send
grab
with the
Jet.
sprint. Instead,
Jet, go
thanks
for,
to the elf, you can send the blue and get it back.
Oh, that's again very creative from Ray.
Going for Jet.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be able to go into Sprite Jet and add a Sprite spell or trap card from
Probably
the
going
deck
for
to the
starter
hand.
here, and then
Got a
he's
couple
just gonna
of
grab
options.
red or
He's
something,
gonna go
right?
for Sprite starter. Means he's trying to get access to a Sprite Red or a Sprite Carrot, build negate a monster or a spell
Well,
or trap.
actually, if
It is
John was
rough
playing
that Josh opened
Naturia
no interruptions
Runic,
in
you
hand.
you probably want to go
an
for
Maxi, you want an Ash, even an infinite
Carrot, right?
impermanence
Just
would
to
feel
negate
nice.
spell traps.
And the consistency
I'm
of
not
Sprite
exactly
is really
sure
what
what
shines for this deck.
would
Just
be
being
the
able to
best
open up
play
a
for
copy of
this.
Nimble Beaver and really just send you on your way with one
Okay,
card.
what's he going for here?
And
He's
as
got
you
key
can
something.
see, Josh is actually
Melty
speaking
in the
to
force.
his
Oh,
teammates
he's going
right
for a
now.
Melty
Maybe as
card.
he doesn't have many responses, he can focus on their games and trying to help him
So
out.
what's happening at the bottom?
That's a
Okay,
good part to
Exorcister is at the
highlight.
right at
I
the
mean, if
bottom.
you don't have interaction in your hand, might
So
as well
Emery's
watch.
playing Exorcister,
Also,
I
it gives you
think,
information
versus
of what your
Tier
opponents
Limits.
are opening with,
No, wait.
which duels
That's not
their
Tier
decks they're
Limits.
choosing to play for that first
Yeah.
duel.
And that Melfi of the Forest added that Melfi Caddy.
Yep.
Such an awesome card. You're able to spell summon during the end phase, and then during your opponent's turn, it'll be able to
Oh no, that's
turn of
Quantum
the
Thing
hand and add a
versus.
beast, including Melfi
That's
Penny,
Quantum
which
Thing
will be
playing
exciting for some interruptions
playing
to the turn.
Tillman's,
Generally,
not
that
Jessica.
is where they end up with.
He's
I really
seven
like
on
if
the
you draw
red
Penny,
side.
you're able to add something like Nimble Beaver or
Yeah, I
different
can't
creatures
make
from the deck
these
as well.
out because they're so tiny.
Seems like that's about it, and this is an
Okay, yeah,
impressive
this is a
field with
Teal
pretty
Limit
face down.
And he sets the Sprite starter, right? So you have to
there's
be careful
Caddy.
with the Melfi cards and the Sprite starter, because if you want to go into
So I don't
the
think
level
this
4
is not going to be
synchro,
like
you're gonna
yesterday
be
with
able to do
Joshua.
it
Well,
before
no,
you
Sprite starter is brought out.
Yeah, you actually
you use it on the
activated it.
carry.
Yeah.
You could have another Sprite
Because I
starter.
There could be.
Raymond
Could be a
Dye
Smashers, could be a
is a
Gamma
seasoned
Burst,
player, so
could be
he's
a
more-
lot of things.
he's
Infinite
more used
Impermanence
to
is a very popular one.
Nichirio
Called by the
Runic
Grape.
than the
Josh does
than
not
the
know.
Japanese player.
That
from
is the
yesterday.
important part to highlight. Josh will have to play through a fearsome field and 3 unknown back rows.
Dark Ruin are more
So how
notoriously
many
really good
interruptions
against
is this?
Sprite.
The Caddy
But if you're having it in your deck
Penny
here, it
and
might not be the case.
So what do you think Billy would
is
be
a
better if Josh was
Synchro
on the
summons
Naturia
either
deck or
Herald
on the
or something
Dragon deck?
else.
Okay, I guess
Okay,
now
starting
it's
off with Flash
Naturia.
Fire,
just
that's pretty
reverse.
strong.
Hopefully it is the Runic deck.
Getting rid of the Elf, okay.
Has to target the Sprite Elf, has that targeting
Elf can't
protection, just an
activate here
extra
'cause the
bonus to
field's
Sprite
full.
Elf.
Yeah, so now he's gonna think about either going for that.
So is he
Barret,
gonna activate
he
it?
cannot
Or
use Masquerena
he's gonna
because we
activate
are in the
something.
draw phase.
He could go for the
Hard
Aki
to know if these quick
Masquerena
play
into
spells can dodge out on
Equimax.
Masquerena.
I don't know if that's the correct play here.
So what does Ray want to
Does,
do here?
does Nutrient Runic have an
Also
out to
does
an
back
untargetable
row.
boss monster that can't
I'm
be destroyed
expecting
by
one of them to be.
battle card effects?
And I think the most likely.
I'm not
one
actually sure
would
about
be
that.
Thinking Called
That
by
might
the
be a
Grape.
good play here.
Infinite Impermanence if they're running that one.
I think I saved the carrot here against Runic. I really like to use carrot against Runic Fountain more than the Runic quick play spells because you really want to prevent them from refilling their hand by drawing those 3 cards.
I
Oh, no, he's
mean,
negating
Runic
it, okay.
goes for it. I was a wow.
And
that's
it's
the
the
great
the Caddy.
Caddy instead of the
Okay.
Melfi the Forest. You think that means you have something like Sprite double cross set?
Well,
I mean,
you
I
have
guess-
the Sprint, so I guess you want that Exceed material for Sprint.
Sprint or yeah, double cross
Because you
both.
can just use the rat to get it back also.
Okay, standby main.
Yeah.
That's still a lot of
Imagining myself on the
interruptions to
field,
deal
we
with.
could get that Caddy
Okay,
back
starting
in
with the
a moment
dispelling to
here.
grab
Dispelling
the
great at summoning a
Runic.
monster.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna
Okay,
change
there's
it
the
here
elf
on the
going for the
caddy.
caddy.
As mentioned,
Bringing that
makes
back.
sense.
The way Ray plays this deck is
Uh,
so
so
satisfying.
this is
to
really-
watch. I mean, sometimes you open up those types of
So
cards,
he
you're like,
started
oh, I
off
got
with the spell trap
a Fever
with
and
it.
an Angler. Well, I mean, everything worked out. Like, this is
So,
still a full-powered
still has
sprint and
one,
field.
two,
But at the same time,
three,
table
four
C
direct
is over, and the
disruptions,
win
plus
goes
three
to
on the
Snipe
battle.
Hunters. Emre with that
Okay,
Exo
discarding
Sister
the-
deck taking the win.
Incredible.
Nutrient Sacred,
Yeah,
that's pretty
that
strong.
was
That
lightning
means he can
fast.
start getting the Mole Cricket set up.
So since a monster was summoned, it's going to trigger the Melfi Caddy, so you'll be able to return that to hand and add a
So he's
beast.
going to add Penny, probably. Definitely.
Generally, it will be that penny, like you had mentioned. The 2-star tuner lets you synchro summon with something in your hand, the Melfi in hand. That will be a 4-star, and we do have Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, the name of the game, stopping Runic Fountain from connecting, is really good against any Runic strategy.
That seems like it's a very rough start from Josh.
Yeah, the best part about Melfi Penny, as long as the beast returned to your hand, it has that quick effect to special summon any time during the turn. So you can wait till the exact moment you want to do it.
Negating the...
Yeah, but at least as mentioned, he had
did.
that Sacred
So
Tree,
that means
so he
no
can
fountain
go grab
access right
either
now.
Mole Cricket, which
But the
is
Sacred Tree
usually
is really strong. He's
one
going
of
to
the
be able to
greatest
get the...
Okay, now we're going for the
right
penny.
now.
If you can get Herald of the Arclight
He's gonna be
out
able to get
on the
Mole Cricket,
field
though.
now,
Or
it feels
Camellia,
incredible.
actually. You
You
can go for
have the
Camellia
negate.
first, I think.
You're really messing with the
Oh, looks like
graveyard
table C
setup
finished.
of the
So Blue
Runic
Snipe Hunter is
deck,
up 1.
and, it's just
But
so
it's not
hard to
looking
get
good
because
for
it's
Josh
not
here.
just that.
You
It
went
will
full Sprite
also
combo
be the
without
sprint.
any
It will also
disruption.
be the IP Masquerena.
It goes for Herald.
Yeah, definitely looking to just more ways
So
to make
that's
sure
another-
Runic Fountain doesn't connect, or being able to
That's
stop
just
something like Natural Mole
that's
Cricket,
not
like you
Omni
said,
Negate, so
very
that's pretty
huge.
hard to deal with. So there's Mole Cricket
Let's
now.
catch up on table B while Josh continues on with the
Yeah,
turn.
it
See
seems
what's
like
going on down there.
Quanto got a pretty good start here with the Tier Limit deck against a
Yeah.
Dragon Link deck from Carmano.
Okay, there's Mole Cricket.
Yeah, it looks like in pretty controlling positions. Like
Activating Mole Cricket. It's probably going to get negated, right?
We've also the Pierre Perler.
Yeah, called a buy
There we
on
go.
Mole Cricket. Ooh,
Look at that.
That's
Infinite
really
Impermanence
rough.
called by the grave. We're both set.
Blessing?
And
Oh,
we're gonna
Blessing
chain
saves
the
it.
Naturia
Wait a
Blessing.
minute.
Oh, that's really big. Being able to get the Tree Monster out of the graveyard, the call by the grave
That
won't
gets it
result,
out.
and the Mole Crew will be on the field. This might
Is there
prompt a
another negate
response
here?
here.
He has
Herald of
the
the Arclight. You could just
Herald.
choose to negate now.
Exactly. I think you might have to.
I think so.
I would. But again, I defender
Would
on
he
the
herald the
board.
gate here? I'm not exactly sure.
See what Ray's reading right now.
It prevents you
You
from
still do
sending from
have
hand to
the
graveyard, so you
Ecumene
can't use
and
another
Sprint.
Hugin.
I see
at this
Hogden is
point.
being triggered
Yeah,
down
that
there on
Hogden
game
is
number
big.
2 versus
Because
Striker Dragon.
Hugin isn't
Gonna
one
be
to turn, so
sending a lot of cards
could,
from the deck
okay,
to
now he's gonna
graveyard.
go for it.
If table
That's
B
not,
goes
I
in
feel like
favor
that's
of
probably
blue
the correct
team,
move.
even if Josh is behind here, even if Josh is struggling, as the Herald of the Arclight will negate, it's a good start for Snipe Hunters. They've already won the first round, or rather the first duel, and it seems like Table B is going to be a victory for them as well.
I love the animations of Master Duels. Followed by the Graves one. Dark Ruler No More actually has a really cool one that I like a lot.
Ooh, and a Magnum
still
on
two
Table
cards
B
in
at the
hand,
same time,
but
while
there is still
on Table A, it seems like Josh is struggling with 2 cards in hand.
Potentially 4 disruptions. Just setting cards and passing, that's not good.
That's another.
This might be it for Josh next turn.
Yeah, this game not
I don't think Josh can make food here. And a smasher.
And we have the smashers. What did I say? The back row for Sprite is a little predictable, and it was
probably banishing
the usual suspects. Goodbye to that
getting
one
ready to
back
rune
row,
spell,
and it looks like goodbye to Josh in this first duel. They got 1 card
I don't
in
think
hand,
Josh can make
one
past here.
monster on field, and Ray
1 monster
has
on field, 1
many
card in
options.
hand, which he probably can't
YCS
activate.
champion in his own right. No
Plus
reason
a
to
draw.
believe he can't take down a high
Looks
caliber
like
player
Raymond
like
can
Joshua
bring
Schmidt.
back.
Yeah, good start.
Yeah,
and
he's
this
gonna go
is,
full Sprite combo again.
Honestly, what a
grab
show
Gamma Burst
skills
and go for
from
90k.
Ray. He piloted the deck
there's a
in a
jet to
very
grab
unusual
Gamma
way
Burst
as
and
well,
just
with that
hope
sprint
probably 90K.
sending, the Sprite.
Sprite Blue, I don't see that very often at all. Really creative.
Yep, great game.
Yeah,
Okay.
I love this card. It is the one that says this duel is over.
Yeah, Josh knows the writing's on the wall.
Yeah, and he just focuses on Quantum Fin game instead. Makes sense.
Okay, there's Gigantic.
Wanna prioritize making sure that the Table
Getting
B
rid of sprint.
at least locks that win.
Table B could be
And
the big
activating
decider
Gigantic
here.
Sprite as well.
It looks like Table C and A are going to be 1-1 for the teams. It is first to 5 victories across all 3 potential games.
Yeah, no, this is over.
Here's the attacks from Ray.
Damage
There's Gamma Burst. Okay, yeah.
The Sprite Gamma Burst. Ray with
1,
these attacks will take down Josh. There's
2,
nothing that Josh will have in hand that can stop this against the
and
Sprite Garrett
exact
and a
lethal.
red. So Ray is victorious in
Okay,
his
so
first
it's 1-1
duel,
right now.
which means Table
Let's see what
B
Table
will
B's up.
determine who is ahead after
Still
game
looks
1.
pretty close on Table B.
1-1. So there we are. As
Never
mentioned,
mind.
Quantum Fin really
Quantum
good spot
Fin is
at the
pretty up
moment,
ahead
but
with all the
some
tier limit stuff
visuals
going
on
on.
the Dragon Link deck from Carmano.
Carmano went first. We're in turn 3, main phase 1.
Yeah.
So Carmano set up a field. It was cracked by Quantal Think.
Yeah.
And now you got to play through all of this.
It's tough.
I was looking at it, and I'm pretty sure he
Okay,
just got it with that Max C, and he decided to completely pass.
This is not good for
So that's what
Carmano.
happened, and now he's trying, to fight back from
Or,
this threatening field from.
He still has 4
Quantal.
cards in hand, so he brings back the Lubellion here,
Ball
right?
Drake.
Yeah.
Fantastic card, and we have the Lubellion in the graveyard.
Gonna be able to tribute that
Okay.
ball back to summon back to Beast Lubellion. Let's see if he has a branded spell or trap he's gonna be
There's
able to activate from his
that
deck.
face
Looks like
down
he
probably
is gonna
can
place one
activate.
to the spell and trap card zone.
And
It's a Soliak, dude, that's rough.
Soliak with Kaleido Heart, incredible combination.
Yeah.
Or you could send the Hobness,
Probably
infusion
gonna
summon that
send-
way. You could send the Kaleido Heart, it comes back and sends that
Probably
awesome
sending
monster from your
Hobness,
deck to
right?
graveyard.
Yeah, okay.
Looks like he's just gonna
Yeah,
go
just
with
gonna
the
go
Hobness,
fusion, go for
going
King Force,
directly
right?
into a fusion summon.
Let's see if there is another bestial in the end to stop this upness.
Yep, and the Kaleido Heart effect triggers since an Aqua monster was sent to the graveyard, it can return a card on the opponent's side of the field back
Okay.
into the deck.
Yeah. That doesn't seem to be the case, so this makes
So
it
he's-
very hard for
He still has
Carmano
3 cards in hand.
to fight back with only 3,100 life points
I
left.
miss
Yeah.
this
Let's
card
get
too. Vince Kictalis, one of the best Yu cards ever, in my personal
Particular's
opinion.
gonna add off of this.
Very powerful card.
Adding
I
Rhino
remember
Heart for
pulling
next
3
turn.
of
Okay.
this in my first box opening.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's that. Tier Elements, Rhino Heart.
But that should
follow-up.
be all the disruption.
Okay,
Okay,
we
we
have
see the
cast
cow
space in the
space.
This is
So
one of the
maybe he can
powerful
break through this board?
aspects of the Dragon Link deck is that you still have many, many, many plays. The playbook goes very deep.
I think he's shaking his head. He doesn't seem happy, and he passed
Oh,
back.
Nope, ending turn.
That's it.
Okay.
End phase.
I think that's gonna be
that
it.
should be game.
So
Quantum
that
Legal
means
needs to do
Snipe Hunters are up
3,100
2 to
has more
1.
than enough
So
just
that's pretty
on
close.
the field presently.
Advantage looks like it's going to Team Snipe Hunters.
Yeah, even though their leader lost, they are still on the edge of just winning this sets of game 1.
And we are going to play safe still from Quantal Think. Isn't just accepting Carmano's pass as a signal that this game's over. Still wants to go into more cards.
Yeah, the Kikalis is going to
I don't
send
know,
5.
I would
the
just go
Scream
Battle
is gonna
Phase
send
here.
3.
There's
the
lethal
Rhino's
on
gonna be
board
able to
already.
send any
I
Fearless
don't think
cards.
he has
This
anything
game
in
is
hand
all
that could
but
save
over.
him. Actually,
Yeah,
no,
we're just
he
going
could,
through the
he could be
motions.
summoning more Bestials, maybe.
All's done.
That
but
is a
fine,
potential.
As
option,
It
which
looks
might
like Snipe Hunters will be
might
up
save
2
him.
to 1
Well, let's see.
after game 1 here.
Okay.
Pivotal that
Training
G7
all
still
three
picked
tier
up 1 win,
limits.
though.
Okay.
A reminder that it can end
Nope. Okay. There was.
in
It didn't
2
pass
2
priority back
games
to.
worth of duels.
Yeah,
back to
eventually they sweep the
They
next
sweep the
one.
Hermano.
next-
So
next
this
round,
this is
next
probably
game.
over.
That's still a possibility.
there's
Quantum is just
Rukulos.
making sure because he knew that there was a Magnamut in the end from Carmano, but this is not enough to save him at this point.
Yeah, now the Rukalis is down. It's all but over.
Okay,
He's
he's gonna
just
make
move
it
the battle
close,
phase.
right?
After he finishes
Yeah, there
all
we
these
go.
chain links, the kicks also summon on Ryan.
Yeah, this is over.
Now he's summoning on his turn to be able to add,
That's
using
complete-
both effects. Or he's just going to go ahead and
Is he
use
gonna
the
go for
fusion
Draco's
material
Stapelia
right
here
away.
now?
He's going to something like Forever Playing Draco's Stapelia.
Yeah.
Okay. We're just trying to
Okay, well,
insulate
this is
against
over.
any other cards that Carmano could have in
That's
hand.
it?
And there we
Okay.
go. Game 1. Advantage to Snipe Hunters and advantage to the European representatives.
So EU's up 2 to 1.
Well played nonetheless
But it's
by
best of
everyone
5,
here.
so
But
it's gonna
as
take
you
a little
mentioned,
bit.
now we are moving on to the second sets of duels as our players will actually switch over their opponents.
Yeah, the opponents switch, and this is where it also gets interesting. Let's catch Billy up because this is where the decks
Yeah.
can change.
Little game of musical chairs.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 to know. All right, either way, like what your opponent's going to be playing. So you still have to guess in a way of like, okay, we can't assume they'll play the last one.
Yeah.
And oftentimes, who wins this next round is the one that makes the correct read, Marcello, of actually knowing the deck to play.
Absolutely. I gotta say, it's also
So I wonder
interesting
if
the
they're
way
gonna
they're
swap
paired
decks.
up against. For
'Cause
example,
I know-
we saw Jesse
I'm
Cotton
pretty
losing
sure,
round 1 because he was up
other
against
than Neutrino
Emre,
Runic,
and
I'm pretty sure
arguably that's his worst matchup
Joshua
because he's
has
gonna
the
be
Dragon's
facing
deck.
against either Exosister or Labyrinth, and he's the one with the tier deck, you know.
We know
so
Emery
maybe
has
that's what
Exosister as
happened,
well with
but
Labyrinth,
now
so
I
he
feel
could
like
swap
he could
over to
just
Labyrinth.
keep playing a tier element,
And then
worst case scenario if he's up against
Quanto
Quanto, that's
think
a mirror
might-
match, and
might
he's
stay on
very
tier limits.
experienced.
You know, I
But
wonder
he
if
could,
Jesse
he
does
could
switch
switch
to
off the
other
Sky
decks.
Striker
I
if
mean,
he really wants
he's
to,
really
but I
well
don't think
known
he
for
will.
playing tier
Yeah.
Sky
elements,
Striker
you
is
know.
not
During
as
that
good.
format during the CCG,
Especially in this
he
format
dominated the
with
game.
Bestials
Both
around.
the YCS finals wins everything.
But then again,
so
he
maybe
did-
they're gonna
he
have
did just
something lined
finish
up
his
for him,
match
knowing
with
to
the
switch into
Dragon
the tier
player.
limits. Maybe Jesse
So
gets
maybe
some
he
cards
might
switching
swap
into
to
his other
Sky
strategy, but
Striker is
I
close
think
enough.
Jesse's favorite card, Fairy Tale Snow, hard for me to believe on the World Championship stage, he's not
Maybe, I
going
don't know.
to believe in Fairy Tale Snow.
That, you know, that's a good point. The fun part, though, is the layers of mind games. Because if you thought about it, maybe the opponents on stage thought about it and thought, oh, Jesse's not going to play the tier elements again. Because he always plays tier elements. He's probably going to try something different now. And then you try and counter that. The layers just keep going. And at some point, the decision has to be made. The players are on stage deciding right now. And this could be pivotal. Because as we had said, there is a chance that it ends here. If Europe's able to 3-0 in this game, not expected. But if they can, they could be champions already.
Yeah, so close they can taste it. Knowing that they have that opportunity, they might try even harder just to really focus, because this is the closest they've been all tournament to becoming the world champions. First ever Master Duel World Champion.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned now, still a chance, but the opponents changed, and what I want to see is some switches now, because sometimes it depends on what you're playing against, and this adds another layer to what we mentioned. So now I'm thinking that also the first time that we've seen Josh losing in game 1, usually he was always the player's carry, not ever, I guess. Ever is maybe
Very
too much.
impressive career.
But
Jesse
yeah, we
Cotton's
see him
probably just gonna
really
stay on
helping
now.
out his team yesterday, and now he's on the opposite direction. So,
yeah.
I mean, he's obviously experienced, but
Well,
let's
he
see if
just
he
lost
can keep his
against Exos,
composure
I'm pretty
and, you know,
sure.
keep helping out the
So,
team.
maybe
Same
he'll
for Ryan
swap out.
also
I don't
in
know.
that game 1. You know,
Yeah.
you gotta,
Depends on what
losing
he
game 1,
thinks
it's all about
he'll
keeping your
play against
composure.
next.
Good way of putting it. You just have to stay focused.
I don't know
Realize
if
you can
Raymond-
come back.
Raymond
there is a
might
chance, even though
switch
you're
off
down,
of
you're not
the-
out.
Yeah, I gotta say, I am
Sprite,
surprised
but
that we're seeing Exorcists
That
play
sprite,
in the
that sprite
first
setup was really
duel
strong.
so
That sprite
often.
is not super
It's
good.
been very
As
prevalent.
good going second.
I thought it was going to be more of a secondary deck that comes
think he
out
might be playing
after
Sword Soul as well.
the fact once you know
I
who
think
your
one
opponents
of
are
them
going
is
to be,
playing Sword
but no,
Soul.
we're just seeing it thrown out immediately.
I mean, maybe, as you mentioned, we went through a lot of different duels yesterday, word spread, and there is a chance that he knows, as you mentioned, Jesse Cotton is known for being a tier limit master. So that's what he did. Emre got rewarded, and as you mentioned, might be the underdog on the team, but for now he has won his first game.
Quickly, too. He was one of the first ones finished.
That was very
I barely got to
fast,
see
yeah.
what even happened in that match. I was
I
seeing
know.
some Exorcist or Xyz monsters pop up. I think I saw a Magnifica, maybe. It was pretty crazy.
So it's good to have Marcello on because I swear there's a third eye somewhere and all are looking at a different screen. So all the information is processed.
Are they
You could probably
swapping
take us
seats
through
or
everything that
something?
happened in that.
Are they doing the player swap? They swap tables
Not even
on
Live in
the
front of the audience.
It looks like they're standing up or something. It's like the judges.
I did. I was watching
Well,
that.
they haven't
Yeah,
judged it
I
actually,
did.
but
Yeah,
no,
catch
they're
us up
sitting
during
down.
the next
Okay.
I mean,
I
what
think that's just
happened
the
though,
helpers.
which I did catch was that he won the coin flip.
Probably
so
just
that
talking
was
through
an
the
important
strategy
one
for
in
next
that
round.
matchup, I gotta say.
If they want
Because
to
the
switch or
Tillman
not.
deck, obviously I'm favorite in general, but when it goes first,
Yeah, the main
sometimes
thing
that
with
very
these
just
two
wrong,
decks,
you know,
especially with this
can
rule
help
set, is
out, especially
having
against
a
decks
good
with sister,
secondary
but
deck.
I mean, that's part of the game. That's what happens, and it's
'Cause,
also
like,
part of
that's really
how
what
you're picking
that's
your
what
deck,
really
I
made
guess.
the
I mean, Raymond Dye, you know, I expected him going
made the
to
difference
I
in
thought
the
he was going to be the one
semifinals,
that was going to be bringing
especially versus
Exorcism
To the
as his
Future.
main deck. That is the deck he
So it
won.
seemed like
a
they didn't
YCS
switch their
with this
decks at
past
all.
year. So I know I think he also used it a lot in the
that
qualifiers.
semifinals, but I
to
know they
get
had
here.
other decks.
I know that was one of the
We
decks
saw
that I saw
we
a
saw
lot
the
of people
first
encountering on
the first game
a
at
lot
all
of Tierleman, a lot of
of the
Exorcisms
entire
to
like
counter it.
event
Same
for
kind of
Master
thing
Duel.
playing out here at the World Championship.
The future match
We still have
was
a little bit of time before the players
To
will
the
be ready on
Future's
stage,
leader,
so I want to dive
the
a little
punk
bit more
player,
into some of the players
playing his
and
punk
that-
deck and
the
then
history
decking
of
someone
them,
out with
because
decking someone
Ray,
out
like you
when
said,
they activate Maxi
a
with
legend
punk.
in his own right, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the first time I met him, it was at
So,
the
yeah.
last World Championship, and we got to talk a lot. And he's just a well-rounded player, and he stayed consistent with it throughout these 4 years, even just winning that YCS this year. And then, you know, just being able to qualify for the World Championship Master Duel is extremely hard.
Tough.
Now, I'm not
Yeah.
taking away from the two people that he invited, but being the one that is doing the inviting, that has to mean something.
Absolutely, it does, and he is the leader of the team. But I think he picked some pretty decent
did.
players, right?
The former world champion, one of the best in the game of all time.
And I will say, I think that it speaks to the prestige of this being the first Master Duel World
Yeah.
Championships as well. Being willing to play here when presumably there could be other options for some of these duels of like, okay, which one am I going to try and grind to and get to? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we got a plan. Next year, you do the grinding, and then you invite us over.
Yeah,
I
you
got
do the
this.
hard work. We'll tag along.
Yeah, I can
then
do this.
We'll come from here up on the stage.
Come on.
We
I have
believe
a-
in you, Kane.
I have a really good Dogmatica deck. Nidier's Servant, one of my favorite cards. So
It's a
do
great
you think
card.
it's good enough?
Okay.
It
It
could be
looks
by
like they're
this.
starting
Who
again.
knows next year?
That's
They're planning to focus on the players
you
now.
never
Everybody
know.
from
Oh, nope,
Konami's
never mind.
listening.
They
Just
swapped
print some
back
more
over to
Dogmatica support.
the announcers.
We're starving out here.
Sounds like a
They
plan.
do have a lot of support, but there could be
Yeah.
more always.
There could be more.
I think you
Could
might be the
always
only one that wants that to
Yeah,
continue.
you know what? Now that I think about it, but we are getting ready to hop into the second game. Will Europe sweep here and end it now, or will North America strike back?
Okay, let's
Team
see what's
7
happening.
taking on Snipe Hunters now.
Okay, starting up.
The
Snipe
opponents have
Hunters is up
swapped
2 to 1,
The
but
decks
that's
maybe
not,
have
doesn't
swapped
mean
up.
too much.
Yet
It's
to
still
know
pretty close.
currently.
As we can see, though, that are the matchups. So Josh is going to be playing against the Carmano, while Quanto is going to be playing against Jesse. Let's see. We most likely will jump into table 2. So table B, let's see.
Okay, let's
Love
see
this
what they...
intro for the World Championship.
There's the
This
intro.
is sweet.
I love to let the tension build because you know these players are feeling
Okay,
that
there's
tension
the
as
logo.
well. You see their
Let's
faces,
see what
you
their
see the
their
concentration
decks are going to be.
and the focus that all of them have to exhibit. Team 7 communicating a little bit, probably
And
saying
here
who's
they
going
are.
first.
We
And
see
just
a
a
Maxi
blind
in draw
Maxi.
phase.
In the
Okay.
draw phase. Wow.
Yeah, probably trying to play around something like triple tactic talent. You want to use that before they'll be able to also have access to that, since triple tactic talent's only main phase.
That's a good point.
That's definitely
Also,
not
that
good
Rhino
against
Heart,
Teal
normal
and stuff.
summon to Sin Hobness. This is where you could be weak to something like Infinite Impermanence,
He's
but
just gonna
nothing there to
activate
respond
kick close,
to.
kick
And
close,
he's going to be able to strike
absolutely
into Teal and
pass.
Talos.
So if
We're at
Jesse
happiness.
stick with his deck, we might
Let's
be
see
in
what
for a
happens.
Tillman mirror match in this one.
And we do see in table
If he
C
gets
the
Ash, that
classic
would suck.
Ash blocking a Maxi
Nope,
here.
it looks like it's
And,
like there's
it
nothing.
looks maybe.
Yep,
we see
Soliak
the
pass
Virtuous,
is still
a
pretty
Sword
good.
Soul
Yeah.
coming out at table C.
Raymond dies switching over to Sword Soul, yeah.
I really like the start from Quantal thing. So Tearlaments can kind of play into Maxi just a little bit, because you can just go into Kick Talos, grab Tearlaments Soliak, and then you'll be able to use that Soliak to send Kick Talos to your opponent's turn, and that gives you the opportunity to send 5 cards from your deck to the graveyard.
Yeah.
And we see, yeah, it's gonna be a mirror match for this one. Let's see if Jesse is the
Okay.
Tearlament master, as many of
There's
that
Scream.
folded.
We
Jesse
knocked
is
him up,
really good
and
at
this
the
is the
Tearlaments
opportunity to prove it.
Tearlament
mirror,
Scream
so
is
this is
huge,
gonna be
so
pretty
even
hard.
if something happens to stop this
So
Rhino Heart
Rhino
like
Heart
Tearlament
Chin,
Soliak,
Scream.
which I can only imagine will be happening,
Yeah.
you're still going to be able to send
He's
those
probably
3
Mike
cards,
Soliak
hopefully
here.
hit a Tearlament monster, or maybe a
Nope,
Mudora
letting
or a
that
Kelda,
resolve.
which will be really
Interesting.
advantageous. in
Probably
this
saving
match.
the
See a heartbeat.
Soliak for Kikolos, guess, maybe?
Yeah, for now, it will resolve.
I saw a heartbeat got milled. I didn't see the other cards.
Obviously, this is a matchup that we have seen plenty of time, even in the TCG, as you mentioned, Jesse, having great success with it. Multiple YCS finals during that format.
There was a whole format in TCG where this was the deck to play.
Oh, wow, and he goes for the Kelbeck in the mirror match.
Just activating the Kelbeck, just getting the...
Especially when you don't have any plays to really keep going.
Yugioh. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say this
We got a Yugioh.
for Quantal thing could be pivotal, but getting an additional 5-card sent
could be huge.
Also
okay, shuffling back.
Yeah, usually
probably gonna summon the
when you're sending those 5 cards to the mirror match, you really want to hit that Kelda or Medora to be able to respond
this one's
to
probably
your
gonna feed
opponent's
us
chain
up,
link.
right?
Just shuffle back those Kelda monsters, but he's going to go into Catal's
Scream is
triggers.
pretty good here. He's probably gonna
well,
add...
Jesse Cotton showing that only one of them has the special rarity.
activating a Yugioh. Okay, they're just going for it.
Yeah, that royal rare is beautiful.
Jesse is not scared of anything.
Beautiful.
So he's going to send another 5 from both players' decks. I have to imagine he hit a Kelda or a Medora potentially on that first 3.
Okay,
Usually I don't want to send
Heart.
an additional 5 unless I have a way to shuffle back my opponent's cards.
Or maybe it's possible that also Quantal eat any of those cards and then he just doesn't feel like he has enough to push here.
True.
A lot of unknown information, but the players are making their decisions. We have the Rhino Heart and then the Scream coming in from Quantal Thing.
Okay, resolving.
So it looks like nothing's being shuffled back. The cards are resolving. The Scream's going to have Meta Noise.
Okay. Rhino Heart's
will come to the
activating.
field.
Because it's onto field.
Yep, going to be able to
Just
discard that
cutting
Meta Noise.
Meta
That'll let
Noise,
him add back a Tear Elements monster from the graveyard. Scream's going to let him add a Tear Elements trap from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, and we didn't mention that Chain Link 6 was impressive on Duel Links, but this is a matchup where you can get to that Chain Link 12 even.
Yeah,
so
6 is nothing.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think he added anything from the Scream. He might have sent all of his traps from the deck to graveyard from those two.
That was unlucky. And as you can see here, that is confirmed by the activation of the Salyak.
Rhino Heart's activating.
Which, by the way, is limited.
They're both just going for it.
Cards.
For the shuffle.
More cards. Mirror match.
Everyone they just both want to see
Even with
the
all
mills.
the cards limited to 1, they're still going to end up hitting the graveyard.
Okay, what's getting
No
added?
one's taking any damage. We expect this
Okay,
to be a
sending that.
long and grindy
What's Solyak gonna
duel.
add?
Try and catch up on a
Sure.
little bit of what's happening on
Okay.
table A and table C while these combos go through.
Yeah,
See
it's
a Sword Soul board established with that Chi-Chow and Baron on
they're
table
playing
C.
Sword Soul.
which is gonna be up against the Labyrinth deck from
Sword Soul
Emre.
versus Labyrinth. That's an
So that's
interesting
a
matchup.
very good
Sword
opening
Soul
though from
isn't too bad
Raymond.
in the back row
On the other
because they have
side,
the,
it seems like they
evil long one
both,
does deal
I
with
guess,
that.
yeah,
I
Joshua
just saw
Smith
Harper's
over
Feather Dust.
to
Oh, no.
the Naturia Runic
That
deck,
is
but
rough for
he had an
Labyrinth.
opening with just a lot of Runic cards. He's 7 cards in his hand at the moment.
Okay, so he at least had a chained Welcome Labyrinth there.
Runa can draw through all of that. Maybe it was a maxi. We'll have to wait and see as table C has also had some interactions. Not catching back up
And
on table
Skibber.
B here. Look at that. We finally resolved the chain links.
And then
Okay,
it's just a
let's have
Merely and a
this.
Havness, one from each side. Both players going to fusion summon here. Quantum think when
What's
you're
he
on
gonna
when
go
your
for
opponent's
right
turn, you're using your fusion summon, you're looking
Okay,
to go
he's
into
using two
Predator
monsters. Probably
Sepelia,
go for-
Tearlament's Kaleido Heart. Looks like
Oh,
he
no,
does
he's
have the
using-
proper
he's
materials,
going
so he's
for
going to be able
Kaleido
to go
Heart, okay.
into
Kaleido
that
Heart can
Kaleido
shovel back
Heart.
the Kikkalos.
Still hasn't had to use any of his face down spell
Or
or
the
trap
Rhino
cards
Heart.
quite
Yeah.
yet.
That's pretty intimidating for Jesse Cotton to keep track of what those could possibly be. A reminder that Quantum Think is assembling all of this off of Kikkalos set 3 pass under the maxi.
Ooh, but we see RP Feather Duster from Raymond.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt there. Wow.
Good news for Ray. Against the Labyrinth deck, that's one of the best
He's also
cards you
going
can get.
for
Jesse
Kaleido
also
Hearts.
fusion summoning for his
So are they
opponent,
just both going to
Tearlament's
shuffle
Kaleido
each
Heart.
other's Kaleido Hearts back?
Yeah, this is considered
So
by
Kaleido
many
Hearts-
one of the
so
most
Jesse Cotton's
technical
turn player, so
matchups
his Kaleido
probably
Heart
of all
activates
time
first.
Yeah,
up
in
there.
Yu-Gi-Oh. Some people love
But
it.
it resolves
Some people hated it
last,
when it was in
so-
the TCG. It is here in Master Duel. What are your thoughts, Billy? It
I
requires
love it.
a deep understanding of the matchup.
It does. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot to keep track of. You might have a small little headache afterwards,
who's-
but it's really
they're both
rewarding.
just shuffling
when you
each
feel
other
like it all
back,
comes
okay.
together.
Yeah, I think that's why we see, even if Jesse Cotton, maybe the read is, oh yeah, he's going to play this deck. That's why you put him on the deck.
Yeah,
is because
shuffling
you
both each
need
other
to
back.
understand these matchups,
We see
these
the-
intricacies.
We see the Kaleido Hearts trade effects with one another.
Yeah.
Both targeting each other, sending them both back into the extra deck.
Very funny interaction.
I mean, this is a pure mirror match, right? We saw 2 Kaleido Hearts, 2 Rhino Hearts, and 2 Kick Hollows, both on either side. And there's an actual mirror in between these 2 fields.
Okay, there's
Literally,
Sharon.
you're on to
Doesn't
something.
get more than this.
Now, Teal was sharing that he added off that Soliak. Usually you go for Hobnus
no
or
free.
Sharon, and Sharon's going to be able to discard the special
Ooh.
summon and send the top
There
3
goes the
cards
pot
to the
of
deck to the
desires.
graveyard.
Interesting though, we see a pot of desires getting sent from the deck. Not a popular choice, I gotta say, for this deck. So an interesting build.
Ooh,
here.
Killback.
I think
Oh
he might have
man,
in the TCG as
bouncing
well.
back to kick close is really
but
strong.
Kelbeck in the hand,
Yeah.
cards are sent from your opponent's deck to the graveyard. You can special summon it. Then you're going to be able to target a special summon
You
monster.
could go
your
for a
opponent's
rank
field,
4 and go to
return
Zeus
extra.
here.
Really good at
and
getting
clear
rid of
the field.
Kick Hollows
That's
so
not-
they can't use that
yeah,
effect
that's not
to
super
summon a
great,
tier
though.
element and send the top
We
5.
know
That's
that there's
big.
a
Kelbeck is
Soliak
huge.
somewhere.
It's one of the best things you can have in the mirror match.
And having it in hand means the Quantal Think not only had the Kick Close set 3 pass, but also further insulation against the mirror match against Jesse Cotton.
Quantal Think making Cotton think.
Hey!
And
and there it
Tactics
is.
Talent.
good
Oh
cards in
man,
the mirror match. Triple Tactic Talent, one of the
that's really
exclusively
strong.
best cards
You can
in the mirror
get,
match because
you
you're
can
almost
grab the kick
guaranteed
close
that they're going to be
and then
activating
fusion
effects
summon
during
with
the
it.
main phase. He's going to take his opponent's Kick Hollows.
Yeah, oh yeah, you like getting rid of my Kick Hollows. I'll just take yours instead. How about that?
Yeah, he's going to probably try and use it to fusion summon,
Oh,
but he has
wow.
Super Baller!
Oh no, Super Poly. Oh no.
I mean, when you think about the back roll that this deck will play, you have to keep track of Super Poly. And Quantal Think says, no, that in fact is my Kick Hollow.
The best part about
Yeah,
Super Baller,
that's-
it is
that's
his Kick
rough.
Hollows. So that means it's
So
going
now
to
he can
his
get a
graveyard,
Lucalos
and
here.
he's
Resolve
fusion
it.
summon, and he's going to get to send the 5 cards from his deck to the graveyard. This is one of the best cards you can have in the mirror match.
Kelbeck and the super polymerization, huge for Quantal Think.
But
Jesse could be in trouble.
Table C is over, and
It is.
Raymond is the winner. So
All right, Team 7 sticking in it.
tying
They pick up
the
their
score.
second win,
Lucalos.
2-2 now.
I see a Medora going to
Kings, couple
the
more
graveyard.
mills.
This is looking bad for Jesse actually
Yeah,
now.
but this is great
Bring the
news because
Rhino Heart
this
back.
means we are going to the third set of games no matter what.
I mean, from the team leader's
Yeah.
sheer grit and making sure he's at least winning his games, he's going to
Exactly.
push it to another match.
Now table
Okay,
A
there's
looks
Coral
like
Dragon going off.
not a great board state
So the cool
for
part
the
about
North American representative.
The cool part about Keldo and Medora in the mirror match, you usually want to use yours if your opponent has one of the 2 in the graveyard to target their Keldo and Medoras to force them to either use it or choose them to go back into the deck before you have to activate another effect, and that's what we see happening here.
Tough spot here for Jesse, but still able to continue. As you mentioned, it's also interesting with the shared pool. Where is the Zeus? Do you think it could be in this deck? Because then, you know,
It's tough, yeah.
You do have 2 4s. You could just go into a rank 4 and then try and go into a Zeus.
Yeah, a lot of times in the mirror match, you
go
go into
into-
like a Dweller so you can use the effect. So you can go into Zeus, and then
Going
when you
for a
Zeus
Medora
everything to the
here.
graveyard, it won't
Yeah.
trigger any of the
Going
effects on
snow.
the field.
Good point.
But he might be trying to find a way to clear up the field
Yeah.
and then still have a Abyss Dweller on the field. But with no cards in hand, maybe that Dweller into Zeus will be Jesse's one way of winning the game. And Snow being in the graveyard, that's Jesse's
Okay, there's
favorite
Lucalos.
card.
Yeah.
That
And
really is
Snow
going to
can
change a lot of
activate
things.
again.
Yeah. We've seen the targets
going
in the
for
graveyard. You
Havnus.
can just banish those now. And Havnus in hand, too.
Maybe Jesse's not out of it quite just
There's
yet.
Snow again.
His favorite card is Fairy Tale Snow, and he's showing us
Yeah.
why right
Yeah,
here,
Snow
right
is super
now
strong
in the
mid,
World
especially in
Championship.
the mirror. It
not
can just,
once per
it
turn,
not
gonna
being once per
change
turn,
the
it's
chain.
super safe.
Even.
Yeah.
Just chain Snow, chain
We're
Snow.
up to chain link 7. Between
Okay,
everything on the
resolving.
board, everything in the
There's no Snow.
graveyards, and it will resolve. Jesse
There's
Cotton
Havnus.
showing why he is so feared in this
He's
deck
also playing
on
Super
this
Poly.
matchup.
At the same time, Table A, a Trishula just hit the field for Josh in what looks like a dominant position.
This would be big for Jesse.
Okay,
If
now
you can
Snow's
win
gonna
this, it's
flip
now
that Lucalos
even
space
3-3
down.
going into that final game. If you lose, Team 7 needs to sweep. They have to win.
Yeah, this game is
Probably
huge.
gonna go
Jesse
Abyss
really needs
Dweller,
to win this game because you can
Zeus.
almost. I mean, Table A, it
He
is.
still has Soliak,
That's a
though,
lot
which
of cards
really
in
does
hand.
hurt
I don't
this.
think Josh is going to lose this one.
It's looking unlikely that Team 7 will pick
I
up
don't
the
think-
win, so
I
that
don't
means
think
Jesse
he can
Cotton's
see
got to
the
focus
Soliak.
up here. We are relaying into that Abyss
There's the
Dweller.
Abyss Dweller.
And we go to the battle phase, so
Battle phase
for
hit.
now, gonna try and
Feeding over the
clear
Rhino
everything
Heart.
except for that Rukalos, it seems like. But
He's like, Quantum
What
Think has to
are
activate
those
it now,
two
else he
face
can't
now?
activate the
Yeah, he has
Soliak
to use
at all.
them. I imagine they have to be infinite impermanence. He might be holding on to for quite some time if that is in his deck list.
I
could be.
suppose.
Maybe a
'Cause he
second.
knows that when you're going second or when Tearlaman's trying to have the
Okay,
backlash.
there's the
You want to
Soleil,
save
yep.
an Infinite Permanence for
That
something
was
like
forced
Zeus.
out.
Interesting. I mean, he's
Now he can
forced to
change
use
the,
it now, so
now he can
Jesse
change
very
to
well
Abyssal.
played
Yeah,
here,
that was
can
rough.
just chain the Dweller, and that will do nothing.
Puts
now
the
he
snow
can clear
back
the
in the
field.
graveyard to be resummoned
Yeah.
again. I think this is what he was trying to go for,
Oh
too.
man,
'cause
Jesse
he'd be able to
Cotton is
have an
so
access to another
skillful in
rank
the tier
4. He
mirror.
has that Baguska backup if he absolutely needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here Quanto gonna keep his Reinhardt by sending the Kelbeck instead.
So the Abyss Builder didn't battle.
No, so I'm guessing there is no Zeus in this deck. That is the shared pool.
But maybe
for
that
dark.
was a little bit of
Interesting.
mind games, because does Quantal think know that?
Grabbing Havness?
Does Quanto think that?
Does Quantal think that?
Does he not
We
have
Dark
Zeus in
the
this
Dark
team?
Charmer coming out here.
Maybe he's
Link
not the deck
climbing
that has the
slightly.
Zeus.
As we'll take the Havness. And now,
Now
go
he's going
into,
for
oh,
Elf.
a Sprite Elf.
Yeah, Dark
Interesting.
really good at giving you access to Sprite Elf as long as your opponent has a Dark. When you don't have those level 2s on
Grabbing-
board, you can go into that Link too.
but then
Diviner. Diviner
I
can
love
send
Diviner in Tearlaments. It
one
gives
of
you
the,
access to Baron to floor. As you're able to send a level 4, you can put that Medora in the graveyard to use in
Medora
the mirror
again.
match. And
Now
you
he
always
can
have a
make
4 and a
Baron.
6, level 10 Synchro.
Baron pops
Could be
his
Chang Ying.
Miklos.
It's either Chang Ying or Baron here. Might be Chang Ying.
We have confirmation
Nope,
table
big
A.
Baron.
Blue team has won. Snipe Hunters is now up 3-2, but Jesse Cotton is keeping Team 7 in this, keeping North America in this.
Set one
Baron and
pass.
Sprite Elf on the
Okay,
field.
this is
They've already
this
used the
is a
battle
really
phase. So
skillful
back
match.
over to Quantal Think's turn.
The beauty of the
That's
tournament
just-
mirror match. So many
Yeah.
things going on.
Yeah.
So many effects to track of. But in the end, this is the result that Jesse was
So it's
looking
Soliak's
for.
Yeah,
gone.
and this
So
was
what's that last
beautifully
set called? Maybe like an
execution
Emperor?
By both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Now-
draw is an important one, I feel like.
Yeah,
It's all on this one top deck.
And what's that other set card? Because there is still a card that Quantal Think did not use throughout
Yep.
that entire turn.
Okay, just
Could be
flipping that
another
Miklos
super
up,
ball
going to
maybe.
battle phase.
That's a
Going to battle phase,
terrifying thought.
beating over everything. Probably
And now we're gonna see
chaining
the
Elf.
elf. He could. Okay, interesting. Goes for the dark.
All right.
I guess maybe he
Bringing
doesn't
back
have
dark
any
instead.
melodies in there.
Oh, there's
just
Havness. Oh no,
That's
that Havness top
that's a
deck was
good
really
top deck,
strong.
for sure.
Now, these next 3 cards sent to the graveyard will be crucial for Quantal Think. This could be a huge push if you get
Okay,
the right one.
there's a
It doesn't
Rhino Heart
look bad.
to
That was a
play
Rhino
with.
Heart.
Yeah,
He doesn't have
cannot
anything
use
in
the
hand to
Rhino
use for
Heart
Rhino
right
Heart.
now. Let's see if there is any activation afterwards.
Yeah, Dark kind of cool in the mirror match. Also,
Activate
it has that
screen,
effect
right?
if it's destroyed. You can add a Dark monster with 1850 or less.
Yeah.
So it can get you some Tearlament monsters. Not too bad having on the field to bring back with Sprite Elf.
Quantal
Yeah, the
Think
only problem, is that it needs to be linked summoned. So right now we cannot use the effect to search
true.
if that goes away. Yeah.
I want Quantal Think. We don't have confirmation if this is waiting to trigger something that was
Yes.
sent to the graveyard. No, it wasn't. We're
Oh,
just in
no.
the battle
Wow.
phase.
You didn't
What
activate
is
screen?
Jesse's set
Okay.
card?
Let's see. All down to that.
Havness beats. Let's go.
Worst case scenario, it
What's
could
that
keep
set card
that
done?
dark, just in terms of being there, being
Yeah.
larger than these monsters.
But
yeah.
if Quantal Think is able to clear that,
If you, okay,
trade
he's letting
the
that go
3,000
through.
attackers is in a
He's just
good
gonna beat
spot.
over the
Could
Dark.
still
Dark
go into
floats,
a,
right?
It's a close one. I mean,
I
he
don't
might
actually-
get
I don't
crushed
remember
around.
Dark stuff.
I think he might crash here. I mean, it's a difficult decision, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really all you have is that root cause. You could go into a Dark.
Yeah, because if you crash, you just go for your own dark, I guess.
Yeah.
But your opponent has the Mudora. We don't know if... I mean, I guess he has Mudora
Yeah.
plus the snow as
Oh,
well.
yeah, the
Okay,
snow's
just going,
huge.
just
Oh,
going to beat over the
that's
Dark.
very important to track.
Goes back to
That
Okay.
means the dark play is not really
Forbidden
Oh,
droplets,
Forbidden
okay.
droplet.
So he's going to be able to
He's
send
gonna
this
send-
scream
send
as
the
a
scream,
cost.
okay.
Have that recall.
That is huge.
Okay,
Damage
that's how
step, no interaction.
he was letting the. He was baiting it
That's
into
good
beating
by
over,
Rocallo.
trying to beat over it.
That's
Okay.
huge.
Yeah. Jesse Cotton showing up big
I
in
love
the
the
second game.
I love the
There's
Forbidden
snow.
Drop on the Tearlament
Yeah.
deck. One of the only ways you can crack a Tearlament board, too, being able to discard like a trap to play around stuff like Tearlament's Prime, Banish 7. This is going to prevent him from going into that dark even, but there
Going
is
for
a
Keldo.
Keldo in the graveyard here from Quantal Think. Does he have
Shuffling
7 more
this-
he can banish for the snow? Or just let
Maybe
it
he'll
go
let
back?
the
He's
maybe
already
he'll let the
banished
snow go
14,
back. I
right?
don't know.
Yeah.
How many
21?
cards are even left in deck at this point? No,
Oh,
chain
it's a
will
pretty
resolve.
bad position with Quantal Think.
Yep, he has
Because he can
7
just
more.
beat over. Going for it
Snow,
again.
the gift that keeps
Banishing
on
7
giving.
more.
Wow. Already the 4th time he has activated that effect. Banishing
It's his
28.
favorite card.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like at this point you're just out of resources. I imagine for Jesse Cott.
Yeah.
This should be the game-ending push then. If you're not able to close it out here, it's going to be rough.
Okay, now flip over.
I guess the same could be said for Quantal
Yeah,
Thing.
okay, that
This
makes
is not
sense.
the ideal field state.
Just one face down. That's all he has left in this duel. And now plays back to Jesse. We could even see
I
that
think
Baron
Jesse
switch, but
is
I
probably-
think he doesn't. Yeah, he hasn't negated anything with it.
No,
so
he has
it's-
not.
So
you just
pop the
keep it.
back
It's a
row,
great
right?
Target
card.
destruction, yeah. Probably hit that back
Has to
row.
be
Just
Prime,
deal
right?
with-
Tyrlim's Prime? Oh, super.
Oh,
Oh,
it's
look,
Super
super
Poly with nothing
Poly.
to activate.
So he had,
Okay.
had nothing to really use the fusion
Yeah.
effect for. Wow.
Okay, this
Two
is
super
rough.
polys set in that turn one. And now
Going for a
Jesse Cott
sprint,
has
okay.
essentially an open
Yeah, no, this
field
is
to
pretty
play
much over.
through.
Sprite, Spring, and Sin Merrily and
Sending
get you started to
Merrily
fusion
activate,
summon.
goes for
Oh,
That's
this
great.
is not looking good for Quantal
I
Thing.
think Quantal Think
This
is
is
up.
looking like
'cause
it will be all down
even
to
top
the
take
game
anything?
3 with a 3-3 score.
He would still have to deal with the Baron.
Duel
again. Okay, I
required
think
an
it's just over.
extreme level of mastery in these decks. Jesse Cott and what he has accomplished right here is nothing but impressive. Playing through everything Quantal Thing had. Playing through the Super Poly. Playing through the kick close ping pong.
Absolutely. I mean, we did mention these are among the best players in the world, but even among the best, some players are just up there,
Yeah.
and Jesse is just one of the best the game has ever seen. So.
And
One of the
honestly,
greatest I've ever
Yeah,
seen.
this is
props
this is
to
just
Quantal
over.
Thing as well for even having Maxi in the first
Okay,
turn,
Shield,
still being
we're just
able
gonna
to
make,
make
he's gonna
this
make Rukalos.
competitive.
This is
This
just BM
duel
at this point.
delivered everything you could have asked for in the mirror matchup.
I love me a Tyrlim's mirror match. Seems gonna be Drago Stepelia or Rukalos. It's Rukalos.
Okay, now he's gonna
And
beat
that's
over.
it, so-
Is that lethal? 3K plus 3K.
Brandon
That's
takes out
150 off of lethal.
We're gonna hit some damage.
No, wait.
It'll be
minus
down to the
15.
draw for Quantal Think.
So a little bit
Damage
more
for
off
this
of that.
turn. Gonna leave just a few left to his opponent, and that's it. One more card, but
Can you do
can't
it?
think. Oh no, yeah, there is a snow again. Just to
The
close
fifth
down.
time. He has to use every card he has left to clear.
Okay.
Tails,
Oh, that
snow
snow
for
is
the
snow for
game.
lethal. Oh no.
We thought Quantal Think would add another turn,
What?
but he does not.
What a
That is a
game.
2-1 for North America, and we got a tied series.
2-1 for Snipe Hunters and
Tied
2-1 for
up.
Team
I
7.
couldn't ask for
So
a
this is
better
tied.
match. I'm glad Jesse got to put
This is
on
just
this
gonna be
show.
down
Both
to the
of them played
wire.
incredible. That's what I love about the Tyrlim's mirror match. You really get to bring out
What
the
a
best
game.
in the players. You have to really be calculating everything, knowing when to use your Medora, your Keldo, to force out your opponent's effects. I mean, going back to when it was in the TCG, I talked to Jesse. He was like, "Yeah, it's usually right to always mill 5.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
always want to send those 5 cards from the deck to the graveyard every time, even in the mirror match, especially when it's your own turn, because it's always quite advantageous. You just have to be very, very careful."
Yeah, not everyone would do it, but there's a reason that the one who did it is here at the finals, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and we have seen 50 cards mill that turn. And I mean, I remember back in the day, Jesse was doing the same for the TCG. It was like, I
This-
know I'm
that-
better
that
than
was an
most
amazing
duelists.
tier
So
matchup.
when you use the effect and you send those cards, that
I
means
think
there
people
are
do
more options. The game
oversimplify
gets
how
more
skillful the tier
complicated.
matchup is.
So that makes sense.
Here it
And
is,
now
'cause
it's a tied
it is really
series,
tough to
Trace.
play
This
through all
next
that.
game will determine who is world
Like,
champion.
if I was,
after
I have
a
played
duel
tier
like
before.
that.
If I was playing in
I
Jesse's
got-
position,
what's
going
Quantal
second
Think
against that,
processing
Yeah.
right now. Like,
against
how
3
are the
back rows
nerves?
with
You
the
just had to
close
go
and
against
the
Got in the
Super
mirror
Poly, I don't think
matchup.
I would have won
Very
though.
tough getting Maxi
But that
right
was
away.
insane.
Still trying your best to play through it. You have to reset. You have to somehow refresh yourself for another duel.
Take a breath.
Absolutely. But now, out of just elimination process, we do know the final matchup. So maybe we can speculate about how we
Let's
think
do it.
that's going to happen.
I'm down.
Because as we have seen now, it's down to Quantal Think. The decision is, does he want to play tier element for the 3rd time, or does he want to switch over? And he's going to be up against Raymond Dye to decide.
Who is undefeated. Ray's been going incredibly well so far. Had the Sword Soul in that last duel. What do you think about Sword Soul versus Tier Elements?
I don't think it's a good matchup for that one. I think I much rather stick with the Sprite.
Okay.
So that could be, I would definitely stick with the tier element if I was Quantal Think. But on the other end, I think we are going to have that Josh against Jesse matchup, right?
No, tell you it ain't so. It's coming down to Josh versus Jesse in the finals.
Absolutely.
Josh versus
Yes.
Jesse is one of the deciding
You
matches.
could not
Okay.
write it better.
Oh, we
This
did.
is
We did
a-
it, Konami.
Great-
We
great
scripted.
script.
This is scripted. All
Great
scripted.
script. Yeah, absolutely.
If you know
All
anybody,
according
if
to
you know
plan.
anybody who is not watching live right now, shoot them a message, give them a call. You have to watch this next duel, this next game will determine everything in a momentous occasion. North America versus Europe in the World Finals.
Absolutely, but the last match is also a decided one, the one between Ryan Yu and obviously Emre.
Yep.
We could have that Labyrinth mirror match as well. That's an option. We haven't seen much of Labyrinth yet in this finals. I'm down for that. So
Can you imagine?
And Ryan Yu, notoriously known for being a really good Labyrinth player from the TCG.
Yep.
He did really well with the deck. He just picked it up the night before. He's assuming he's played with it a lot since then.
Yeah.
It's just really incredible. I mean, coming down to the last 2 wins, like it was first to 5, now it's the first to 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I predicted it was going the distance, if you recall.
yeah. And at the same time, at the moment, he is the one who is at least feeling like he's letting his team down with the Zo-Ochu start, while Raymond, the leader, is really carrying him. So I would expect Ryan now to push, and get that win for the final round. He really needs it. Otherwise, I think he would be quite disappointed.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
So we just got the Tournament Mirror to be the decider of that last round.
Yeah.
The other 2 matches are going to split 1-1, the other 2 duels.
Yeah.
And then it's Labyrinth Mirror. And that's going to determine Worlds. Nobody else is playing Labyrinth. It wasn't on other players' radars, other teams' radars, but the 2 teams that made finals chose to play that deck. I feel like there'd be some poetry.
I'm
there.
down.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that we might get to see that one on stream. I think it's Stable C, which is Emre's stable, and I'm pretty sure we get to see Emre against Ryan.
Oh, that's a pretty cool
that
trophy.
would
That's
be
a
a good
Millennium
one.
I mean,
Puzzle.
just speaking to it, if Ryan did lose the first 2 games as he did, I wouldn't count him to lose 3 in a row. So
Exactly.
Here's the camera.
it's all in his favor.
We know he's a good duelist. We know he's got it
incredible.
in him.
Sure, figure him out.
I imagine that the audience will be
So I
voting
wonder
for
what the
one
next
particular,
match is.
duel, though. Maybe the Jesse versus Josh. We'll see if we're treated with that
Yeah,
one or what it will be
absolutely.
at the end.
Jesse
It
versus
does
Josh
often
is like
rotate around,
an
so.
all-star
But
matchup.
either, I mean, we'll see
They
it on
normally
the
wouldn't
screen.
be dueling
I
each
can't
other,
believe.
but like this
This
is
is
the one
why we were
stage
so
where
excited for this
they
match, because we
typically-
get to
where they
see
might
these
actually
legendary
duel each
duelists
other.
against each other.
And also, as a final reminder,
This is like a
there's
dream
a chance
matchup.
that the 3rd game doesn't even matter, because
Two of
if
the
the
best
first 2 are
players of the
over,
regions.
this is over. The 3rd duel will not even continue. Like, they need to just win 2 out of the 3 to become world champions. So we gotta keep an eye on that. We gotta keep an eye on the speed as well,
If I'm them on stage, I'm saying, look, even if we do lose in the first 2, let us play out the 3rd one. Come on, we made it to the world stage. Let's have some fun with it. But it does determine the winner already.
Yeah.
I really hope it comes down to that last game.
I hope it does, too.
Just kind of like this round. It was
Same,
1-1, and it was a really
Yeah.
impactful game to even out the series, or just to be down to only need the other team to win 1 game. Like, Jesse had to win that game to really give his team a chance.
NA is so happy that Jesse is the pilot for that tier limit matchup, that mirror match, because if they were down, that means that they would have to win 3 in a row. They have to take all of them and sweep, which is very hard to do. We haven't seen many teams. I don't think we've seen any team do it on stream.
No, at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. I mean, the level is up there. I mean, it doesn't get much higher than this, so it makes sense that that's what just happened. But yeah, one more.
While the players are getting ready on the stage for what could be their biggest duel, definitely the biggest duel of the year, maybe biggest duel in their careers so far, being the first
I would
ever
say so.
Master Duel World Champion. Let's take some time to go over some of the other matchups that we could expect to see. Starting with some duels that you want to highlight, some of the players, and can we talk about the 2 decks that they have as options
Let's
and how they
quickly
interact
talk
with each
about
other.
Jesse against Joshua. So
Okay, let's do it.
Joshua switched around his decks, and he has, as we have seen, the option to stick in and win it with the Naturia. Let's see if that's gonna be the case.
We're in to the series determining game. North
this is
America
the
versus
last
Europe will
match.
determine the first ever Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship for
Okay.
Master Duel.
There
So
they
they're
are,
probably gonna
and
focus on
as confirmed,
Emre
it is
versus,
Josh against Jesse, Quantal against Ray, and Emre against Carmano.
Yeah, Emre against Carmano is probably
You can see they're
focus.
smiling, probably thinking about which decks to pick. One last time, one last decision.
It all comes
So
down
this
to
is
this, a long year of competition.
And see, look at Ryan crossing his
is
fingers for
nervous.
that coin flip, I think.
He did that before game 1
Really
too,
hoping
and
for
that
it.
didn't work out so well. I wouldn't do it if it didn't work out the first time.
Either the coin flip or maybe that, hey, I read the right deck to choose into what they are picking. We'll have all the information here shortly.
Okay,
Let's
see
take
what's
a look
going
at these
on.
coin flips. Could be a good one. And as expected,
So
we
Emre's
are
going
seeing
first
Emre.
with Exo Sister. Oh no!
Ooh,
Oh,
Marta
and a
Marta.
Maxi. Okay,
Sisters
let's see. Let's see
being
if he has
played by
out.
Emre.
Oh no.
Did
Okay,
not go
this
for
might
the
be it
Labyrinth
from
deck.
Exo Sister.
table B, I see a Primeval Planet Pelarino getting stopped by Ash Blossom and
Well,
Joy Springs as well.
There's a draw one.
So Josh, actually, I think completely whiffed. Josh activated just his branded spell and passed. Wow.
Oh, table A not going well for Snipe Hunters. We'll keep our eyes on it.
A complete brick, maybe some bestials, and that's about it, I guess.
We'll have to wait and see. Not ideal.
Gonna add Vadis off of the packs.
Okay.
So the thing about Exorcist is even if you get Maxi, leaving up your monster space on the field, not too bad.
Yeah.
If a card leaves the graveyard, moves them somewhere else, you're going to be able to use them as the one-card materials to exceed some of those Exorcist monsters
what
as a
Ryan
quick
is
effect.
playing.
And some of their back row is able to set that up for them.
The Maxi isn't really a lot of
Carmano
information
wants
there.
to do here on the follow-up and what Carmano is playing in this
what's happening at the? I think it's
But
table
I see
B is
that
Joshua
normal summon
versus
Mudora as well, which is gonna be huge. But
versus
back
Joe
to it.
versus Jesse. So
Yeah. So
yeah,
the
that's
question
going
is,
off.
is
No, wait, that's
Carmano
Quantum
on
Think, never
Labyrinth
mind.
or is
I
he on
think that's
Dragon Link?
table
Can we see the Maxi?
Oh,
And if
counter
that's
Maxi.
Labyrinth,
Let's see if
that's
he has
not
the out.
gonna be helpful at all.
He has a response.
Let's
Is
see
it gonna be
what
Ash?
Carmano decided to go for. What?
So he just went for the straight up read
He
that
could just
that's
let it go
Dragon
through
Link.
and just
Because
try to play
otherwise
through.
it makes no sense to use this Maxi here.
I don't know. He could just go through it. It's not a super big deal because he's going second. If he can just OTK, the Maxi won't make a difference.
Bold move.
But
to
that's
just
the real
activate
problem.
Maxi. You play around the talent, but if you're up against Labyrinth, you really want to keep that. So,
yeah, to chain
you
to
know?
like a Welcome Labyrinth or a big Welcome Labyrinth.
That's a huge risk here.
And we have
Okay, there's a called by. Okay.
So it is Dragon Link indeed for Ryan. No Labyrinth at all in this finals.
Now we're going to resolve the chain here. Exo Sister deck starting to come online still. Ray has these cards.
I love how it points at the graveyard
It does.
specifically.
It's great.
I mean,
Middle finger.
it looks like
That one.
Jesse Cotton's
Get
still
it outta
playing
here.
tier elements. He
But
just has
now
Bestials in the
He
deck.
can use his Exo Sisters.
I believe so.
That's the amazing feature. So.
Because the opponent moved a card from the graveyard.
I think that's why Carmano was taking so long to decide, is this
Well,
called
there's the
worth it?
Martha.
Which
That's
tells
going to
me
go off.
This is Dragon Link.
And here comes Martha. It's going to exceed someone maybe from Mikalis
Is
or
there
Ophil.
Another, this is tough.
He could lock out the graveyard also with Capstone.
All the Exo Sister fans are ecstatic right now.
I mean, yeah, being able to trigger
Is
all
that
three
Josh-
Exorcister
Josh
monsters,
was using-
having 3 different namespaces on the field to access all the different Exorcister extra deck monsters. I know I remember talking to you about Magnifica being an Exo Sisters.
Yep.
Because there's 2 of them on there.
Look at that.
Okay, but all
Even
the
in the
Exo Sisters
artwork,
going
even in
off.
the
So cool. And the effect, it can attack twice.
true.
I love it how it all comes together. These paranormal
So what's Sophia
investigators
gonna go
going
into?
to the extra deck.
So there's Michaelis.
Michaelis coming out to start things off. Let's see what the other two
Who's the other
decisions
one?
are. How do we feel about Dragon Link's ability to get through a field like this?
It's tough. He's going to need some sort of card to deal with the
really tough.
board. The Mikalis has that quick effect to banish.
Yep.
The Capsule can lock out the graveyard. But if there's a deck that can do it, Dragon Link might be able to have enough ways to push through it.
Dragon Link does have a
Maybe
bunch
this
of
would come
stuff,
down
so
to
he
table
might be
B
able
then.
to
Because table A
play
still
through
looks like
this,
Jessica
but
John's in a dominant
there's still
position
quite a bit
based
of
on the
disruption.
setup from Josh. Table B, Sprite versus Tearlament.
There's Ellis.
But we're seeing
Sophia.
an amazing opening by
There's Martha.
Quantum Think. So
Yeah.
it's looking like I think Team Blue has the advantage for now. But
Yeah,
Watch,
Sophie's
lightning
going to...
storm right here from Carmano. Let's see it.
He's still not going to be able to use that graveyard since Sophie's
Yeah.
summoned.
so honestly, that cold buy was not an easy decision.
Yeah.
Okay, there's Gibrine.
Ooh, Gibrine, okay.
No card effects in the graveyard.
So this is rough.
Yep.
How is he going to get
It
through this?
is
So
gonna be
no.
difficult for Carmano to try
That's
and
basically
climb out
just
of
a
this
bit.
one.
Dark Ruler. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
That changes everything.
I think the timing of him thinking on the call by really wanting to use it might have been a bait, making him think that he was having a tough decision, but he really wanted to force out all those effects just
Is
so
he
he could
gonna
Dark
evenly
Ruler more.
match
Either
here?
way, it wouldn't matter too much.
That might.
But definitely
He might
excited
Dark
here
Ruler
for Ryan
evenly.
if he
That would
has
be
any
amazing.
follow-up.
Yeah, at the same time, no card effects in graveyard. That effect already resolved.
Yep.
So still something to keep in mind. And
Okay,
we see a
there's
Rocket
Tracer.
to start things off.
He still has 3 back row though,
Now
which
there
is
is
going to
still
be an annoying
a
thing
lot of
to
back
try
row
and deal with.
that Ryan can play with. It does not end here for Carmano. Ryan has a lot more to play to
Chaos
and
space,
more decisions
okay.
to make.
And at the same time, on table A, when you drew a lot of bestials, although you break, those are amazing against Tierleman, and it seems like Josh is still in a good position now.
Yeah, facing down just the time thief redo or the Tierleman screen. Not too much in opposition there.
You can't activate any of those great
But we see
effects,
Chaos
which
Space
is
being
really
activated
rough.
here from Ryan. He's going to chain that quick effect of Rocket Tracer to destroy the Chaos Space. He's going to be locked into Dark Monsters from the extra deck, but he's going to be able to special summon a level 4 Rocket from the deck like Rocket Recharger.
And still get the effect of Chaos Space. One of the powerful parts of
Adding
this
Chaos
deck.
Dragon,
Chaos
Levianeer,
Dragon,
okay.
Levianeer that's picked up.
Great
If
at
he has a
breaking boards.
lightning grave as well, he can try to clear the board.
I mean, everything is committed for Emre to the field, so if you get that Levianeer to just destroy 2 cards, that's
there's
great.
Returnia, that's annoying.
Now.
There
So
goes
he
the,
got the
that
Vatis,
starts
he already
banishing
had
stuff.
the Returnia.
Yeah, that was unknown, and that's a great one.
So this is going to let him go into Magnifica.
Yeah, that's tough.
And I believe, that's normal summon.
Okay, there
Gonna
goes the
banish
Tracer.
Tracer out. They're going to get rid of the Tuner.
We haven't used Tracer's. Oh no, we have used Tracer's effect.
And
So
Exceed something
wonder where
using
their
monsters he
options
controls.
now.
He's gonna go for the
This is
Magnifica,
quite
right?
tough, because now obviously the Magnifica is not affected by the Dark Ruler no more.
Yep.
Has that
There's
quick
the
effect to banish
Magnifica.
as
Okay,
well.
that's gonna be rough.
As long as
There's a quick
being
effect
able to
banish.
tag it or put another Exceed monster on top of it when your opponent activates a card or effect. So he's going to try and get the dragons off the field before they can go into something like Striker Dragon.
Yep.
This is not looking
2
good.
cards in hand.
Yeah, he still has to deal with the Vadis as well.
There's Max
Ryan has
Magnamut.
official Magnamut.
That's not too bad.
Wow, what a
Vadis.
opening hand from Ryan.
But now we see the Vadis, and the thing is, those Exorcisters will be able to use their effects. Obviously, those who have not yet.
Very true, very true. The layers to the interactions you can have where you don't have to commit all your monster effects and have these 2 trap cards unless you play through something like Dark Ruler no more. Fantastic.
I think Ryan realizing that crossing your fingers sometimes just curses you, didn't I?
I don't cross my fingers. I cross my toes.
Oh, that's the secret.
It's all about them not being able to see it.
Don't reveal the
Yeah, there's
information.
Stella.
Ellis comes out.
And as you can
What's
see
Stella
here,
gonna summon?
Stella, the only Exorcister case, we have seen 3 already activating that effect this turn.
But this one can use its effect.
Another
We got
Michaelis.
another
Oh, and then
Michaelis
Michaelis
on the field.
didn't activate its effect, so he can still
Michaelis will be able to
the
use that
quick
effect to banish now.
Yeah.
Gonna force out that
First
banish.
battle phase, trying to hit
Ah,
it.
this is gonna be over though.
I think Ryan is in tough spot.
Yeah, Ryan only has one card
don't
in the hand.
imagine this
He can
will
grab
last
another
him much
Bestial.
longer.
It's over.
But that,
Yeah.
I think
that's
Ryan's
pretty
letting his
much
teammates
it.
know I lost.
Unfortunately, just told his teammates about this. If there is nothing in the grave area, this is about it.
And I'm seeing right now, table A, super polymerization coming down. Oh, that's really good for Josh. Oh no, it's actually Jesse's.
Yeah, it's just he's using it. But here, as you mentioned, it seems like Carmano will go with that 0-free performance in the finals. Unfortunately, heartbreaking for him.
That is heartbreaking. Hoping that the rest of the team's able to get them
Yeah.
across the finish line. This would be Snipe Hunters
See, how is-
4 out of 5
how
duels
is,
won
Jesse
necessary
Conway doing?
to be champions.
I mean, this might be one of the strongest starts
I
I've
can't
ever
tell how
seen
Ray's
from
doing.
Exorcisters,
Yeah.
even
Is
into
it
a
pretty
max
cool?
seed.
Absolutely. I've
Ray's
never
is
seen that
killing
many
us at table
Exquisite
B.
summoned, yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
this is pretty
doesn't get
rough.
much better than that.
Well, there's Martha.
And having
Yeah,
both
this is pretty
traps
much
is
over.
tough.
Yeah.
He has one Bestial, I think, in hand.
Through the
So
Martha's
he
Still
can
in
block
hand.
one
We're
attack,
still
but
going
that's not
deeper
definitely
into
not
this
enough.
one. We got enough damage on the
Yeah.
field. Do we just hit in now? Battle phase.
Magnific-
Emre looking to end it. Looking to put his team
Yeah,
one
this is
duel
over.
away from being the first ever Master Duel World Champions.
And that's it.
Okay.
Once again,
One duel
Emre
away for them.
winning.
Emre, an incredible performance. Team win or
Okay.
lose, an individual performance for the ages. Now, we see Quantum Think versus Ray.
Ray has to win this game for his
4,900
team, otherwise it will be
4,900,
all over.
Sprint. How did that happen?
Seems like a very tough spot. Probably we have seen a
Yeah, they're
Gamma burst
gigantic
earlier
spread.
on, I'm guessing.
We're in turn 2, main
Ah,
phase.
there's Meta Noise.
Meta
Okay.
Noise.
Oh,
This is a big one.
That can
flips
put
down
Gigantic
to
Sprite face down,
Gigantic.
no response.
This could be over
There's
already.
Havness.
I
Innocence,
mean,
Hovness.
you
This
mentioned
is gonna probably bring out a
if a
big
team
close.
wins 2 duels, that third doesn't even matter.
And that third, the hyped up match we talked about, Jesse against Joshua, might not even matter for the World Championship title.
And that one looks close too. That's not decided either. Quantal think in a very powerful field state right now.
Oh, this is really
You can
rough.
see Raymond shaking his head. I think he knows.
No. Ray's not feeling it. Table C already went to Snipe Hunters. They just need one more victory.
And this might be it.
And this is still on Ray's turn in main phase 2. So Quantal think will have an entire other turn to go deeper into the engine.
Here comes Dragos.
Get out more cards.
Yep, there we
Dragos
go.
Sapelia on the field.
Oh man, this is rough.
And that's it. He just passed back to Quantal.
So it's a set gigantic spray and one
just
card in
moments
hand.
away
Oh,
from
that is
possibly
rough.
becoming a world champion and carrying his teammates alongside him.
6,600 life points is all that stands between Quantal think and a world championship title. One set monster as well, if we want to get into the technical.
Tearlament's Grief working like a foolish barrel here, be able to special summon a Tearlament monster. Then you have to send a monster inside the field to the graveyard.
This totally seems like it's over. You can use Perle Rhino, destroy that Gigantic, and just attack for a game. That's pretty much it. Wow.
Not imagining anything in Ray's hands that could be the difference maker here. Quantal think.
Avoid misclicks at all costs.
Yeah. This is a high pressure moment. Lost the mirror match in Tearlaments, but a couple of attacks directly will win the duel.
Oh,
will
that's
win
it. Oh,
championships. And there you have it. Quantal think has done it for the team. Snipe Hunters, the European representatives, are your first ever
man, it's
Master
over.
Duel World Champion.
Joshua Smith won. Okay.
Amazing.
Wow.
Both teams deserved it, but this team walking away with it, representing the EU, Joshua Schmidt, Emery, and Quantal think.
Wow. What a performance.
What an ending. And as mentioned, in the end, that one match did not even matter between Joshua and Jesse, but what a performance by everyone involved in this finals. Great, great matches. 9 unbelievable games. Wow.
Everyone carrying their weight from
Ooh,
Snipe
boy,
Hunters, Joshua
that
Schmidt,
was actually an
Jack
amazing,
Rory, Steamkamer, and Emre.
amazing match.
Zilates. An incredible performance for the
And they only have one trophy, but there's a
There
trophy.
they are.
One of the greatest players to ever do it.
Dang,
You
Joshua
see the
Smith
emotion on his face.
is
You can imagine
the
how
Master
much
Duel
this
first
feels.
world
And as
championship.
mentioned, first
Champion.
ever Master Duel World Championship and first ever 3v3. We are 3 new world champions.
The first ever team world champions, the first ever Master World champions. Let's hear from them.
I have no words. Thank you so much for rooting. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you. Thank you. We have no words. Right now we are. I never thought we would get this far, but here we are, and yeah, it's amazing. Thank you so much.
Short little speech.
応援ありがとうございます。ここまでいけるとは思っていませんでしたが、ここまでいけて非常に嬉しく思っております。
Dang, that was an amazing finals match. Joshua Smith and the Dragon and Jesse's game got cut short though. I wonder who would have won there.
Round of applause for the champions. A long weekend of Yu-Gi-Oh! And they get to go home saying, we are the best in the world at Master Duel.
Absolutely, we didn't mention it. We had a great time doing commentary for this specific world champion. So much new things on the line. The first time ever we got to enjoy that amazing graphic. 3 matches at the same time on the screen. It was a treat, but I think it's deserving. They were the only team that in the first 2 rounds won both of their matches yesterday, guaranteeing that top cut spot without even needing to play the 3rd round. And now they are world champions.
They've made it. They've qualified in. It was a fantastic
gonna be
weekend.
like Dragon
Billy,
versus
thank you
Witzel,
for
I
being
think,
on
for the
the
two
desk with
competitors'
us here.
decks.
Your final thoughts on Master Duel.
I'm just so happy I could join you guys to watch this awesome epic final. I've stood on that stage 6 years ago with Josh
that was
as someone
amazing,
else
but,
was being
like,
crowned the world
we didn't get
championship.
to
I
see
looked
who
to him
would
and
have
said,
won
I know
versus
it's not us, but at least
Joshua
we're here.
Schmidt
But today,
versus,
Joshua Schmidt
Jesse
can say it
Kaufman.
is him. He is one of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel World Championships. Couldn't happen to someone I consider the greatest player of all time, almost, for the TCG.
So for one final time, congratulations to the Snipe Hunters. Congratulations to Josh. Congratulations to Europe, as you will be very proud of your champions. With that said, we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with the TCG and the OCG that will be coming up next, and we will crown champions there right after this.
That was an amazing finals. I think we can watch the replays on Master Duel for some of the matches that they didn't feature. So hold on, I'm gonna swap over to that. Hold on. Let's swap over to Master Duel. And I have to bring that up. But yeah, we can watch some of the other matches that we missed. Well, I missed because they didn't show it on stream. Okay, it's connecting. Why is it? Oh no, please don't tell me that the game's gonna crash or something, right? Come on. I'm literally connected by Ethernet. It should not be having this much trouble. Hold on, I'm gonna quit Chrome. We'll just have to reopen Chrome later. There we go. Okay. But yeah, that's the final tournament. Snipe Hunters won that. So let's watch a couple replays of that while we're waiting for TCG and OCG to start. It should be under Duel Live. Finals coming soon. So they're not up yet. Should be up soon enough. Well, I chose very poorly because Bogan did pretty badly. They did second worst. I'm pretty sure the first worst was no, it was probably, I think it was Shape Snatch because they lost 2-1. So yeah, is the finals up now? Still not up. Okay, well, we can watch some other games. We can watch this game, Tasco versus Joshua Smith. Okay, there's Runic Dispelling. Maxi, ew. That's rough. Okay, no, there's Ash. But yeah, Naturia is pretty hard to deal with. I'm gonna quick fast forward so we go through this real fast. There's Carmelo going great. Getting ashed on the thing. So Molkuvit's coming back. We're gonna send Camellia. Camellia sends Sacred Tree, gets Blessing. I think waiting for Stars Charge Away to draw 1. Going for Blessing to bring back Camellia and ending on Baron to floor set 1. Okay, so he starts with Exeter Packs. Normal summon Stella. Getting Max Seed there, that is rough. Michaelis. Molkuvit summons itself back. That's gonna get negated. Banishing Baron, but then Michaelis is gone. And ending on nothing. Okay, he drew Fountain to return, activating Destruction. Maxi. Oh, he's activating all those at the, later in the chain zone. He gets no draws off of Maxi. That is really smart thinking. Summon Sacred Tree. Focus effects activate, grabs Blessing, and Mulch Cricket. Normal summon Sunflower Pass. That's 2 monster negates he has to deal with, plus Runic Flower, plus 2 set cards. Oh no, he's just passing. Okay. Double Blessing. And this is over at this point, I think, right? There's Coral Dragon. That's not quite lethal, but still, he still has to deal with all those cards in hand. Going for Scar. Oh wait, Starlight Red Dragon Archfiend. This deals 500 damage per special summon monster, so this ends the game here. Yeah, so that's how Josh beat the leader of Turn to Future. We can watch the next game, Emery. I watched this one earlier. Let's see, what would be an interesting match? Is this the one where Joshua Smith just completely annihilated that Sprite player because he didn't know the matchup? I should probably check the stream up, see what the timer is on them starting the OCG World Championship. Hold on. Okay, so this is branded. Luber, it looks like there's no hand traps, so yeah, this is gonna go off unimpeded. There's Lubellion, he sent in Shadow Beast. Mirror Jade set 1 pass. That's not super great. We still got 30 minutes until they start the last World Championship. Okay, no, this is a Brandon Mirror match. Okay, Mirror Jade banishing Magnemite. I don't think that's super great. There's Cyreneer. Taking back Rebellion, Cyreneer, send something. Oh no, it's Dragon Link. Yeah, Dragon Link can definitely clean up this board. Yeah, there's Nightmare Unicorn. That clears away the set card? Okay. Because he can still extend past here, so I guess that's fine. Getting rid of any other possible disruption. Sector launch. There's Chaos Ruler. Chaos Ruler mills 5. I think you would add the Baldric. Yeah, that makes sense. Chaos Space to draw a card. Triple Tactics Talent. Ooh, that is rough. It was Tier Limit branded. That's interesting. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is lethal. He didn't have anything else in hand to stop this. And did Jesse Cotton ever switch off of his Tier Limit deck? I think we saw this one. Let me just check that real quick. Yeah, we still got 27 minutes. They're starting this last duel really late. Okay, this is Dragon Link versus Tier Limits probably. There's Maxi. Yeah, no, we already watched this one. Let's skip this. Yeah, Jesse Cotton didn't do so good there. Which one did I just click there? I just clicked the random one and just started playing. I guess we can still watch this one. Actually, the finals might be up at this point for the replays. I'll check after this match. So who is this against? Oh, this is Emery versus, is this a Sprite player? I'm pretty sure this was featured on stream. Normal Summon Maxi, yeah, this is not a great hand. Oh, definitely not after getting hit by 2 hand traps there. Sprites, Labyrinth versus Sprites. Yeah, okay. And this gets ashed, okay. Well, it's not as bad, but still, set 2 pass versus Sprites. Okay, he's going everything in draw phase, so he doesn't get the chance to get gigantic Sprite off. Yeah, no, at this point it's pretty much over. Sprite doesn't have really a good chance after, with only 1 card. It's mostly 2 card combos. Sprite Start is the only way we can get off to races with just 1 card. So big welcome. And getting rid of that last card in hand. Yeah, that effect really didn't do anything good there. Okay, battle phase, just getting in for damage. Probably gonna be over next turn. That Sprite Star is a little too late. Yeah, there goes the blue. Yeah, that's over. Labyrinth is pretty strong. Let's see if the finals matches are up. Maybe if I close out and go back in. They are up, okay. Who should we watch? We already watched this one because I was on stream. Maybe this. Quantum Think versus Carmino. Normal Sun and Blast Metal immediately gets hit with the Maxi. Rebellion, grab the Bestial. Just passing here. I'm not sure if I would have done that. I would have at least gotten Tyrannic Seals. Okay, but against tier limits, that's not too bad. There's more mills. Okay, well, you got rid of both of those. Well, those aren't resolving, but whatever. That means the Bestials don't resolve, actually. That's actually really strong. And there goes Fool's Burial. Sprite Sprint, send the Merly. And, okay, now he's got off to races, because that's all the disruption he has, I'm guessing. Kaleido Hearts, shuffle that back. Destroying Kaleido Heart, bringing it back. Interesting. Yeah, 4 cards in hand versus this. It's doable, but I don't think it's likely. Especially since we know 2 of them are Bestials. Darker Dragon. There's Havris. There's Milled Shuren, that's not good. Snow kind of... Snow makes it so that the Bestial doesn't resolve, which is really bad for Carmano. Okay, I at least got Baldrake out to get the Rebellion back. And Soliak negates that. Now I can actually have this and pop Blue Bellion. Or spin. It's correct turn here. Yeah, no, this is over at this point. Really rough getting Max Seed there. that was a rough match. We can see Emery versus Jesse Cotton. I think this was it was like Exo-Sister versus Tears. Yeah, Exo-Sister going first. There's Martha, and it resolves. Okay. There's Cass Patel, which adds another Exo-Sister monster. Stella can summon from hand. There's Michaelis, we're just gonna go into Magnifica, it looks like. Magnifica set 3 pass. Okay. Can Jesse Cotton make it through this? The Exo-Sister matchup is pretty rough if they get to go first. Ashing on the Pot of Desires, that is bad. So sending Kel back, that gets called by the game. Magnifica banishes. Oh no. Looks like this is over for Jesse. Yeah, that was rough. I don't know why I clicked there. Oops. That was a little too fast there. See, what's the matchup here? If it was a match that was featured already, then I'm just gonna quit out. I think this is Ray. I don't think we saw that match, so I know Ray lost here, which kind of sucks, because Teal'c has got to go first, unimpeded. Did he just send? Oh boy, just milling a bunch. Yeah, this is rough. Both of these got milled. We even had Dimension Shifter too. Oh boy. Yeah, getting around this board, that's pretty unlikely. Is he playing Evil Hero Infernal Project? What the heck? Was this if this was attributed to tribute some of the hero monster drawing cards, that's never happening. Well, when you just play, when you rather just play the Eporia or the Cap Shell or something, there's nimble angle to get a bunch of stuff on the field. Oh, that's how he got to 49. Okay, I understand now. I forgot about Pixie's effect. Now, Pixie's is just an honest. Yeah, we saw the end of this match at least, and it was rough. Yeah, and it's over at this point. Yeah, we saw this part. I don't think I need to see that again. But yeah, we still got like 15-ish minutes before they start again. But I'm gonna go grab something really quick. So, be right back. Okay, and I'm back. So yeah, let's rewatch some of the other stuff. Let's see. We watched this one. Emery vs. Ray. I don't think I seen this one. Actually, was this one on stream or not? I don't remember. Well, once we get into the game, I'll check it out. Okay, Master Duel. Let's kick fast forward so we can see. Oh, it's Sword Soul. Getting maxied immediately. Oh, but there's the Ash. There's Moye. Going Chisho. Chain Moye. Yeah, whatever. There's Emergence. Baron. Pass. Okay, yep, that's the pretty standard board for Sword Soul. Versus Labyrinth. Interesting. Can Labyrinth make it through this kind of board? Harpy's Feather Duster. Alright, we did barely see some of this match at the end, but yeah. Yikes, that is not good for Labyrinth. And called by on Ash. Yeah, looks like Sword Soul taking this one. He has the Taya. Going into Basha. That shuffles that back. Popping that. The lightning still. Was he just going full on into back row removal? Huh. Interesting. That was just like full back row removal. Okay, yeah, I didn't see that one on stream. Did we see Josh versus Carmano? Yeah, we did. I think so. Quanto think. Actually, I don't know if we saw this game fully. I'm pretty sure most of the focus was on that tier mirror match because that took quite a while, even though it wasn't only like a few turns. Okay, Duel. They're dispelling, getting Hugin out. Hugin gets the Runic Fountain. And Tip as the last card, dang. That was a really good hand. Draw 3 off of this. Set 1 pass. Oh, okay. Well, that is less good than I thought, because he didn't get into any of the Runics, the Materia stuff. Tip to Destruction to potentially get rid of that. Yeah, that's pretty much the only target you have for the Destruction versus Dragon Link. Okay, there's Runic. Getting Max Seed in Dragon Link really hurts. Yeah, that's not great. And there's a bug right behind me that's just making a loud noise. Small Cricket getting ashed, okay. And there's a triple tactics. Okay, well how many cards does Joshua have in hand? Jeez. Set 3 pass. Yeah, I don't think Armano can make it through this. There's a Rocket Synchron, but that's gonna get negated with Freezing Curses. He is just outvaluing Dragon Link super hard here. Yeah. No, this is over. Drawing 2 now. Oh wait, drawing 3? Okay. How many cards does he have in hand? Okay. That's 8 cards. He's gonna draw 1 per turn. That's 9 cards in hand. Now he's just gonna go for his Materia plays, finally. How did he not draw Materia stuff in previous games? There's Coral Dragon, Smiting Storm, Runic Fountain. Blessing again. Going into Trishula. Oh man. That is rough. That's +1 in card advantage, getting rid of a bunch of resources from every place. Only 2 cards in hand. I don't think he can make it through that. Yeah, he has to set a couple cards tonight to not discard off at the end of the turn. Okay, 3 cards in hand versus 4 back row. That is very unlikely to go through. Plus 6 cards in hand. Oh, Chen Ying. Yeah, no, that's over. Dang. That was really rough. And I accidentally clicked too fast and it just put me into a replay. And we already saw that replay because I noticed which one it put me into. So yeah, this looks like it's over. Oh, actually, didn't we watch this one? I'm pretty sure Raymond lost this one, right? Yeah, we already watched this one. Okay. Well, that was the finals match, and I'm pretty sure we went through all the matches there. They don't even have the Jesse Cotton versus Joshua Schmidt replay because it didn't even finish. But yeah, that was Master Duel's World Championships. Pretty hype for the first year of the World Championships for Master Duel. But next up is the World Championships for TCG OCG, and this is a monumental Worlds, because it's the first time that the USA could potentially win this one. I don't know. Actually, it's not the first time because USA's choked a bunch of times and not gotten got second. Still got 6 minutes before they start TCG OCG, but hold on, I'm gonna swap it. I'll just keep it on here because we already saw all the Master Duel stuff. We can just put the volume up. That way I have some background music to talk over. But yeah, I need to lower my gain for my mic because there's gonna be a ton of noise from my fan because I'm running because it's so hot in my room right now. But yeah, that was a pretty hype Worlds for Master Duel. I can't believe no one else brought Runic at all, really. I know Koki Kosaki did, but it was like a super stun variant that wasn't very... They didn't even pull out. I didn't even see in any of his matches he didn't even run it for some reason. I guess it's not super great because it's not super good going second, the Runic stun variant. Because you either draw too many stun cards or you draw too many Runic cards. And either is bad in that deck. While the Naturia Runic cards, in Naturia Runic, drawing one of too many of either of engine is bad, but Naturia is at least somewhat competent compared to just Floodgates because you can actually put up offensive pressure. Whilst Floodgates are just hoping you draw the good ones against your opponent. But yeah, Koki Kosaki, the 2019 World Champion, didn't play that deck even though he brought it. But yeah, actually, while I'm on the topic, let me pull up Twitter. Maybe I can pull up the World Championships. They might have posted the decks online already, or they might have gone back to a hotel and passed out or something. I'll be browsing Twitter, trying to find Joshua Smith. Let's see, search Joshua. Joshua Schmidt. There we go. Let's see if he posted them all. His last post was yesterday. Okay, so he hasn't posted his decks. Maybe Quantalthink has? Or let's see if Jesse Cotton has. Yeah. Nope. But really, that was an amazing finals match. Like, seriously. Super hype. Don't really know what much else to say, really.
Three, two, one.
And that bug behind me is just making noise. What the heck is going on with it? It's like a grasshopper or something behind me. Making that noise. I don't know if it picks up on the mic, but I can definitely hear it. Okay, it stopped for now. But yeah, no one's posted their decks quite yet, but it's gonna be later. Maybe someone else has posted the decks online. Just somewhere else. Just checking out anywhere, seeing if other people have the deck lists. Yeah, whatever. I don't think the deck lists are gonna be up tonight. Probably later. But Quantalthink did basically carry the team, but Josh, I'm pretty sure Josh had the best win rate. started yet? Timer left. Hold on. Okay. Let me just close out my other window. Guess we're just gonna be watching the paper tournament until it starts. I mean, the timer left, so it should be starting soon enough. It might start at 3 o'clock exactly, which sucks. That's gonna take an hour for the match. It's gonna be late when I leave, but whatever. I mean, timer's gone, so it should start soon. And I hate summer, it's so hot. It's not even the heat really, because it's nighttime right now. It's mostly just how humid it is outside. Like, with the windows all out, it's not cold, it's just muggy. I feel all sticky because of all the humidity. Just waiting on this to start. I mean, the timer's gone, so they might just start like when it hits exactly 3 o'clock or something. That's what I would expect, even with the timer. This might start to fade in soon enough. But yeah, the duels for the TCG OCG final is going to be the US player is playing Dragon Link, I think, and then the Peru player is playing Sword Soul. Yeah, that's the deck. So this is going to be an interesting match. Dragon Link is definitely very strong. But Sword Soul are super just consistent overall. No, even though in a Worlds format they don't have Protoss to completely lock out the game, so it's not gonna be one-sided like that. But still, Dragon Link probably can push through the amount of disruption that Sword Soul can put out. They typically don't put out too much going first. This is gonna be a pretty close match, I'm guessing. Oh, yep, they're starting now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023. We've finally reached the final stage of our presentation, and we hope you've enjoyed the ride. I certainly have. I'm Jerome McHale. I'll be your host today. And with me, as he has been all weekend, is Billy Brake. Billy, you've been pulling triple duty today on Master Duel and Duel Links as well. How's that been?
Oh, it's been an honor to be able to watch the crown the world champion for Duel Links and Master Duel. Being able to watch both was incredible. I was really excited about the Master Duel Worlds. You know, I had horse on both sides of the races there on either team, and to watch Joshua Schmidt's teams walk away with the championship was phenomenal. And now I'm excited to see who's going to win here at the TCG.
Oh,
maybe the first ever one from USA.
We will find out shortly, but we're also joined by Marcello, who's also pulling triple duty today.
Absolutely, and thank you. It was a pleasure to do commentary with Billy on the digital side, but I'll return the favor, and I'm really happy to be here with you, Jerome, as well. And yeah, excited for the TCG. I did manage to get back on some of your content from yesterday. I wanted to see how that went, and even this morning, the semi-final was an exciting one, and I'm down for this. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some really incredible matches so far this weekend. If you haven't caught every single one of them, I really recommend going back after our presentation day is over, going back to the start, watching everything from the beginning, picking up everything you missed, because there's just some absolutely fantastic duels, fantastic plays. It's really been a showcase of the best that dueling has to offer here in 2023. Now, we have crowned our champions in Duel Links and Master Duel already, and you know what that means. It's time to find out who the TCG Championship champion is going to be.
Yeah, I really can't wait to see. I could be either one of them. We're going to get to the players very soon. I don't want to spoil their introductions, but Marcello, you've played at the World Championship stage before.
Yes.
What is it like here? You not only played at, you've made the top cut. You've been on day 2. You made it all the way to top 4, I believe.
Yes.
What is it like? What's the pressure when you know that this is like something all the players, all the duelists have been looking forward to their entire dueling careers?
It's unbelievable. Honestly, it's not close to anything else in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's still my best experience, although, as you mentioned it, in the end, I fell quite short in top 4. But, I mean, you have an incredible crowd live here watching every single play, and the stage that is set up is something just out of this world. So the pressure can get you there. We have seen in the last round in Master Duel a team finals. There, if you get nervous, you can ask your teammates maybe to help you out. Now, just like Duel Links, you're on your own.
Indeed, and really the presentation today has been fantastic. The musical introduction was so good.
So good.
It was really fantastic. It reminds me of
really don't
your
have much
Worlds,
to say
Billy, back in
because
2017
they're
where we
just
had that performance of Passionate Duelist as well to start
That
things off. And it's really fantastic to see the crowd getting so into it this year. And, you know, it's hard not to with all the duels that we've seen today. There's been a lot of action all the way from the beginning. Duel Links, for example, we had the first on-stream sweep of the entire tournament, is that right?
Yeah, that was crazy. As you mentioned, we have had a lot of back and forth yesterday, but maybe we jinxed it because in the introduction we didn't mention. Maybe we're going to see it, and Takagi just showing up that dominance 3-0, absolutely. But we did get to have a back and forth one in Master Duel down to the wire, down to that third set of games. So
Master Duel was really a fantastic match overall. I thought that Jesse was cooked in the middle of that duel, but I missed that Snow had gone to the graveyard. His favorite card. He was able to use it so many times, it took out our connection in the back, and I had to come out front to finish watching the game.
5 times in the same game, it was activated. That's unbelievable, yeah.
Yeah, it's really incredible. And if you are playing Master Duel and you want to play tier elements and you want to learn how to navigate the mirror match, if you will, that's going to be a match you're going to want to go back and examine and study each and every action and learn why maybe he did the things he did, because it was incredible. Unfortunately, they fell in the finals there, but it went all the way, as you mentioned, to game 8. We didn't have to decide all the way down to the very wire. It was incredible, and I hope this match we have for the TCG is going to be just as clutch and incredible as that one.
That one was tied at 3-3. So, we are just moments away from finding out who the TCG World Champion is going to be. I'm so excited. We've seen both of these players on stream so far this week, so we know what decks they're playing. We've seen the matchup multiple times throughout the weekend, so we have an idea of what it's going to be like. But, you know, I've been back there with the players. I've heard the strategizing. There's 2 completely different approaches to this entire match between the 2 duelists that we could talk about, you know, a little later once we get into it. And I think we are just about ready to go. Seconds away from bringing our players out onto the stage to face their destiny.
This is the last World Championship match.
My name's Paulie Aronson. I'm from the United States. It's great. I've had a ton of fun. I've made a ton of new friends. It's been a great weekend so far. I practiced a ton, as much as I could. I always try to practice as much as I can for whatever the format is. I always, like I said, try to put in as much time as I can. You know, I'm dedicated. When I want to try to do well, I'm dedicated. I would be extremely excited. Unexpected. And excited.
Probably, that question was probably what would
my name is Mateo Renteria, and I'm from Peru. Siento que estoy viviendo un sueño hecho realidad. La verdad es algo que estaba buscando desde hace mucho tiempo. Y estoy muy feliz de haber llegado hasta aquí y lo voy a dar todo para poder conseguir ese tan ansiado premio. Nada, yo espero y voy a dar lo mejor de mí para poder llevar ese trofeo para mi país.
Yugioh World Championship
looks like they're starting.
2023. First up from the blue side, from USA, please welcome Polly Aronson. And now, on the red side from Peru, please welcome Juan Mateo Augusto Renteria Pastor. World Championship 2023, the final showdown. 決勝戦はこちらの両者の戦いとなります。
Okay, and now they're getting seated.
It is so close. It's so close. You can just taste it. You can see the hardware sitting there on the table, walking by it, thinking, I want to be the one holding that at the end. But before we can crown a winner, first, we need a winner. And to do that, we need to find out what the ground rules are here for the TCG World Championship Finals. Let's take a look at it. This tournament adheres to the rules as of April 1st, 2020, as usual for the rest of the tournament. The finals will be one match, best 2 duels out of 3. These duelists are playing with main decks that contain anywhere from 40 to 60 cards. They also have an extra deck that contains up to 15 cards and a side deck that has up to 15 cards. This is optional for each of them, but they are both using them. Cards that are forbidden cannot be used in any deck. Limited and semi-limited card limits across all the decks are as follows. Limited cards, you can play 1 copy of the card. Semi-limited cards, you can play 2 copies of the cards. All other cards, you can play a maximum copy of 3 copies of them. The card pool for this event is all cards released after June 24th, 2023 outside of Japan are not allowed in the tournament. So the latest booster sets would be Wild Survivors, as well as Battles of Legend, Monsters Revenge, although there are a couple of stragglers from Monsters Revenge, like Assault Synchron, that are not allowed here, which, you know, I think Polly might want to play Assault Synchron if he was allowed to do so. So our players are sitting down. This has been a very interesting tournament in terms of stats. Polly's course to the finals here was a little bit unexpected. Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
No, absolutely. I mean, this time around, it was the first time ever for the TCG World Championship that there were 7 rounds of Swiss compared to the usual 5. And that meant that Polly actually managed to sneak in with a 4-3 record. And he could now become world champion, just 1 match away. That's a surprising ending.
And the actual circumstances behind sneaking in with that 4-3 were really incredible. Billy, you can't get enough of that. Can you tell that story as well?
Yeah, so tier limits has been a strategy. We just saw in Master Duel, still one of the best decks in that game, but it's been around in the TCG for even longer, and in the OCG for even longer. Definitely one of the favorite decks. We had 2 tournament players that actually drew in the last round, that 7th round, where it opened up the door for an extra player with the 4-3 record to make it into that top 8. And not only did Polly make it from top 8 on, the whole bottom half of that top 8 bracket, 5, 6, 7, 8, the players came in those last 4 spots, upset the 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds in the initial top 8 playoff, which is something unheard of almost, but definitely can happen in a game like Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, I've never heard of it happening before. Like, even in major sports leagues, you don't see the lower seeds beat the higher seeds. Like, maybe on one side of the bracket, you'll have a 5 and a 7, and the other, you'll have a 6 and an 8. But this is one bracket of all the players, and just 5, 6, 7, 8 took out the top 4 seeds. It was incredible. I couldn't believe it the first time. So I was like, sorry, that's really how it worked out? Yeah, guess it was.
Apparently it did, and it's important to mention also that compared to what they did throughout this event, for this final match, there will not be a time limit. So they have as much time as it takes, obviously still playing at a reasonable pace. But I think that can pay some consideration, you know. We have seen previous World Championship finals end on a timeout, and I think this will give out for a great duel. But obviously now I think we can get slightly into the player's perspective as well. You guys saw it more than me.
Yes.
Do you guys think someone has the edge here?
So I've been hanging out in the back while everybody else was up here on stage for Master Duel and Duel Links, and I got a chance to see kind of the mindset that the players were getting into and their preparations for this final match, and it couldn't be more different. So Paulie was, consulting with all his friends back home. He was just strategizing the entire time.
Wow.
For hours, he's been like, oh, what if this happens? What if that happens? Going through all of these scenarios. So in terms of situational awareness and things being prepared for, I feel like I give Paulie the edge. However, the downside of that is if you prepared for all of these scenarios, you might start seeing them in places where they don't apply. You could get in your own head and make a mistake at a crucial time. Whereas Juan, on the other hand, he's been having a great time back there. He's chilling out with the other duelists, laughing, trying to relax, have a good time. It's not like he's not thinking about the match or anything, but he's not just constantly in the tank going through everything all at once. So maybe being a little loose could help.
Yeah, and for me, it's not. I can't just not look at the year Paulie has had leading up to this tournament.
Yeah.
He's been a veteran of the community for a long time, but really had a breakout year through the remote duel and into this. He won a remote duel YCS. He won the 250th YCS, one of the biggest ones we've ever had in Los Angeles. And now he's back here after winning the World Championship points qualifying playoffs. And now he's just one win away from capping this year off in the best way you can possible by being the world champion. The first world championship in 4 years, and the first time we've been in Japan in 5.
All right, we are just seconds away from getting started. It's time to duel one more time for the World Championship. Let's go.
Okay, looks like
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023, the final. 会場の皆さん、一緒にカウントダウンをお願いします。いきますよ。3, 2, 1, duel!
Can't believe we are here finally at the finals for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG OCG World Championship. It's the USA against Peru, Latin America against North America. We've never had a winner from the USA. It's been a while since we've had one from Latin America as well, so both these players really want to represent their regions. I just can't wait to see how it's going to work out. It does look like Paulie may be going first here.
And you have come close a lot of time, and there are a lot of finalists from the USA, but as you mentioned, not quite, but great start here from Paulie with his Dragon Link deck. So
starting with the Bestial Lubellion.
Yep, that's going to let him add any Bestial from the deck to the hand. Of course, he's going to go with the one Bestial Magnamut.
Now, as you see that card on there, that means the deck has not been randomized yet. In this World Championship, we are using a special shuffling procedure to help the duelists save time. They will not need to randomize their decks until the point at which the top card of the deck matters and needs to not be known. So, for example, the draw phase, or playing a draw type effect. So while that card is on there, you're not going to be able to draw anything from the deck or excavate things to the top of the deck. And when it's time to go ahead and play one of those effects or pass turn, then we'll randomize the deck.
Yep, and we see a quick launch coming down from Paulie, so he already has access to Magnamut and the Rocket Engine, because you're able to quick launch into that Rocket Tracer, link it away immediately into the Link 1 Striker Dragon. Striker Dragon on summon, one of the best cards. It's pretty much why Dragon Link exists, because it's linking things together, going to be able to add that Boot Sector launch from the deck to the hand.
We have seen quick launch for Duel Links today, and now it's back in a different finals.
And
great to see.
I was a little shocked when I saw it come down to the Duel Links final.
And in our semifinal match even, we got to see three quick launches.
I saw that. I am pretty sure I also, so a great opening hand from Paulie here. But we can assume now that they know each other's decks Do you guys have any idea of what you're gonna go for when you're facing a deck like Swarso on the other end?
I mean, this is tough. I actually think this matchup is kind of bad for Paulie because one of the notorious cards that are really good against Dragon Link are those like blowout cards like Dark Ruler No More, and we've seen that Juan is actually main decking copies of that, so he might be prepared to go second here. And this is an interesting opening. He's going to link his Wyvern Burster into Guard Dragon Pit Seed to go into the extra monster zone.
This seems like one of the lines he was talking about before. So he kind of knows what his opponent is up to here, and he was trying to workshop ways to get around it, make sure that he has enough ways to interrupt one on his turn, even if he has one of these blowout cards. So what you might do here is you have the Pisty there, you're going to get it off the field here for Romulus, and then if you have a way to special summon it back from the graveyard, you can put it wherever you want. You're not beholden to the Link arrows, and you might not have to go into the triple burst line, and can do some other stuff as well instead.
That's really cool, and we see him add that Dragon Ravine off the Romulus.
Still has the Magna mode, which is great. Gonna come down to get something else in the end phase and grab that Lubellion to set up some branded spell and traps. So great stuff here.
Definitely. Now it looks like Paulie's taking a moment to consider his options.
I mean, that's probably the play,
Activates the Dragon Ravine. He's going to be able to send a card from his hand to the graveyard, and then send any dragon from the deck to the graveyard.
He's going to go ahead and... Yep, he discards the card, and this one's asking him just for a little bit of clarification there. And it looks like it's going to go through.
Okay, he is going to go.
Yep. So outside of Duel Links, we have seen this deck win the Master Duel Championship as well, with Joshua piloting it, and so we might see another world champion using the same deck in 3 different categories. That's really unique, I would say.
That would be pretty crazy. Dragon Link, one of those strong decks. I mean, it's kind of a broad name to give to a lot of decks.
Of course.
Dragons, Links, there's just a lot of dragons, but they definitely all have those similar cards like Quick Launch and the Rocket strategies as well.
Despite being colloquially known as Dragon Link, a lot of its end board cards happen to be synchro monsters. Things like Borreload Savage Dragon or the Bestial Dispotter now.
Very true. It looks like he does send Absa Router to the graveyard with the Dragon Ravine. And it looks like he... Oh, was that what he discarded from his hand, maybe?
Most likely, I would assume so. That's great, yeah.
So he's still thinking on the Dragon Ravine. Oh, no, he sent the Absa Router with the Ravine, not the card from the hand, and lets him add that Rocket Recharger to the hand. We weren't able to see the discard since it was off camera.
And now we are gonna change Fuse Spell into that Boot Sector launch, which can special what you just searched. So that's probably where he's going for.
In terms of what kind of field Boot Sector launch is, I guess it's like a hangar bay or something for dragon monsters, just firing out of there into battle.
That's what I think. So you're loading up those dragon monsters to be launched into the field, and he does have Rocket Tracer and Rocket Recharge to come.
And he's going to check the graveyard here, see what cards are all in there. That Bestial
Drollen Lockbeard was discarded, I guess. Yeah, from the Ravine.
We missed that. That's an interesting thing, having Drollen Lockbeard in the main deck. Very good for this particular tournament, though, given the decks that we're seeing play. Other things like Dragon Link, other combos like Ricochet and Avalon as well.
Yeah, definitely probably played a role in why he made it here all the way to the finals at the World Championship.
What do you think, Willie? Is Droll not that great against Warsaw? Will you get rid of the card, or?
It's tough, yeah. You have to catch them on like an emergence or something, but if they just have that Sword Soul of Moye, it's not going to do too much damage there for you.
Yeah, I think it's one of the weaker interruptions here.
So he's able to link into the Hermetic Seal, because even though normally when you see Tracer and Recharger, you think the Recharger was someone from the Tracer, but in this case they both came from the hand, so not locked out of Dark Monsters just quite yet. Has the Seals and a Tracer. Gonna activate that Magnamut.
There it is. Let's see which card is targeted with Magnamut. There's a lot of cards we haven't seen yet. For example, we haven't seen the Quick Launch. We haven't seen Chaos Space. Things that you really want to be seeing in your opening hand when you're in the finals and going first.
Definitely. Chaos Space is one of the best cards in the Dragon Link deck.
What's he going for right now?
He's going to go ahead and banish.
Yeah,
is that the Absa Router?
Seems so.
Nope, changed his mind here. This is what we were worried about. Maybe he's getting in his own head and overthinking this decision. Goes with the Absa Router anyways. Gut feeling, often right.
Usually good to stick to it. At worst case, you at least can say you just relied on your gut if things go wrong as opposed to the other way around. But now he is going to use that tracer effect, quick effect, destroying any card on your field, especially summon a rocket from the deck.
This ones aren't super good against.
We'll see if he goes for that rocket caliber. There it is.
Oh, Jesus.
So now he is finally locked into this. Darks could get back.
The tennies.
I guess to set up, I'm not sure which branded spell and traps he's playing in the deck, but...
Probably branded regain would be the big one.
Beast sometimes is played, so that could be another one.
True.
That's a nice one.
Especially here, he has a level 6 and a level 4 tuner. He'll be able to go into Bestial Dispatcher since they are dragons.
This is another thing that, not that I was eavesdropping, but he was, quite loudly talking to himself the entire time. He was going over, the best choices to make specifically with Bestial Dispotter, because it offers you that choice between destroying something and negating the activation of something.
There it is.
Yeah, Bestial Dispatcher, as you mentioned, does have that cool effect that if your opponent activates a card or effect, you can shuffle back a banished card, and then it has 2 different effects if it was your card or your opponent's. Either destroys or banishes based on who banishes. And you were right, here comes that Bestial Lubellion. He's going to tribute the Absa router that he brought back with the Dispatter.
Great start. Let's see which he does get the beast.
Branded beast.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going for the interruption, maybe talking about how he knew what his opponent's playing, wants that layered interruption, knows that he's packing that Dark World no more in the main deck, going for a trap card, heads up play here from Pauly. And if he can find a way to get to Soren here and send Branded Regain to the graveyard, he'll be able to activate it from the graveyard with that Branded Beast effect in the end phase.
I think he might have entered... No, okay. I thought he was just going to search for that Magnamut, but...
This is probably the last play.
Great stuff, but as you mentioned, Dark Lure No More could be a card that's really strong against this setup.
That's part of why I think you want the Beast here, is you have that trap card-based interaction instead of a monster effect.
Absolutely, really important to have different kind of interactions.
All right.
The judge also cutting the deck there.
Yep.
Joining in on the action.
Yep, that green
looks like
card being
he did. He did. Yeah,
event.
that was right. We just didn't catch what he searched, but I guess, we'll find out.
If I had to guess, it'd be a Bestial of sorts, potentially.
Yeah, there is a Q interaction that you can do where if you search, one of the Bestials, you can then pop it with the Tracer and get even another interruption.
True,
So,
and if Juan puts a Lighter Dark in the graveyard, he can banish Juan's Lighter Dark from the graveyard with the Bestial, and then that gives him a monster to put back with the Dispatter also.
And Tenny sort of...
Entered battle phase!
Wow. And the battle phase evenly matched!
We were talking about Dark Noir. We haven't seen the evenly matched yet in game 1 from Juan, but this is huge. He has to pick. I think you have to go with the Dispatter here.
You got to keep the Dispatter.
No?
The Beast doesn't do you...
Okay, so he kept...
Okay, so he does have a Bestial in hand.
He probably searched the Bestial, so he's going to keep the Branded Beast.
Yeah, I mean, now he's going to get to summon off the Erratic Seal, so worst case scenario, that works. But
so he tributed the Hermetic Seals and he put one of his own cards back in the hand.
I
Smart.
think
The Bestial Lubellion, yep.
I might have seen a second copy of the card in the end. I'm not sure though. Not sure. That could be the case. I mean, playing a card like evenly in the main deck. Wow.
But this might be the heads-up play where he was hedging his bets against Dark Noir and evenly knowing that he could use the seals to return his monster and get a monster on the board afterwards. I mean, he could just go for a Bestial monster here if he doesn't have one in hand as well.
Just take a look at Hieratic Seal there. Note that you do not have to choose one of your opponent's cards to return to the hand. It's just that you have to use the effect during your opponent's turn.
And it looks like he is going for a Bestial. Not just any Bestial, it's going to be Baldrake.
Baldrake, which can block the summon of Light and Dark monsters.
It does actually
If he's able to get another Lighter Dark monster on the field, that would be quite useful.
Now that Bestial Baldrake is going to be zeroed out. 0 attack, 0 defense because of the Hieratic Seals. That doesn't matter too much right now as the battle phase has now been spent.
So that's still pretty rough to deal with, especially for Sword Soul. Like the Tenny stuff.
But the Branded Beast is still there, and Sword Soul is one of those decks where sometimes you have a lot of plays, but sometimes you only have one single Moye, and if they interact with it, that's it. So that Branded Beast could still get him there.
Yeah, and if they have the Tenyi cards in their hand, they really need to keep a non-effect from the field.
Yeah,
evenly 2. We're still at the end of the battle phase. It's not once per turn.
Oh my gosh! He says, "You want the Bestial on the field? I'm going to make sure you don't keep it on the field."
I said it's going to be evenly matched, not you have 2.
Wow.
But
now I think we're actually ending the battle phase.
Yes.
Maybe. This is huge.
Yeah. Huge start, and now it's all up to what is in one hand, if he has some of these Swordswell cards or not.
Still has 4 cards to play with.
Okay. This is your opportunity.
Okay,
like, you have to really go off right now.
Absolutely.
And does he have Moye?
Thinking about a normal summon.
Could be a Tanya as well. Let's see.
Maybe an incredible Ecclesia.
You just got to be careful with the Ashuna and Ashuna being light and dark.
Oh, okay, it's a good one.
Okay.
Long one. If he discards a shootout, that would be crazy.
He hasn't
Let's see
failed
what he
That's at least
discards.
I see it.
That is rough.
Can't see what monster it is. Let's
Probably
see what
gonna
he
go
discards.
Should be
for
another one. Yeah, another
Oh,
copy.
got the long one.
Okay.
Long one. All right. Long one's going to be summoned, and then we're going to get the Sword Soul token.
This can open up some plays.
Handing him the token.
And we also need to find out what card was added off the Magna mode, because if it was a Bestial, we could still steal that now alongside the Branded Beast. So that's still an option for Paulie, potentially.
Okay.
Got a lot
for
of tokens there for our duelist.
Okay.
Let's see which Bestial it is.
Yeah, now there's a monster on the field, so all the Bestial's effects turn to quick effects.
It seems like he's considering it. And he could get rid of both cards, right?
If it's Druid's Worm, I'm assuming
Druid's Worm,
Druid's Worm's probably the one he added off that Magnum. It would make sense.
Yeah. So that could still be nice.
Poly down, but not out.
So now his Branded Beast is back online, so he does have one disruption.
It is the Druid's Worm.
Pop the token.
Now he's going to use Branded Beast. That's going to let him tribute the Druid's Worm. And then it's going to be able to destroy a card on the field, and the Druid's Worm will be able to send a special summon monster, so it's going to clear both.
Oh, wait, right.
And
now Wand, if it has something like Sorcerer Ataya, it could be pretty good.
At the same time,
or like some way to get around this, like a can a Dragon Circle help you here?
Like
tribute any worm, right? Or any.
Yep, any worm.
Can actually extend past
Heavenly Dragon Circle would be a good card. I might have
Or
got a
even
peek of one in his hand.
Even if you follow it up with just like a normal summon.
Yeah, but he still has effect
yeah, just it'll allow him to search for that Sorcerer Ataya if he does have
That's
it.
a big problem for this. For the,
Such a good card, and
there it is.
there's
Heavenly Dragon Circle.
That's really strong.
Lets you tribute that worm to add any worm from your deck to your hand.
All right, so now we're going to get
now you can add Taya
here.
Yeah, that's great.
But,
honestly, you look at those 4 cards, 2 copies of each, but then you really need something to play with. And
it'll be really impressive if he can get through all this. Like, Paulie played this turn incredibly well.
Yeah.
Like, he knew what to do with the cards that he was dealt here.
First,
but will it matter?
Activates on U-Chain. So we've got to wait for him to search.
I mean, he still has a normal, as you mentioned, so he could go for even the Moye if he has, another monster in hand, another Swordswell card. Let's see.
If he goes for either Moye or Taya, that's going to get hit with a Vect Failure.
I mean, at the very worst, he's going to be able to get Taya to go into Chi Chow to grab Blackout at the very minimum. But if he does have a worm, he could do much more.
Yeah.
So he'll get a draw at least with Moye.
So that is still
rough.
And the Heavenly Dragon Circle also provides you with follow-up. You can't use it as a graveyard effect the turn it's sent there, but if it's been there for a turn, if you control a non-effect monster, you're able to banish it from the graveyard and add a Tenyi from your deck to your hand.
It'd be interesting if this gets down to a top deck war between them. Which player has the edge?
Sword Soul for sure to me.
I mean, there are a few top decks over there, you know. I mean, cards like Levianeer could be really nice. So I think it's close, yeah.
All right, and he's going to grab the
Moye. Okay.
It's not what Paulie wants to see. Now he's going to use the Druid's Worm effect to send that token away.
So we're telegraphing that last card is, in fact, a worm monster.
Yes. For sure, it would be a card that allows you to use the Moye.
So what's he going to reveal?
But there are still a lot of cards. I think, 2 cards in the end from Paulie.
And we know one's the Bestial Lebellion that he returned back.
I did pick that the other one. Not going to spoil it, but it's going to be a relevant one later on. Let's see.
Okay, yep, he's got normal summon Moye, right?
We can assume the Moye is next, I guess.
Takes a quick look at the graveyard here.
Checking to see what the follow-up is, what Paulie's going to be able to do on the next turn. Now, I'm surprised he didn't go for Taya here, because with Taya, if you have the other worm in your hand, you can go into the box, you get rid of the Branded Beast.
And there it is.
It's a Shuna.
Effect Failure! Huge!
All the answers coming from Paulie.
I saw
Huge. Well, what I was going to say is Taya can also get you to Moye and remove the Branded Beast along the way, but Effect Veiler would also stop the Taya as well.
Wow.
But he only has one card in hand. It's going to be up to this top deck to see what kind of plays he can make.
One Sword Soul Monster.
Yeah, now we're in trouble, but...
He has nothing. He just has a Moye.
Already went to
all right, so Paulie has, we know he's got the Bestial Rebellion.
He is in the driver's seat with the Branded Beast on the field. That Effect Veiler was huge. The biggest Effect Veiler of Paulie's life.
Like Paulie's just going to be able to go off uninterrupted.
Checking through the graveyard here first off.
Yeah, seeing if he can activate any grave effects. I don't think he
Wow, I was writing Paulie off for this one. I can't believe that last card we didn't know was an Effect Veiler.
Yeah. And now, yeah, there is the Lubellion in hand, one clutch top deck here, but as you mentioned, we shouldn't forget that the circle is still there for next turn.
Very
so
true. And with the Ashuna in hand, that's a good way to get a normal monster onto the board.
Absolutely.
But as Paulie can find a way to keep Bestials, to keep it out of the graveyard, it's going to be tough.
Now, notably in this particular tournament,
Chaos Space!
So he doesn't even need the Bestial. He's just going to use the Chaos Space because he'll be able to bring back the Bestial Rebellion by tributing a dragon.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
There is the Levian here, and with the Wyvern Buster and Collapse Serpent used at the beginning, you can just get a draw off here with the Chaos Space or the Link.
And we talked about how strong a card that is in the Dragon League strategy, and he didn't open it, but able to top deck it here in the second turn is huge.
Yeah, he can get rid of the
Would you go for Darks here, or what's your idea here? If you know
I'm ripping the card out of hand if it's possible. Yeah.
You got to put him on 0 cards.
I agree.
Especially when it's something like Ashuna, which has a lot of versatility in it as well. So one dark.
Would you not lie? I guess, yeah, the line would be... Do you want to see the draw? Yeah, I guess so.
3 dark monsters. Chaos Dragon Levianeer going to send that card from the hand back into the deck.
Yeah, my only concern was maybe using the space first to see what you get into, right? But
that maybe I agree with.
Yeah, that might be the case.
That I agree with.
But I guess he doesn't want to risk drawing maybe the last branded spell. That's what it is about. Yeah.
So he'll tribute that Chaos Dragon Levianeer to summon Lubellion. Lubellion can activate its effect to place that Branded Regain straight from the deck onto the field. So now he has Branded Beast, Branded Regained with the Beastie on the field. Juan with 0 cards after this Moye is going to be destroyed by battle.
And that kind of takes the Dragon Circle out as well. You're not going to be able to get a normal monster here.
This is
nothing. This is looking so good for Paulie. Unless he wants to concede, I would...
No, I would never do that. I mean, there is no time limit. We mentioned it, so no reason to do that. And there are still cards, you know, like Pot of Desires if he's playing it. Maybe something like that would be nice.
You might just get like another board wipe. Something that can just destroy everything.
Maybe that third evenly match, you know? Yeah.
Okay, there's the shuffling.
Pot of Desires into Lightning Storm.
Oh, wow. And pay, yeah.
If he plays cards like that, who knows?
Like another evenly. And
I guess there is, as long as you have a life point, there is a chance.
Okay, absolutely.
So here comes that Chaos Space now that the Branded Regain is out of the deck. Branded Regain also poses a threat as well, able to special summon back a Bestial when your opponent summons a monster. So he'll be able to bring back something like Druid Swarm and tribute it off with Branded Beast as well. Gonna put back that one copy of Striker Dragon. Draws one.
Makes sense. Doesn't really need to draw into anything at the moment, but
it's always good to have card advantage.
Let's see. As not normal summon yet, so.
Normal summoning?
Ooh,
Black
Dragon!
Oh, wow. Here's the concession. He knows it's over. He knows this means he's going to leak away the Striker Dragon. Red Eyes Darkness, Metal Dragon would come next, and Juan's ready to go on to the next game. And Paulie is 1 game away from being the first ever world champion for the United States.
So
what a start.
I guess, Rogello, you were right on who would be better at a top deck warrior.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
That Effect Veiler was so huge. I really thought he was down after the double evenly match. He only had those 2 cards in hand. We knew one was the Bestial Rebellion. The Branded Beast wasn't doing anything. And I thought maybe when Juan didn't get the Taya, got the Moye, he had a small opening. But that Effect Veiler just completely shutting him down. You mentioned Sword Soul good at doing a lot of things, but sometimes if you can stop that one thing like a Moye, it can just shut off the whole turn.
All right, so now our players are going to have to dig into their side decks here. This is a different situation than Juan found himself in his first match today in the semifinals, where he won game 1 on the back of the blowout cards he was able to use against his opponent. This time, though, he's not going to have that advantage. So he was able to go first in game 3 and kind of tailor his strategy. to play around with what his opponent was doing, but this time he's going to have to win 2 straight. Now, how does that change things?
I mean, we had seen in the other semifinals, as you mentioned, he took out those power cards like Evenly Matched, Dark Lure, No More, in place of cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance, which was the card, and you called it a double-edged sword, we could say. It could really cost him the game as well. And
you really did watch the VOD.
Yeah, I did.
Doing his homework.
Of course. I mean, I'm hyped. I love Yu-Gi-Oh! So, I get as much as possible in. But now we could see that happening. So if that is the case, then I think Paulie might have watched during the hours you talked about preparing the VOD. He knows that the anti-spell is there, so he might adjust his side deck for it.
Indeed, and Paulie, I'm pretty sure I would not be shocked if he's consumed every little bit of the World Championship thus far in preparation for it. He's so serious about winning this thing. You can tell he just wants it so badly.
Yeah, he's calculated, meticulous, and I've told you, this year has been amazing for him. He's been playing forever. He loves the game, which is something I love to see in a duelist, because you're not going to have success unless you actually love what you're doing. You have to have that heart, that passion, and Paulie isn't short on any of that. And now he's 1 game win away. I can't believe it.
1 game away.
Juan not out of it just yet.
Absolutely not.
So if there's a deck that can come back, Sword Soul can really do it. We saw him beat Dragon Link in the semifinals. So Juan is still trying to represent, and still you see he's focused, he's calm, he's collected. There's a reason why he's here in the finals.
Now, he built this deck specifically to deal with other combo decks like this. So, this should be a good matchup for him. So I have no doubt that he has a surplus of confidence that he can take 2 out of 3 here, well, 2 in a row, rather, and get this done.
Yeah, even this one was a close, nonetheless, with those evenly matched, so I'm sure it will adjust his side deck. I mean, I would be surprised if we just see that 2-0 sweep. We could get into the game 3, but regardless, I think for Paulie, it's a good thing that he can maybe take even additional risks in this game, knowing that worst case scenario, you're just going to game 3, right?
I think you just touched on a really good point. That's something that I've always done in my games as well throughout my career. When you win game 1, you can play game 2 a little riskier. You can side in, you can take a little gamble on what you're siding in, and if it doesn't work out, you know you're going to have that game 3 to choose who goes first.
It's one of those interesting things about the balance of Yu-Gi-Oh! As a whole. Like game 1, you don't get access to those side deck cards that can really win you or lose you the game on their own, but the advantage you get from winning game 1 is so great that the importance of that game can't be understated. So even though you get 2 games sided versus 1 game without, that 1 game feels like it's worth more.
It is. In a way, it is. And as mentioned, without any time limit, also there is time to think about the side decks. And that's the only way that game 1 could not matter if, usually if time is called throughout the game, then they roll a dice again for game 3. He knows that he's going first.
All right,
here we go. We're getting the final cut from our judges.
This could be the last game of the entire World Championship. We've already crowned Duel Links World Champion, the Master Duel Team World Champions. This is our final match. Will Juan push it to a game 3?
Is he going first?
You decided. We have 4 World Champions crowned already. 1 more, and let's see this.
Juan's chosen to go first.
Absolutely. Obviously wants to get into those World School combos.
That might make a difference.
Let's see.
Starting off
with Pot of Desires.
All right, so Pot of Desires is in there.
Always nice. Get that +1 right away.
He gets hit by the Ash Blossom.
That's huge. That's huge. Now Juan only playing with 4 cards. Sword Soul, a great deck, but it needs multiple cards sometimes.
Yeah, that's a big deal. We said it, Sword Soul very strong, but sometimes it just whiffs on those plays. Let's see if he has anything to follow this up.
That's a good one.
Okay, nice one.
Shuna, and he knows that that's not going to get hit by an Ash Blossom this turn.
It's any monsters you can special from your hand if you control no effect monsters. Controls no monsters, so that works.
But it's a line monster, so Bestials could be in there for Paulie,
but
not
like
the case.
Not yet anyway.
He also has the Vishuda, so he's able to link in a Monk of the Tini, special summon Vishuda. Now Ashuna is going to special summon Adhara. That gives him a level 7 monster, a level 1 tuner. That means he can go into a level 8 synchro like Chi Chao. I like to do this play when I already have Moyek, so I can also go into like a Chao Fang or something. But when you don't have the Sword Soul engine, still good to rely on this way to go into a Sword Soul Chi Chao.
But I think he's really happy about the Bestials, because if he doesn't have any other Sword Soul cards in hand, that Bestial could have pretty much cut him off comboing.
It would have been devastating.
Yeah.
But having two Tinyis like this is ideal for Sword Soul, so definitely a strong start for Juan.
Could make just end on 10.
Looks like he's considering Boxia.
He's probably going to go for Chisha, right?
He's probably just,
yeah. Okay.
No way, I would say, yeah.
I don't think so. Not with nothing on the
like he could go into Boxia for a Chao Feng play because you can Boxia destroy the monk to bring back Alhara, but if you don't have the Sword Soul access, you usually want to go to Chi Chao. Effect Veiler! The MVP of the deck. Now he's going to be able to banish that Alhara since he has the non-effect monster to add a banished worm from the banish to the hand. Adds back a Shuna, but will Effect Veiler be the card for Paulie to win the World Championship this weekend?
It won him game 1, maybe it could win him game 2 as well, but...
So the Chisha does still have
to see, there's still plenty of cards left for Juan to play.
Yes.
2 points of interaction from Paulie when he's went second.
Get through that one negate. Very likely.
Let's take a look if he adds something else here, otherwise... Might just set some face downs.
Still has the Chi Chao on the field at
he
least.
passed the...
Nothing to set.
That's it.
Oh, man,
he passed? Wow.
No other disruption.
All right, so Dragon Link playing on 3 cards, drawing to 4.
I remember seeing that Nibiru.
Spent in Ash Blossom, spent in Effect Veiler.
Nibiru by itself is still really good.
I mean, I would be shocked if he was not holding maybe his own copies, you know, of Max Chi or anything like that, but... Hey, Max Chi, yeah, sorry, Ash Blossom. I wish I'm still back in Master Duel.
That was last round.
Yeah.
Master Duel's over.
I
Get out of 2017.
I know. That wasn't there even. So,
Starly safer. Excellent normal summon from Paulie.
Not a bad one to have here. Gives you access to those baby Chaos Dragons.
And there's no Sword Soul card available for Chi Chao to banish, is there?
Could banish from the hand, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Seems like that will go through.
Okay.
It's going to go to battle first.
Nice.
Okay.
So that makes sense. Go to battle, take out the non-effect monster first.
Just in case something goes wrong in your turn, I like the heads-up play here from Paulie.
Yeah, playing it on Ash Blossom, I guess.
Very smart. Yeah, Striker Dragon not quite strong enough.
Doesn't have to worry about the Bashuda follow-up. That just doesn't matter.
There is an Ash Blossom.
There is an Ash Blossom.
Okay,
all right.
Well played by Paulie. Yeah.
So he used 2 cards already.
So Ash Blossom enjoys Spring. If you activate an effect that includes any of these, add a card from deck to the hand, which is what Safer does. Special summon from the deck, or send cards from the deck to the graveyard. You can use Ash Blossom Enjoy Spring to negate that.
That's it from Paulie.
Oh no, he's
oh my gosh, these Ash Blossoms and Effect Veilers really stopping them in their tracks.
What a top deck! Yeah.
Does Paulie
have something? It's Ash 2!
Yeah, they're
Ash
locking
2
it off.
and Juan's just like, yeah, I've seen this before.
Battle phase. So the emergence does give him that Sword Soul card in the graveyard, so he still has that Chi Chao effect now to negate a monster effect. But just negating a monster effect, not the strongest against Dragon Link. They still have a lot of ways to force that out and continue their plays.
So it seems like what's happened here is that Paulie's got all his side deck cards and all of his main deck interaction, and not the cards he needs to actually play. His strategy.
He's going to need something like a quick launch.
That Safer would have gotten there, but it did not make it.
Yeah, let's see. Even the Red Eyes engine would be nice to draw into right now. But
I wonder if knowing... Oh, I'm not even going to say it. I can't.
Okay.
I was saying, I wonder if knowing what Juan is playing backfired on him.
He passes back. Passes back. You get one more turn out of this. Oh, 1/10 cannot finish it off.
Yes, keep on whiffing.
Looks like you're right about that top deck. Sometimes you just don't draw any of the cards you need. A lot of the cards require other cards to be useful.
Paulie's got to do it this time, though. He's only going to have 2,400 left.
Possibly only one more draw for Paulie to stay in this game, or we might go into game 3 soon.
I kind of want to see a game 3.
Yes. For sure.
2,400 left. I mean, that's a long one and a sinister long one.
Let's see.
Yeah, or just one sinister long one resolving both the effects.
Resolving both effects, yeah.
But you're probably going to use a longer one on your way to make it very true.
Oh, but one's got a face down this time.
Picked up.
Could be something useful.
One more draw for Paulie.
Standby phase, anti-spell bring it. But he has Cosmic Cycle!
Chains a quick play Cosmic Cyclone. Down to 1,400 life points. Anti-spell fragrance is gone.
He's held that Cosmic Cyclone in his hand this whole game. This is his one opportunity to win this game.
Okay.
Is it going to be enough, or is it too little, too late? Paulie going to complete the perfect season.
That's what I didn't want to say. I didn't want to say maybe he sided in the Cosmic Cyclone because he knew he was playing anti-spell fragrance and it would have backfired on him, but he ended up drawing into the anti-spell fragrance and it didn't backfire. Does he have any sort of play here to push past his Chi Chao?
I mean, having chained that Cosmic, I would assume so. Okay,
that's good. Druid Swarm is good enough to at least deal with the Chi Chao.
Yeah. I guess that's decent enough to stay in. Gets rid of the shoot as well.
All right, so Bystial Druid Swarm is on the field. When that's sent to the graveyard, a special summon monster is going to go with it.
Does he have another monster to summon?
That's the problem.
My Kingdom for a Link monster in Dragon Link.
Yeah.
You just need one more dragon and you can get rid of that Druid Swarm.
Let's see, taking his time to think about this one. But looking at his actual deck, so we can assume he has at least anything to normal summon. Maybe it's something along the line, you know. He's thinking about it.
Could be anything.
If it's Black Metal Dragon, I think he'd just be slamming it on the table, but it might be an awkward thing like Rocket Recharger.
Might be another Bestial because he's looking at the graveyard right now.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
It is.
Ooh, but that's a good one. Saronir able to access Daldubalion later on.
Saronir, notably the one Bestial you can play at 3 in this tournament. Every other one is limited.
Pretty good still in Dragon League, being able to send down Branded Regain to bring back with Branded Beast.
Okay. That's 2 summons. I know there is a Nibiru in play.
So now he has 2 Bestials on the field, 2 Dragons on the field. The Druid Storm will deal with the Chi Chao. He's going to link them away.
Obviously, the way that this can work, okay, makes sense.
Seals, yep, that makes sense.
This is summon number 3 here from Paulie.
Gonna send away that.
That makes sense.
2.
So end on Seals pass is
checking
probably
the
fine.
graveyard here. Let's see if he wants to chain Chi Chao.
You can chain Chi Chao.
Does not negate it permanently, so it makes sense that it just allows that.
It's going to the end of the turn.
Seals pass. Not yet.
Best
the Sorenir is going to send down the Bestial Rebellion.
That's the best combo.
Is he going to tribute?
Now we're going to banish the Safer to pick up the Bestial Rebellion.
Yeah.
Okay, bring it up.
Nice play here from Paulie.
Now he discards that Bestial Rebellion. He's going to be careful here. Because when your opponent is drawing cards and passing, right?
Yeah.
You got to think about what are those cards that are in hand that could potentially be. They're either going to be just something they can't use or something that's going to interact with you on your turn.
Things like the evenly matched, for instance, that you've already seen.
True.
He knows one of them, so at least that's what he has to think about. But yeah, gonna banish it for the Magnamo, the one and only.
Summon number 4 here from Paulie.
And now the Magmon's going to activate as well. Get a dragon in the end phase.
Okay.
Go to battle.
Battle phase.
Magnema hits. And we'll see if there is, in fact, an evenly match.
Is he going to go for it?
Well, if he did get hit by evenly here, I wonder which one you keep.
Yeah, at the same time, I mean, going first, tough that he would keep in, you know, the evenly matched, maybe.
Sure, I think you just do the Seals trick and bounce the Seals, tribute the Seals, bounce the Magnum.
But that leaves you completely open, right?
Yeah, but I would be surprised if he'd kept those in, I guess.
1,400 life points left. It feels like the tides have turned in this one, that Paulie's starting to take command.
Yeah.
But only 1,400 left. You could still just, you know, Juan's got a puncher's chance here.
This Lubellion is summon number 5 for Paulie. Now Juan is saying on the summon, I'm going to take a moment to think here before you activate or before you place that branded spell or trap from your deck to the field. So Juan has something.
If you've got it, I think this is the one chance. Because once those branded spells get on the field, or the Regained in particular gets on the field, that's when it starts to get out of control.
At the same time, yeah, not an easy decision here from Juan.
A lot of B-Seals ran through out of Polly's deck already. Magnum can add back from the graveyard, though.
It can, deck or graveyard.
There is there.
There
That's
is
Nibiru.
Nibiru, the primal being. On the 5th summon, the rock's going to come down. Unfortunately, Seals, if tributed, no matter how it's tributed, will get its effect to summon a dragon from the deck.
And that's huge, actually. That's why one was thinking about it, because this does stop the Lubellion from getting a Brandon spell and traps, but it might even lead to a better combo at the end, you know?
Hey, in return, Polly gets any dragon out of his deck.
Yeah, he can do a lot here.
So even something as innocuous as Black Metal Dragon, for instance, could turn into a complete combo.
A Tracer into a Borreload Savage would be solid.
Because he just passed the first turn, so he hasn't accessed, his Boot Sax to the launch, Dragon Ravine, everything is still in the deck, so.
So what's he gonna do? Really depends on what one's other cards are.
Making sure he doesn't make a mistake at this stage in the game. This is the most important game of his dueling career.
It is. And now he knows everything. He knows the last card in hand from his opponent as he took that back from the banished. And now all he needs to do is just think about what possible outs could he pick up from the top of the deck, and otherwise he's good to go.
He goes with Starliege Safer.
Starliege Safer seems like a strong one, so he's going to use Safer's effect to send itself to the graveyard.
Grabbing a Chaos.
Checking to see if you can use both effects in the same turn. Indeed, you can.
Yes.
So he's going to get a level 4 dragon. Level 4 dragon.
Okay, he's going to get one of the maybe.
And there it is, Wyver Buster.
Wyver Buster, banish Dark.
Wyver Buster banishing the B-Seal Sorin here to touch down onto the field, but only for a moment before it uses a Link summon for a Link 1, and that's right, it's Striker Dragon. Chain Link 1, Striker Dragon. Chain Link 2, Wyver Buster.
And here is where that Cosmic Cyclone on the Anti-Spell Fragrance goes into fruition, because he can activate that Boot Sector launch. I was debating for a moment whether it was worth using that Cosmic, because you could just keep that Anti-Spell to, make your opponent draw into those spells, and maybe that could be more useful to you, but I guess we'll see.
There's the Collapse Serpent.
I mean, if it could be your last turn, you got to play it if you got it, right?
Yep.
Because he could
Some of the Collapse Serpent banishing the Wyver Burster. My heart is beating so hard right now because I can tell what is about to happen. We're moments away from history being made in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
Romulus, right? Yep, okay.
Link 2, Dragoon Knight Romulus. We're going to see the Dragon Link combo coming down here. Turns into this game. Polly low on life points, but as long as you have a life point, you have a chance. That's the best part about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Believing in yourself, believing in the heart of the cards.
I can't tell from that pile.
Just really intense thinking here for Polly. This is a combo that I've already done a billion times. But you still have to make sure that you do it right. Oh, he pitches a Nibiru of his own for the Dragon Ravine.
Attack.
Allowing him to send a dragon from the deck to the graveyard. Let's see what he goes with. Maybe an Napsa Router.
There it is. Napsa Router going to add a rocket.
It's stuck in attack position.
And now we know every single card from Polly as well. So he just has that Boot Sector 2 special summon that from the end later on. Yeah, Easter is in the making. We said it. First time ever, we already have 4 world champions in our hands, and we could get the 5th in just minutes away from here.
Uses that Boot Sector launch, going to special summon the Rocket Tracer from the hand.
Checks over the graveyard there.
Okay, what's he going to go for now?
We see him eyeing Quad Boral Dragon to maybe bring back some of the rockets from the graveyard. Quad Boral is a great way to turn dragons that aren't rockets into rockets that you need.
So first we're going to use the Rocket Tracer effect here.
Does he destroy the Nibiru token or the Boot Sector launch?
He's trying to figure it out right about now.
Yeah, he's making sure he doesn't make a mistake at this stage in the game, that he goes through each motion correctly, and he does go for that Boot Sector launch.
Makes sense. Now,
Reminder for everybody at home, this round is untimed. You do need to play at a reasonable pace, however.
Okay.
Here comes Rocket Recharger.
How much attack is that Rondo? Let's have. I'm
Now
gonna
we'll
check
see
that
if we're
real
going to
quick.
go into a
'Cause I know
Link
that can
summon.
We could go into the Beastie first. That's also an option to get something back later on.
Indeed, he
Here we
does.
go,
Link
Link 1, Guard Dragon Pisty.
Link 3, Rocket.
Triple Burst Dragon. Now you see the right arrow and the down arrow both pointing to the same zones. That means that Guard Dragon Pisty's effect is live.
His attack is 1200, so. Okay, well, he got rid of it for the triple
You
burst.
can special summon from the
Good.
Banished or the Graveyard, non-targeting.
Thinking about getting the Striker Dragon. Regardless, I don't think it's gonna stay there
I think I know.
long.
I'm gonna go for Borderlands.
So he's going to use Striker Dragon's effect to destroy the token to add back, I'd imagine, Rocket Recharger? It is indeed Rocket Recharger.
And then because the monster is destroyed, Rocket Recharger activates. Now we've got Triple Burst, Pisty, Striker Dragon, Triple Burst Dragon versus Nibiru. None of these are big enough on their own, however.
But the Boral End will be able to negate the Rocket Recharger effect to bring back the Tracer. So he's going to be able to have Boral End and Boral Load Savage Dragon.
Boral End Dragon hits the field with 3,500 attack points. Its effect negates Rocket Recharger, special summons back Rocket Tracer, that's a level 4 tuner, level 4 non-tuner. And together they combine to synchro summon Borload Savage Dragon.
Beautifully played by Paulie, and you can see Juan smiling it. I mean, he knows he is against an amazing opponent, and now one draw away from what could be the last game of the World Championship 2023.
Just thinking back on all those achievements that Paulie has had just this year.
Just
the
incredible.
250th YCS in Los Angeles. Probably the biggest tournament of his life until now.
Yeah, I have no words.
You mentioned it, Paulie has been a veteran in the game, but sometimes you have those players who are missing that performance, and sometimes in just a single year everything changes. It's you're here after winning a lot of different events, and what a way to end it.
And Paulie did normal summon that Rocket Recharger.
It wasn't a rocket that was destroyed.
Right, or a Dark Dragon, yep. He did normal summon it. So no big issues here on the way to his victory lap.
This is rough for Juan.
All right, so Borload Savage Dragon's going to be at 4,200 here.
That's the end.
One more draw. This could be
Will it be the handshake? Did he draw into something he can use? Dark Ruler no more, maybe?
Oh,
and that's it!
That's it!
It's over! We have our first ever world champion from the United States of America, Paulie Aronson.
Wow. What a way to end it. You mentioned it. First time that it's happening. USA as a world champion for TCG, OCG. Wow.
I have dreamed of this moment my entire dueling career.
Every duelist in the United States wants to be that guy. The one United States duelist, the first one to make it.
I didn't know if it would ever happen. I can't believe Paulie has made it. He has represented us. I can't.
Incredible.
Absolutely, we mentioned it. It was an amazing weekend. We went through 3 different tournaments to crown 5 different world champions. But now it's all on Paulie, who managed it. He did it. What a guy, and what a humble guy he is.
You know, his demeanor hasn't changed once this entire time. He's just been smiling the whole time, and now he's going to be smiling with a bit of hardware.
World Championship 2023 OCG TCG World Champion, Paulie Aronson!
That Dragon Link play was just amazing. I think Sword is too fair. Like, it's, in terms of, like, it doesn't do anything too strong compared to Dragon Link.
優勝したパウリ選手、今のお気持ちをお願いいたします。
Hi. What should I say? just talk about the weekend, the tournament. What am I supposed to do?
How do you feel right now?
Oh, really good, really good. It was a great weekend. Really fun weekend.
すごい楽しく。
I'm sorry, what was that?
You can elaborate. You can say more.
Oh, I can say more. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it was a super fun weekend. I was saying all weekend, like, it was great because, like, we all made tons of new friends, had a lot of fun, and then this happened, and now it's an even better weekend. Yeah.
ものすごい楽しい週末でした。いろいろと新しい友達も作ることができて、最終的にはこのような場にたどり着くことができて、すごい嬉しく思っております。
改めまして素晴らしい試合をしてくれた選手に盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。Congratulations!
I genuinely thought I would never see this.
It almost seems like he doesn't believe it yet.
What a finals. What a guy. And honestly, even from this interview, you could tell if there was a guy that was deserving it, it was surely Paulie. Honestly, such a humble guy, such good presence, and what a tournament he had, honestly. What a year.
And what you see right there on stage is what you get with Paulie. He's like that all the time. He's been like that the whole weekend, and it's just, that's just him. That's Paulie, and that got him all the way here to the end. It's been fantastic. So thank you so much, everyone out there who's joined us all weekend here. And thank you to all the duelists who've been playing this weekend, and everybody all throughout the year who's been competing and trying to get here to the World Championship. It's been fantastic. It's a great celebration.
Yeah, absolutely. And give it up again for Paulie. Give it up. It was an insane achievement. What a guy.
Just so amazing. And yeah, he's had an incredible year. And to cap it off this way on the biggest stage, to be the first ever world champion from the United States. Just
yugioh World Championship.
And all of our other world champions that we had.
Absolutely, it was an amazing day. As you mentioned, we started things off with Duel Links and Takagi claiming it with a trios whip. Then we got to see the first ever Master Duel with 9 Panthers winning it. As you mentioned, Joshua Smith becoming a world champion. And now the first ever North American world champion for the TCG OTG Paulie. What a day.
I can't think of any better way to start off the 25th anniversary celebration of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I'm glad I got to do it with all of you in Kangas as well, everybody watching at home.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
That was a pretty hard pass, honestly. I can't believe it. That was a pretty good world championship. First world championship in 4 years, and the finals is that. Just amazing. Seeing off all the work of that first. Let's watch the closing ceremony. Soundtrack is pretty good. I gotta say, Duel seems like good, real good.
Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2023熱きデュエルは今日幕を閉じます。しかしまた新たな歴史が動き始めます。2024年に向け戦い抜いた選手たち、そして皆さんで今スタートを切りましょう。さあ皆さん最後に一緒にカウントダウンをお願いします。Alright, everyone, let's do a final countdown together. 準備はよろしいでしょうか？ Are you ready? いきますよ。3, 2, 1, duel!
What's the song they're playing for the closing ceremony? Hold on, I'll bump it up for the audience. Actually, no, it's already pretty bumped up. I'll just bring it back. Credit school? Okay. I mean, I'll sit through this, because, why not, you know? It's already late as hell. I'm not going to be getting a lot of sleep anyway, you know? I can't believe none of the OCG players made it to top 8 this year. That's actually insane. Did DCU really crack up the whole time during COVID? I know during COVID, like, OCG did not, lab out a lot of camera decks. Basically, they just completely overlooked anime materials in the first release. So when it came over to TV, everyone was just labbing out content like crazy. Because, people thought COVID wouldn't last too long, and then it got hit with COVID, so, yeah, people didn't actually get to play. Didn't actually get to play out of Emancipator tournaments to get back there and wrap around pretty quickly. So yeah, that was a pretty high score championship. It feels nice to actually see one after so long. I mean, they had the dueling for us for a couple of years. I really didn't care too much for this, even more even though I played like a lot of Duel Links. I play less Duel Links nowadays. Nah, honestly, I play about the same amount. But, I play less Duel Links nowadays, but like, even when I was playing a lot more Duel Links and I was actually competing in tournaments, I didn't really care too much about Worlds. Like, especially the digital Worlds. But yeah, that was a nice tournament. Some DLM and some DLE tournaments. V Bellafiore. I'm pretty sure I've seen his name. It's kind of like when you hit a credit scene in a video game and just like keep scrolling when you aren't prepared to actually keep talking because a lot of people work on it or something. Yeah, there's a lot of Worlds competitors, especially since they're running 3 events. Okay, win for this year. I think there's a lot of good matches this year. Bogan Japan. Well, I voted for them, and they kind of blew it. I don't doubt that they're good players. It's just that I shouldn't have voted for them. I don't get my free tickets. That's wrong with it. Jesse Cotton. Jesse Cotton. He just doesn't have a screen name, you know? That's just his style. So, now that Worlds is over, I am wondering what a post-Worlds list is going to look like. I'm going to have to theory craft a game. I might theory craft the Master Rule one. It depends on how quickly they make a tier list. A grand list. I feel like Piccolo's, I'll make an actual video about it if I'm quick enough, but Piccolo's, I'm pretty sure it's going to be gone. Every single team had one person playing tier limits. It was actually insane. Yeah, that's it for this World Championship. It's still copyright 2020. It's 2023. With the copyright update. Whatever. But yep, that's it for this Watchalong stream. Thank you for joining me, and I'll see you guys later.